First item on the order paper is member statements, and I call Orly Flynn.
Thank you, Concordia. And today I rise with a very heavy heart. This morning my thoughts are with the families across this island who are grieving someone that they have lost to suicide. The latest NISRA figures on suicide are deeply troubling, and they show that 290 deaths by suicide were registered in 2024. This is up from 221 in the previous year. To those who have lost someone to suicide, I want to express how sorry I am for what you've been through and for what you're still going through. I know that no statistic can ever capture the person that you miss and that you've lost. These figures are based on the year that deaths are registered, and delays in inquests can sometimes mean that some of the deaths that have been recorded have actually happened in earlier years. And while that explanation is important, it does not take away from the reality that too many lives are being lost in this way year after year. We know that men remain much more likely to die by suicide, especially younger and middle-aged men. People living in our most deprived communities also face higher risk, and older people often living alone are particularly vulnerable, and we've seen a bit of a rise in those latest stats in the NISRA statistics for 2024, which has impacted more on our older population. So we're now moving into winter and towards Christmas. On the surface, it's a time of joy, lights, music, but for many people it is the darkest, loneliest, most pressurised time of the year. The cost of heating your home, the pressure to spend money that you don't have, empty chairs at a table that can't be filled, anniversaries of loved ones that we've lost, all of that sits in stark contrast to the positivity that we see in our screens and on our streets. And at a time where everywhere seems bright, many people feel completely in the dark. So I would like to ask members and the wider public for something very simple over the weeks ahead. Please be kind. In this chamber, online and in our communities, you rarely know what the person in front of you is dealing with or what they are carrying, and a harsh word can push someone further down. A small act of kindness can make it easier for them to hold on. For anyone that's listening and might be fighting it hard, please reach out. Know that you can reach out to the Samaritans and the Lifeline. We can't undo the loss that so many families have already experienced, but we can listen to them and learn from what they are telling us and try and do more to stop others going through this pain.
Sean McElwain.
This morning to recognise the contribution of my friend and DUP colleague William Irwin, MLA for the Newry and Armagh constituency. As you'll be aware, William has indicated his intention to step down from the Assembly at the end of this year, and it's fitting to mark that occasion. William was first elected to Armagh City and District Council in 2005, prior to his election to the Northern Ireland Assembly in 2007. As a member of the class of 2007, William and the rest of us newbies learned our craft from the old hands. In what seems like a blink of an eye, we are the old hands. As a farmer, agriculture is in his blood. He earned the right to serve on the Ard and later Era Committee from day one. A true stalwart, William is the authentic voice of the rural community, the natural farmer's friend. Coming from an agricultural background, he has always been fiercely proud of those roots, and becoming chair of the committee was one of the highlights of his political career. He has also served with distinction as Deputy Chair of the Committee for Culture, Arts and Leisure and the Deputy Chair of the Infrastructure Committee. He has been a stalwart for unionism in Newry and Armagh, a mantle he has carried with unwavering principle, and with that he has earned the respect and affection of his constituents. His are big shoes to fill. Yesterday, as a tribute, a colleague summed up William Irwin in 2 words: faithful, true. But there are other words which can define William: tireless, loyal, generous, compassionate, quiet, diligent, effective, husband, father, grandfather, colleague, friend. William has always been a privilege to serve with and a pleasure to work with. In the bitter world of local politics, where harsh words and insults are bandied about easily without any consideration of the consequences, one thing stands out about William. In all the years I've known him, he has never spoken ill of someone or fallen out with anyone. On a personal note, I will miss William's friendship, loyalty, wit, advice and guidance in this place. He has been a fantastic help and support to me through my time in the Assembly, particularly on all matters rural. But he is also one of those sensible heads we all need when passions are high. It's deeply sad that this day has come. After serving 20 years as a public representative in Council and the Northern Ireland Assembly, and in recognition of his long service to both his country and his party, I wanted to take this opportunity to mark this properly and purposefully in this chamber, and to place on the public record my party's and my personal appreciation for William. Retirement isn't a word in William's vocabulary. Perhaps, more fittingly, it's simply a refocus on his other priorities. Our loss is his wife's, Olive's, gain. I wish William, Olive and his family every blessing in the future. Thank you.
Bradshaw.
Mr Speaker, as an MLA for South Belfast, I want to say a massive congratulations to Royal Belfast Academical Institution on winning the 2025 McCullough Cup Schools Hockey Competition. Last Thursday, Inst secured a superb 3-1 victory over Banbridge Academy in the final at Havelock Park, retaining the trophy they won last year. 2 goals from Josh Gill and a penalty from captain Matthew McAreevy sealed the win, with defender Riley Marney delivering a man-of-the-match performance at the back. This latest success means Inst have now lifted the McCullough Cup for a record 18th time, extending their position as the most successful school in the history of this Ulster competition. They are also the first side to retain this title since, for the second year, since Cookstown High School managed the feat in the 2010-2011 and 2011-12 seasons. This is a remarkable achievement that speaks to the depth of talent and strength of the coaching setup at the school. I want to pay tribute to all of the players whose commitment over many months and even years of training has culminated in this moment of well-deserved success. School sport is not just about trophies, it is about teamwork, resilience, learning to handle pressure and supporting one another in both victory and defeat. The young people representing Inst have shown that all of these qualities are present in abundance, and they showed that through this campaign. I also want to extend my congratulations to the coaching and support staff, the teachers who juggle academic responsibilities with time on the pitch, and of course parents and families who stand on the sidelines in all weathers. Their encouragement, lifts to training and constant support are crucial to making success like this possible. As a South Belfast MLA, I'm particularly proud that this school, with such strong links across our constituency, is setting this standard in schools hockey and providing positive role models for younger pupils who will be inspired by this success. Inst's long tradition of excellence in sport across hockey, rugby and many other disciplines continue to make an important contribution to life in the city and to the health and well-being of our young people. I also want to acknowledge Ulster Hockey and all those involved in organising the McCullough Cup and the wider schools competitions. Their work ensures that our young people have access to high quality, competitive sport in a safe and supportive environment and helps to provide participation, inclusion and respect across schools and communities. I just want to close by wishing the team every success as they continue their season. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to stand and reflect on the number of legacy reports that's going to be released today and give my thanks to those individuals who have been responsible for conducting these investigations, which will hopefully give us closure and information that we so desperately need. Operation Denton was about investigating what was known as the Glenanne Gang, a terrorist organisation that was responsible for over 120 murders of men, women and children. As a unionist, I stand here and say I have absolutely no link to these people whatsoever. They are a scourge in our society. We know they're a scourge in our society. They do not get unionist support whatsoever. And that's important to understand. They killed mostly because of religion, including 34 people in the Dublin Monaghan bombings, men, women and children. Those who served in the security forces, who were part of the Glenanne Gang, are an utter disgrace. A disgrace to the uniform that they wore and those brave men and women who served alongside them, who served within the law. They can never be viewed as anything other than terrorists. I do also reflect on the fact that we have Op Denton, which has looked at the Dublin Monaghan bombings, and although they cannot name the names because of a legal challenge at the minute, they have the names of those who were responsible. I just wish the Dublin government could do something similar in regards to Omagh. Up Canova itself is about the human intelligence source known as Steak Knife. Steak Knife murdered 18 people. Steak Knife did that. The Nutting Squad, the Disneyfication of violence in Northern Ireland is absolutely astounding. The Nutting Squad murdered 30 people. They were responsible for that. Some people will try and spin this and say, well, it was the UK security forces that did this. Let's be clear, of course they made mistakes, but the people who did this, who tortured and murdered, was those people who were part of this Disneyfied Nutting Squad and the man who was called Steak Knife. Anybody who supported that or knew about that is also an utter disgrace as well. And we do know that there are people in the party within this chamber who do know information in regards to this. Upturmer looks at the murder of 3 RUC constables in 1990, and Up Mizzenmast looks at the murder of Jean Smith Campbell in 1972. 4 reports which we have to look at, but let's be absolutely clear. The people who pulled the trigger, the people who sent them out, the people who supported them are the ones responsible here. And let's not allow anybody to redirect us in any shape or form than pointing the finger at those individuals who are responsible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to speak today about a treasure of the Lecale coastline, a sentinel that has watched over generations and guided countless fishermen and sailors safely home, and that is St John's Lighthouse. It is the tallest lighthouse on the island of Ireland and one of the last to maintain that beautiful, iconic sweeping beam, and a piece of engineering heritage that still performs its duty every night and is seen for miles around. At its heart is the Birdle's rotation system, resting on mercury-based bearings designed to allow the lens to glide with frictionless precision. It is a system that has stood the test of time, is remarkably efficient, and remains in working order. Yet plans are now in place from the Commission of Irish Lights to remove this system and replace it with a metal-on-metal roller bearings, despite the planners rejecting such a proposal in 2018. This proposal is fundamentally flawed. Though it may be called modernisation, this is a step backwards in terms of engineering. It introduces friction, noise and wear into a mechanism that is currently smooth, silent and reliable. Because, to be clear, a noisy mechanical system introduced into a quiet coastal environment will be disruptive to local wildlife, particularly marine and nocturnal species. And as if that were not enough, the proposal also includes replacing the current lamp with a static LED. This is not progress. This is the removal of the lighthouse's character, its identity and its purpose. LED systems are prone to faults. They alter the visual signature that mariners depend upon, and they carry well-documented ecological impacts that have been disastrously overlooked by the Historic Environment Division during the planning process. What we have at present works, and it works safely. The sweeping beam is one of the last of its kind, and it's a living link to our maritime history. To extinguish it now would be, in my view, an act of professional cultural vandalism. Instead of recognising the enormous potential of St John's Lighthouse as a world-class tourist attraction, we are facing plans that would diminish it. I want to acknowledge the extraordinary work of the Lecale Lightkeepers who are here today, the community campaign group who stand in defence of this sweeping beam. We owe it to them, to our fishing community, to our heritage and to the generations yet to come to ensure that St John's Lighthouse remains what it has always been, a true beacon. Because once that beam is gone, it's gone forever and we will never get another chance to protect it.
Thank you. Sorry, Declan Kearney.
Corlia. Where's Moneyglass? That's the question on the lips of many sports journalists in the aftermath of the Moneyglass senior ladies footballers winning their All-Ireland semi-final 9 days ago. Well, Moneyglass is a cluster of townlands in the southwest area of County Antrim, beside the River Bann and adjacent to Lough Beg. It's a small place with just a few hundred residents. Boyd's garage and shop, the Tumbledown bar, there's one chapel, there's a small community centre and a large number of small family businesses and farms. The beating heart of Moneyglass is St Ergnat's GAC. Formed in 1948, the club has a strong tradition within Common Class Gael. That's reflected in the men's footballers, participation in score, and underage development for young boys and girls. But ladies Gaelic football is one of the club's huge successes, and the club has enjoyed great progress in recent times. New facilities have been opened on the Lough Beg Road. The men won the 2025 Intermediate County Football Final, and also the club has elected its first female chairperson, Sarah McCann. And on a special personal first for Sarah, in the last few weeks she has just qualified with a doctorate in education, specialising in climate change and sustainability. But the crown and glory of 2025 is this weekend's All-Ireland Club Final. And not surprisingly, local excitement is at fever pitch. Everybody's up to high-do. In my book, whatever happens this Saturday in Croke Park, the Moneyglass women are already winners. The footballers will travel to Croke Park already as pride of the parish, as the queens of the county and the champions of Ulster. These girls are a credit to their family, to their friends and all of us, and I wish them all of the luck that they deserve in the All-Ireland final this Saturday. Give it your all, girls. Leave nothing on the pitch. More of Papagi and Jesh.
Take the opportunity.
Abu.
Moneyglass forever.
Thank you, Speaker. And at the beginning, could I join in wishing my colleague William Irwin every best wish for his retirement alongside his family. He is truly the authentic friend of the farmer. Long before it was probably popular in this House to do so, he always spoke with conviction and represented those people right across Northern Ireland with such passion, and he will be certainly missed in his time in this place, but I wish him well for his retirement. Today our executive ministers are meeting next door to grapple with huge budgetary pressures facing core departments such as education and health. I rise to offer not only an observation but a clear warning. The benefit system is killing the United Kingdom. Its stranglehold is getting deeper year on year. The Chancellor's recent autumn budget has made one thing unmistakably clear. Taxes are being driven to record highs, not to invest in growth, not to strengthen our public services, but to prop up an outdated, an unsustainable and an inflated welfare system. The total social security and welfare spending in the United Kingdom has went from 152 billion in 2005 to 326 billion in 2025. The OBR predicts that that's going to rise to 406 billion by 2030. Yes, members, we value those who cannot fend for themselves, those through health needs and indeed injury that need support. We are a generous nation. But the system is open to corruption and the system is open to abuse. In Northern Ireland alone, benefit fraud is estimated to cost as much as £350 million per year. That is a national shame. That is money that cannot be spent on core public services. That is money that is being cheated from the taxpayer. and it must be addressed. Money that should be used to support our hospitals, our schools, our policing, is being taken directly from core services to fund up cheats. In Northern Ireland, we also have the additional pressure of an accommodation system for the likes of asylum seekers, which has ballooned in Northern Ireland. It's projected over the United Kingdom to cost $4.5 billion over a decade. Now, it's ballooned here from $15.3 billion over the same period. That is more than triple the initial estimates. So when we asked our constituents, why is taxes going up? Why can't we help support businesses and reduce VAT, reduce taxes? Why aren't we supporting and standing up for the working middle, alarm clock United Kingdom that get up in the morning, work 2 and 3 jobs and simply can't afford to live? Why? Because we have a benefit system that is outdated and being abused.
Call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Caleb's Cause is a campaign every single MLA in this chamber is aware of through the advocacy of his mum, Alma. But at the recent Disabled People's Parliament, Caleb spoke for himself. It was a powerful moment, a moving moment, and one that asked every one of us to keep using our voice to support the cause of post-19 SEN reform. These are Caleb's words. My name is Caleb. I am 17 years old. When I get older, I want to be an inventor. When I leave special school at 19, my options will be limited. I want a lifelong care plan to allow me to fulfil my potential and achieve my dreams. My friends and I, along with many others, want to be seen, heard and included in your world. We want laws to give us a future. We are human beings just like you. Executive ministers and departments, you can all choose to help me and so many others in this mandate. My question is, will you? If you haven't already watched that clip of Caleb online, I think that you should. It really is quite a powerful moment when he looks up and asks that question. Investing in kids like Caleb is not a waste of our time. They are not lost causes. We know if we invest in the right support as early as possible, they can thrive, they can contribute and they can inspire. As MLAs, we must keep advocating not just for them, but with them. Because let me assure you, Caleb's cause won't stop until every one of our post-19 children are cared for.
Paul Gilrenew.
The following statement will be made in Irish. Therefore, I ask members who do not speak Irish to put on their headphones. This week marks Human Rights Day. This week. The theme of this year's day is human rights are everyday essentials. It is particularly relevant as just a few weeks ago I stood in the chamber and spoke of the importance, the value and the role that the European Convention on Human Rights has played here in Ireland when I spoke about its 75th anniversary since its establishment. There have been proposals from certain political parties in Britain saying that the UK should be removed from the European Convention, which would have serious negative impacts for everyone on this island. Although those discussions continue in Britain, it is important that we reflect and champion what the Convention has enabled here. The incorporation of the Convention into law was necessary in protecting the rights of citizens and in building trust in the Good Friday Agreement. The importance of the Union of the Convention was enshrined in the withdrawal agreement following Brexit, a vital mitigation to protect our peace and our prosperity in the face of damaging British government policy. There have been other attacks on rights, and rights have been undermined by British terrorism laws. The British government attempts to restrict freedom of expression in the case of kneecap, when efforts were made to silence critics of Israel's genocide in Gaza. However, the British government were more successful in infringing protesters' rights to assembly and in banning Palestine action. Both examples show the need to uphold and to safeguard our rights. But for the European Convention of Rights, there would not have been a peace process, and it was also necessary in maintaining that peace process and to keep it going. Embedding universal rights and equality into law, it continues to underpin reconciliation and democratic stability. These are our everyday essentials. They are to be protected, they are to be celebrated.
Callister.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my member statement, I too also want to put on record my party's best wishes to William Irwin, who's retiring in a few weeks. I spoke to him briefly yesterday, and it's clear that he's looking forward to retirement, and I wish him all the best. He really is a kind soul, and so I hope he can enjoy his retirement. Mr. Speaker, all politics is local. In May of this year, I presented to you a public petition signed by hundreds within the North Belfast community about a pedestrian crossing. And I know this might not seem important to everyone, but for the people who cross the Prince Charles roundabout every single day, mostly school children to get to and from school, it is very important to them. The safety of our children going to and from school, and all people walking and getting about their day, is important for us all. All politics is local, and I say that again because we can sometimes have successes, but often they are too slow. Following that public petition, we had another visit by the Department of Infrastructure on a full survey of the site that has now been approved for works on the roundabout. However, that has also come with a caveat that it will be budget dependent, and I understand that all departments are under pressure when it comes to their resources. But Mr. Speaker, in 2022 we passed the Climate Change Act, and within that a successful alliance amendment that was secured that 10% of the transport budget should be spent on active travel. And at the minute we're not seeing that budget being spent on active travel. Instead we are seeing it being repurposed from other areas. So I call on the Infrastructure Minister today, and will ask her later in oral questions, to prioritise the safety of local school children, to ensure that they can get to and from their school walking or cycling by using a pedestrian crossing. People's voices have been heard, they've been listened to, but we need to finalise that and take action and ensure we can install a safe pedestrian crossing. Thank you.
Okay, members have 3 more requests to make statements, and I think I've got 3 minutes to do that. But I'm in a very generous mood today because it's just coming up to Christmas, so I'm going to include everybody, and even Mr. Carroll. I'll have to listen to yours as well. So Timothy Gasson.
Mr. Speaker, since abortion was decriminalised through the legislation imposed in this province, as part of the package that facilitated the return of Stormont, the number of abortions carried out has risen year on year. Between 2020 and 2024, we now know that more than 8,000 lives have been taken through abortion here in Northern Ireland. An answer I received yesterday from the Finance Minister raises further questions. In response to my question asking how many death certificates had been issued for babies who were born alive after an abortion procedure, the Minister stated that a search of death registrations for the category termination of pregnancy affecting fetus and newborn identified 32 deaths up to the end of 2024, where that cause was recorded on the death certificate as either contributory or underlying. We should all reflect on what that means. These were living children, infants who had taken their first breaths. 32 little boys and girls whose deaths were officially recorded as being affected by a termination of pregnancy. Whatever the circumstances leading to those procedures, whether elective or in situations where the mother's health or life was in danger, the stark fact remains that these children were born alive and sadly later died. Each one represents a tragedy. The headline statistics demonstrate that the way this issue was framed by many media outlets before the change in the law was deeply dishonest. We were told repeatedly that legal change was required for so-called hard cases. Yet, 8,000 abortions in 4 years did not occur because of those exceptional situations promoted by those with an anti-life agenda. As abortion becomes more common, it is anything but compassionate to ignore the social pressures, economic, family and culture that push women towards ending a pregnancy. A genuinely humane society would champion the truth that every human life is worthy of protection. I commend organisations such as Precious Life and the Society for the Protection of the Unborn Child who continue to do that. It remains my deep conviction that abortion is the greatest moral evil of our lifetime. While others may prefer to look the other way, I will ensure that no one can say they were unaware of this quiet holocaust taking place in our province.
Jerry Carl.
Speaker, that's very kind of you to let me speak just before Christmas.
Present for calling me. While I'm a couple of focal,
I would like to say a few words, something about what happened at the weekend in West Belfast. In Belfast. Those who organised the Garage Carolan Winter School deserve great praise. It was very successful indeed. Garage O'Carolan was a pioneer of language and community. It was part of the Gaelgories who funded the Culturlan. They've also founded the newspaper La, Radio Falche, and of course, Manscoil Farstu. Garage left a huge legacy for the Irish language in the north. It is important that the Winter School exists to honour him. There was an excellent discussion on journalism, activism and language. I attended some of the events on Friday, and there's a very interesting exhibition upstairs in the Culturlan. Garage spirits could be felt throughout the weekend. Once again, I'd like to congratulate everyone involved in organising the school.
Speaker, and I thank you for your grace and in your generosity. I thought you had discovered the Christmas carol there, but I want to speak. Today about an event I was at this morning, where a collective healing through honouring our loved ones, where there was a meeting to launch a report on all of those people who died during the pandemic and lockdowns. The process of grieving was explored with the individuals who took part in the study. A question was asked about whether the individual felt that they were able to grieve the passing of their loved one. While 17% stated they could, 55% reported they haven't been able to do this, and 28% were unsure. Self-reported rates on their mental health revealed that 56% described it as either poor or very poor. 32% stated it was average, while the remaining 12% gave their mental health a rating of good or very good. When asked about receiving support following the person's death, a large proportion indicated that this was not offered to them, 37%. For those who did get support, the source of this was largely family, 40%, or friends, 15%. This included 80% reporting they did not get the support needed for the grief they experienced during the pandemic and the lockdowns. The conclusions from the report, Mr. Speaker, is that a number of salient themes were evident with review of responses on both the survey and from the support sessions evaluations. The most prominent of these themes was the traumatic impact of experiencing a death during the pandemic. This was impacted by the systematic and structural restrictions enforced by the government in the management of the pandemic. the absence of opportunities to have traditions associated with death and dying, whether religious or cultural in nature, were cited often in the feedback. Saying goodbye to their loved ones or being present during their final moments was not available to the majority of respondents. These psychological and emotional omissions were described as having a significant toll on the individual and the family. It was further amplified by the variations in manner and tone of communications or interactions with professionals at the time of their loved one's death. These people seek a memorial, a physical memorial for which their loved ones who died in the pandemic and during lockdown should be remembered. But I think the greatest memorial that we could give these people is that never again will our people and communities and society be locked down as they were during the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We move on then to receive notice from the Minister for Communities who wishes to make a statement. I call the Minister.
To make a statement to the Assembly regarding my plans to bring forward a new executive disability strategy for Northern Ireland. Around 1 in 4 people in Northern Ireland experience some form of disability, and it's fair to say that we are all impacted to some extent. Everyone's experience of living with disability is unique, and so any new strategy developed needs to be able to flex to accommodate the often complex and unique interventions that are to be managed. Through the sharing of lived experience by deaf and disabled people, and by our commissioning of bespoke research, this disability strategy demonstrates that we have taken account of the issues raised by deaf and disabled people, the expert advisory panel, the co-design group, the cross-departmental working group, and many other stakeholders during significant engagement processes. The disability strategy vision, outcomes, principles and terminology and language used are all a product of that extensive engagement process, and the strategy commitments are broadly reflective of the wishes of the sector. This strategy represents further delivery against our programme for government commitments. It also intersects with a range of strategic agendas such as the anti-poverty strategy, the autism and mental health strategies, my department's disability and work strategy, and the review of special educational needs provision. In co-producing the disability strategy, we have placed people with lived experience of disability at the centre, involving them at every stage to ensure that we have identified and shaped the change needed to better achieve outcomes. We have a wealth of experience within our voluntary and community sector, and we know that their insight and value cannot be overstated. In developing the disability strategy, we have carried out many engagement events with both individuals and the organisations that represent the deaf and disabled community. These events were delivered both online and in person, and special efforts were made to engage with those who can often be the hardest to reach in Northern Ireland, including minority ethnic communities and the travelling community. These marginalised yet often inspirational people freely contributed their lived experience and their ideas to my officials. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to tell them today, your views were valued greatly. You were not only heard, but more importantly, you were listened to. It was apparent from an early stage of this engagement that a number of key asks were coming from across the sector in relation to what they wish to see in a new disability strategy. I wish to briefly cover some of those asks and how we intend to deal with them through this new strategy. Firstly, there was a universal desire to establish a Northern Ireland Disability Forum, wholly comprised of deaf and disabled people, and having a role in supporting the monitoring and reporting processes involved with any new disability strategy. So I can announce today, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the strategy commits my department to establish a Northern Ireland Disability Forum to monitor the actions included in the strategy. This forum's membership will be made up entirely of deaf and disabled people, with my officials providing secretarial support. The forum will also link in with the Department of Health's existing Regional Disabled People's Health and Social Care Forum as appropriate, and will be able to engage with all executive departments in relation to their responsibilities within the strategy. I have also taken steps to ensure that forum membership will be fully representative of our community. Places will be reserved, for example, for young people who haven't yet had the life opportunities or lived experience to yet be able to demonstrate the academic credentials or experience that normally indicate suitability for a place on such a body. We were also told of the desire to see a reform of the Disability Discrimination Act 1995, which stakeholders believe is no longer fit for purpose. I too believe there is a clear case for the review and potential reform of disability law here. The Disability Discrimination Act is 30 years old, and there is a clear gap between the legislative protections available to disabled people here to those in, for example, Great Britain, where the Equality Act 2010 is in force. And I can also announce today that scoping work is now underway in my department with a view to the full incorporation of the UNCRPD into domestic law. This, of course, will require additional funding across executive departments, but I'm sure that we can all agree that this is the right thing to do. The strategy itself is constructed around 8 outcomes, and during the lifetime of the strategy, there will be continuous monitoring of its delivery. These outcomes will ensure that deaf and disabled people can effectively exercise their rights and fundamental freedoms and participate in society on an equal basis, free from discrimination. They can access our built environment, facilities and transport on an equal basis. Across our public services, government information and communications will be provided on an equal basis. They can access and participate in culture, leisure activities and sport on an equal basis. They can live independently in the community with choice and control, with a sufficient and sustainable standard of living. They can have access to quality health and social care on an equal basis and without discrimination. They can access, sustain and progress within quality employment in an inclusive labour market. And deaf and disabled children and young people can exercise their rights and reach their full educational, social and developmental potential. The disability strategy, once approved in final form by the Executive, will run for a 10-year period from 2025 until 2035 and will be underpinned by an action plan that will contain a range of time-bound, measurable actions targeted at progressing those strategy outcomes and commitments. The action plan will be monitored, reviewed and updated annually with published progress reports which will be agreed by the Executive. A formal midpoint review will allow for the strategy itself to be assessed, taking account of the annual reports on the action plan. And this review will provide an opportunity for the strategy's commitments to be reviewed, amended, removed or added to if necessary. The strategy's impact will be measured both through the delivery of actions in the action plan and through progress against agreed indicators and outcomes. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have worked closely across departments to commit to the actions in this strategy, and the Executive has given its endorsement. We must continue to work together and ensure that we collectively achieve better outcomes for deaf and disabled people. So I can confirm today that I will be launching a minimum 12-week public consultation on the disability strategy. This wide-ranging conversation with society provides an opportunity for everyone to contribute their views and to highlight any areas that can be strengthened further. In addition to being able to engage on the consultation online, we shall also be hosting a series of roadshow events across Northern Ireland for people to attend and engage with officials. Naturally, all documents will be available in a range of accessible formats to make it as easy as possible for everyone to contribute to the consultation. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to encourage as many people as possible to take part in the consultation. I also want to place on record my sincere thanks to everyone who has taken the time to share their experiences and suggestions. Taken in conjunction with the recent launch of my department's Disability and Work Strategy, today's announcement signifies my commitment to the deaf and disabled community and a step change from the Northern Ireland Executive in terms of delivering for deaf and disabled people, their families and their carers. And I commend this statement to the House.
Yeah.
Minister, thank you for that statement. I call Mark Durkin for the first question.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the statement. It is welcome to hear some progress outlined today on the new disability strategy, and we look forward to hearing of similar progress on the other social inclusion strategies for which the Minister is responsible. The statement refers, Minister, to potential reform of disability law. How does the Minister, or could the Minister give us a flavour of what that might be, and how he intends to bring any such reforms forward? What time frame are we talking, and is it realistic to expect that any such reform might be able to be done in the remainder of this mandate?
Minister.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're going to start that work now. I know that some people have looked at the Equality Act as something that we should replicate here in Northern Ireland, but as I've said, key stakeholders in the disability sector themselves don't believe that is currently fit for purpose. This is one of the reasons why I think it's important that we are putting the Disability Forum in place as well, so that we will actually hear views from people, first of all, before that legislation is drafted. So I want that forum to get set up. I want them to feed into this process. Then that legislation can be brought forward. If there are any legislative changes that can be brought in the rest of this mandate, we will certainly do that, but he will be aware of how long it takes legislation to go through. And if that is not possible, I want to make sure that we are well placed to introduce that legislation at the start of a new mandate, and legislation that's fit for purpose.
I'll chair the Communities Committee, Colin Gilney.
Margaret, and I thank the Minister for the statement. This is a very important strategy, I have to say. The incorporation of UNCRPD is an important factor, and you've dealt with some of that already. In terms of cross-departmental accountability, and you've set out that all or many departments will have roles within this to deliver. So who will hold those departments to account if progress stalls, and who will report to the Assembly if commitments are not being met? And how will that regional forum, which is very welcome, how will you ensure that that has real teeth and doesn't simply be an advisory body?
Mr.
Well, I had a meeting with some people that were representing the disability sector last week, and I made the points that will answer his question. That first of all, it will be for ministers to bring forward actions. They need to be held to account on those, and I hope that this Assembly will do that for individual ministers. I hope that the scrutiny committees will do that for individual ministers. I'll certainly, in my time in office, make sure that I'm holding other ministers to account as well, and that we put proper priority on this and actually delivering things that will be of benefit to deaf and disabled people. But I made it very clear to the group last week that this forum is simply not, for me, a tick box exercise. I haven't put simply just a few people on as a token on this group. This will be entirely comprised of deaf and disabled people, and I expect them to, and I know that they will, be very forthright in holding executive ministers, holding the Department for Communities to account, and I want them to do that. And we will certainly look at that structure and how that is set up to make sure that they can effectively do that, because ultimately we should all want to deliver, and we need to be held to account on that.
Gerald Brownlee.
Thank you to the Minister for bringing this statement to the House. This is a huge day for the deaf and disabled community, and I really welcome his statement. But Minister, this is obviously a time-bound issue. Can you advise whenever the strategy will be finished and when people will expect delivery on the ground?
Well, the timeframes will depend on the responses that we get to the public consultation. I will then go back to other executive colleagues so that they can look at some of the recommendations that come through during the consultation process. We will then consider as an executive what can be put into the final strategy and then the action plans that can come from that. So that will take some time. We don't have definitive timescales in those, but I think it is important to note that even in the absence of this strategy, we've not been found wanting in getting on and delivering for deaf and disabled people in Northern Ireland, whether that's the Disability and Work Strategy, the sign language legislation that is progressing through this House, the Job Start programmes that we have been able to put in place, what we're doing in terms of housing, in particular some of the disabled adaptations and grants that we make available, whether it's lobbying the government on some of the disgraceful changes that they announced in terms of support for disabled people, and many other issues. So although this will take some time to progress, it is important that we do it right, and it is important that we also deliver for deaf and disabled people in the meantime, and that's certainly what I'm going to do.
Ellie Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. And I must declare an interest as a person who is a member of the deaf community. Minister, obviously this is very welcome today. We've been waiting for this strategy for quite a while. Minister, I just am a little bit concerned because of the timing of this and because of the multi-year budget coming up. And I just wanted to ask, with the sign language legislation we have within that, it says without doubt that departments can take into consideration when deciding about reasonable adjustments, affordability. I'm just wondering, as part of this, have you had any discussions with your executive colleagues as to the amount of money that they should be setting aside in order to deliver the eventual outcomes of this strategy in the multi-year budget?
Minister.
Well, of course, it's hard for us to put a price tag on that because we are just going out to consultation at this stage. So we go out to consultation, we'll hear views from people, and that's when we will decide the specific actions that we will be implementing as an executive. But obviously, ministers will be aware that this is coming forward. They'll not be aware necessarily of all the potential actions that they may be required to take, but sufficient budgetary processes are there, and they should be thinking ahead on what needs to be done, and if necessary then the executive should allocate additional funding for this purpose. So a little bit hard for us to be final on this until we actually know what's going to be in the final strategy and in the action plans that follow, but we absolutely should be prepared to allocate money to this where possible. What I would say though is that we should see this as an investment. We shouldn't see this as money that we have to put into something here. We should actually see how this will generate a return for us, and I made this point in the House yesterday. Taking, for example, the disability employment rate from 40% up to 50% as it is in the rest of the UK has the potential to generate savings of around £750 million a year. So helping deaf and disabled people can actually bring an economic return as well. So we shouldn't see this as money that we spend, but rather an investment.
And can I too declare an interest as a member of the disabled community? And Minister, can I thank you for getting this strategy to this point? But Minister, it'd be fair to say many within the disabled community have highlighted to me the previous iteration of the strategy, 2012 to 15, which was extended to 17, didn't deliver the tangible benefits for the disabled community that it desired to do so. So Minister, how can you ensure that this strategy will actually deliver real and tangible benefits for the disabled community? And also, if I may, can you advise when the scoping work for disability law reform commenced?
Sure. So I think it's important to highlight that this is why we're going to have the Regional Disability Forum in place, so that we can make sure that the strategy that we have in place, the actions that we put into the action plan, are actually ones that are necessary, ones that we can deliver on, and ones that we're held to account on as well. So I'm more than happy to subject ourselves to that level of scrutiny, because I don't want this to be a wasted opportunity. I want to do something that actually makes a difference, that is tangible, and that has the right outcome. So that's what I am committed to doing. That's why I think the forum has such a key role in all of this as well. As I've said, I don't want this to be a tick box exercise. I genuinely want to get that feedback, that input, the monitoring, and being held to account by that group.
Annie Baker.
Recent statistics show that 38% of households living in poverty include a person with a disability, highlighting that disability is a real risk factor which can contribute to falling into poverty. What new measures will flow from this strategy aimed at tackling disability-related poverty?
Well, it's absolutely right to raise this issue, because we see it time and time again that disability is a huge factor that impacts upon poverty, and that's why we have 58 commitments in this strategy. That many of them will directly impact that, some of them in other ways will still have that impact as well. So I think a number of ways in which we can make a difference here. And first of all, one of the key actions will be the collection and increased availability of data that we're going to be able to have, and that has been one of the problems in the past, is that it's hard for us to put the policies in place that are actually going to make a difference if we don't have the data that is there. I think you can look at a number of other things that we're doing which will also tackle poverty. Often it is related to isolation, and so, for example, there will be ways that we can make sure that people have access to transport both in urban and rural settings. issues like communication as well, which is why it's so important that we're bringing forward the sign language legislation. We're going to be implementing the disability and work strategy as well, because we know that one of the best routes out of poverty is through work, and we have to make sure that people have the jobs, that they have the ability to travel to them, and that they get those reasonable adjustments that are needed as well. We know that participation in the arts and sport also are contributing factors to helping deal with poverty, and that's what the strategy is going to do as well. And also making sure that people have suitable accommodation, and housing is another key commitment in here as well. So all of those things together can help us to tackle poverty, and also, of course, improved access to health and social care. So that's why it's important that we have this joined up approach, and why this strategy will help us to deal with poverty.
Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for this very welcome statement to the House this morning on that launch of public consultation of the Executive Disability Strategy. Could I ask the Minister, does he have any plans for reform of the disability legislation in Northern Ireland?
Sure.
Yes, absolutely. This was a key ask, and it's one that we will deliver on. That work is starting now. Now, that will require significant resource, because the existing disability legislation that we have is extremely complex. But I think that we have to see this as an opportunity to create meaningful and lasting improvements in the lives of deaf and disabled people. Any new disability legislation would be positive. It would also be cross-cutting. We would need to collaborate across Northern Ireland departments. We need to then get executive agreement, but that's something that I'm committed to doing, because it's what the sector tells us that they need, and listening to them on these issues is very important.
Campbell Holland.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for this very welcome statement. I'm delighted to see this step towards my colleague Danny Donnelly's private members bill and new CRPD being kind of, I suppose, walked towards. So can you give us a wee bit of an idea about the timeline for this? So what is going to come first? Just a wee bit of clarity, and that would be really useful in terms of will the recruitment happen for the disability forum first and then this, or will it all be kind of happening alongside each other? And in terms of that disability forum, really welcome it, really think it's a great idea. We have to have people at the heart of policies that matter to them, but how will it be recruited? So what will the process there be, and how will you make sure that it is fully representative?
Okay. On the specific details of that is still being worked out, but the member raises an important issue, because we do want to make sure that, as I have stated, that it will be, that it is fully representative of the different sectors, different individuals that need to be on that as well. In terms of timelines, there is some preparatory work that we can do now, but obviously it will be key to have that forum that can feed in to some of the changes that we want to see in place. At the very most, I would expect that to be done and in place within 12 months. That there is very, very long term. I want to pull that back as much as I can, and I want to have that in place as soon as possible. But that's going to be at least the farthest away that will be 12 months. But I hope we can pull that forward, and I've instructed officials to do that.
Okay.
Minister, just we live now in an ageing society, and quite clearly I'm well in that ballpark as well too. But just as it is an ageing society, it's more likely that many people will actually suffer from disability of one form or another, and that as a result of that, the demand for disability adaptations and the likes of it is to increase. Minister, the facilities grant is already struggling to cope with demand. So this review of the facilities grant in itself, when will it be completed, and will its recommendations be implemented by 2027?
Sure.
Well, he is right to highlight this issue. It is important that we do have the resources in place. It's also important that we take action now to make sure that people don't necessarily find themselves in that situation due to ageing, and that we ensure that we have as healthy a population as possible. He'll be aware of the significant investment that we put into these issues, and I certainly would be inappropriate for me to comment right now, but I hope that we will have further good news on that later on today. But certainly we need to make sure that we're making the most effective use of our resources. That's why that work is being carried out, and I will update the member accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today progressing a new disability strategy, and the creation of a disability forum has long been called for by the deaf and disabled community sector, and I welcome the inclusion of that in the statement. The Minister's already said that he expects it, he's aiming that it be in place within 12 months. For those that would be keen to get involved, is there any further details that he can provide about the recruitment process?
Sure. Yes, well, he's right to highlight that I want that to be in place as soon as possible. And in fact, we've already had quite a bit of interest from those that have volunteered at their services on that. Obviously, we still need to go through the process in terms of consultation, getting final agreement with the executive and putting that out there. But I'll make sure that we do as much of that preparatory work as possible, and we will inform people of what this will entail. But you'll already have heard from my statement this morning that this will be different from many of the other bodies that have been set up in the past. For example, we're not asking for some of the professional or life experience that some may have required for other roles. Instead, we're trying to make sure that we get a wider range of views as possible, because it's so important that we have that expertise and that representation from all sectors, and that's what I'm determined to do, and we will update as soon as we have any more information on that.
Butler.
So I'd just like to make it aware to the Assembly that on the 6th of December last year we lost one of the most powerful disability advocates, which was Mr Sean Fitzsimmons, and I'm sure that the Minister would recognise the loss that is to this piece of work, but to recognise also that Sean Fitzsimmons would have loved to hear the news today about this potential for significant change for our disabled communities, and we extend our thoughts to the family who will be mourning his loss this time last year. Minister, this is good news. It certainly has the potential to be good news, but in your statement it does talk about potential reform of the DDA, which is 30 years old. As chair of the APG and Disability, I haven't heard a single person say that the DDA is not fit for purpose. Could the Minister outline as to why changes haven't happened in this past 30 years, and maybe give a more significant and complete timeline into the full implementation of the UNCRPD and changes to the legislation? Thank you.
Well, first of all, can I thank him for his kind words about Sean. I was at an event that paid tribute to him last week in City Hall, and I have no doubt that he made a significant contribution to this document through his work in the groups, and I do want to pay tribute to him, to the work that he has carried out, and it was great to be able to meet his family and his son Ollie last week, and I'm very, very grateful to him for that work. I think he might have been a little bit wrong. He said he hasn't met anyone that thinks that it's not fit for purpose, rather than is fit for purpose. I don't think that it is fit for purpose. That's why we need to do more work on that, and that will be done. That is a commitment that we have said in here, that will be reviewed. So I hope there isn't any misunderstanding there. It is something that will be taken forward.
Okay.
Minister, just in relation to your statement, you mentioned a number of groups and organisations that would be there and the forum to help you to account. Can I have some more detail in relation to that?
Sure. Well, as I've said, that's going to be set up, and it's going to be composed entirely of deaf and disabled people, and we want as broad a representation on that as possible. There are many different people involved in the disability sector. I want that to be as broad, because I want to hear the views, I want to hear the expertise, the lived experience of those involved, and although we don't have the details yet of exactly the process for that, it will be dependent as well on waiting for the feedback from the consultation. But I do think that will have a key role, not only in monitoring and holding us to account, but also bringing forward new ideas as time progresses, because this will be a 10-year strategy.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing forward this disability strategy today and bringing forward announcements on the Disability Forum. Minister, in your statement you mentioned the fully representative nature of this, and with reference to the young disabled people that will be on it. With an ageing population, Minister, can you confirm that there will also be older people on this panel and also representatives that are bringing forward issues like in my constituency of rurality, where deaf and disabled people face increased barriers, isolation and transportation is a particular issue in accessing services?
Yes, absolutely. I've said I want this to be as broad as possible. I want it to be as broad as possible so we can hear those views, and as I have said already, there are differing circumstances in rural and urban areas. Those need to be taken into account, and we will want it to be as comprehensive as possible and taking in all those views. And I certainly hope that we have some representation from Southdown as well.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome this statement, and I'm pleased to see that you're reserving places for disabled young people on the Disability Forum. I want to ask what collaboration you have had with the Department of Education to ensure that this strategy will help disabled, deaf and disabled young people to fulfil their educational potential.
Minister.
Yes, absolutely. There's been extensive engagement, not just with the Department for Education, but with all departments, because it impacts on so many different areas of life. And of course, that engagement has happened through the various groups that have been set up. And we've been very clear that we want to make sure that we are helping people fulfil their full potential. That includes children with their educational experiences as well. And so I would encourage people to look at the document and to respond to it, to respond to the commitments that we have made, to see what needs change, what could be improved. This will be a genuine consultation process, and if there are any further issues that she would like to see included in that, we'd be happy to hear from her.
Justin McNulty.
Nollaig Honna Ditch, happy Christmas to all. I hope that every family, and especially children, get to experience the magic and the joy of Christmas. I thank the Minister for his statement, and I hope that it delivers on its promise for deaf and disabled people. Does the Minister anticipate any necessity for training of public servants in relation to delivery of the disability strategy in order to achieve the 8 outcomes as outlined?
And a very happy Christmas to Mr McNulty as well. I hope Santa comes. I hope he's been a good boy this year. To be determined, maybe. Maybe can ask Santa for a new phone if he's not able to find his. He asked a relevant question as well. It is important that we have a step change in the staff, whether that's in the public or private sector, understand the needs and concerns of deaf and disabled people, and those are changes that we look forward to bringing through. But of course there will be a requirement for whether it's the civil service or elsewhere in the public sector to understand the changes that will be implemented and the things that they can do to make it easier for deaf and disabled people. You'll see some of those specifically come through in the action plan, but if there is anything else again that the member thinks is missing, I would encourage him to respond to the public consultation.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome your statement and the confirmation that the Forum will work closely with the various Stormont departments, which is key to delivering for our deaf and disabled community. Bid and East Antrim Council have recently established a lived experience group made up of councillors and members of the public with disabilities, which meets for the first time tomorrow, and I wish it all the best as it moves forward. Minister, is it envisaged that the Forum will work closely with local council initiatives such as this one I've outlined, as well as the various departments here in Stormont?
I'm very pleased to hear that that group has been set up in Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, and I wish it well as it carries out its work. And of course, I would like to see the Regional Disability Forum engage with other stakeholders as well as it carries out its work, as it monitors the implementation and development of the strategy. And I think it would be useful for them to take in to consideration the views of others, in particular whenever it comes to ensuring that the needs of all deaf and disabled people are met, because there are significant differences between some of the challenges that are faced, in particular for those in urban compared to rural areas, and that's where the expertise of the group that he mentions, the Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, can be useful. So I welcome its establishment, and I hope that other councils as well can look at that example. And I think that one of the reasons why it is so important is that we need to raise awareness, we need to raise visibility, we need to be better aware of the small things that we can all do every single day to help improve the opportunities, the experiences and the life chances of those who are affected. So I welcome the establishment of that group and his support for this strategy.
Thank you, Minister. You talked about access to the labour market. Can you maybe expand upon that, what that will look like, and how you'll ensure people whose PIP payments have been cut will be able to get, and who have lost their mobility card, will be able to get into work? And with your indulgence, given the time of year, Mr. Speaker, very quickly, just as you've been speaking, Minister, I've been tagged online by Dermot Devlin. He, alongside 3 members of the Disability Strategy Co-Design Group, have published a brief outlining expressing concerns about the strategy. I haven't read it yet, but will you commit to engaging with Dermot and those former members to hear their concerns?
Well, first of all, we have the Disability and Work Strategy in place because I believe that opportunities should be open to everyone, and I believe that work is an opportunity, work is a good thing, and I don't think that people should be prohibited from working because of their disability. And that's why we've put that strategy in place, and why we think that employers should make reasonable adjustments if that can help people enter the workplace. It's why we're putting through Job Start to help people, many of whom have disabilities, to get them into work as well. So I want to be very clear, I'm not taking the same approach that the Labour government have taken in regards to pulling the rug from underneath people. I want to help and assist people get into work and improve their life chances. He'll obviously be aware that I haven't seen the report or the documentation that he is talking about, but of course we will engage. This is a consultation process. We're going to hear from people, and I understand, having put other strategies in place, when you go out for consultation there will always be those that say, well, why isn't X in, or why do we not have Y or Z within the document? This is the opportunity through the strategy for people to give us their feedback, to give us their views as well. But I did meet with many of the stakeholders last week, and it's fair to say that there's broad welcome for this strategy, that people are pleased it's in place, that they have been listened to in terms of the data that we're now going to be able to start collecting, that the Disability Forum is in place, that there will be a review of that legislation, and many of the other 58 commitments that are in that strategy are to be welcomed. If there is more, of course we will listen, of course we will engage, of course we will take on board what we can, because we want something that genuinely meets the needs of disabled people. That's why this process is in place, and we'll be happy to listen to all.
Pat Sheehan.
Could I make the point to the Minister that many people who live in social housing will require accommodation that is suited to their needs, and this demand is likely to grow. The Minister, however, has indicated that he intends changing the design standards of social housing to reduce the minimum requirement for disability inclusive accommodation. Would the Minister not agree that this policy proposal flies in the face of the spirit of this disability strategy?
No, it doesn't, because what I want to do is ensure that we have more houses in Northern Ireland, that we have houses that are suitable to people that require them, and we don't need to ensure that all houses are built to the same standard. We can do that, and that increase the cost, but over the lifetime of the house you might not have anybody that is ever in that home that requires some of the expensive changes that it has. So I want to make sure that we have sufficient houses that are properly constructed and adaptable for those that need it. But I would rather make sure that we have more houses overall that meet the needs of both disabled and those that are not disabled, rather than have fewer houses that are built to a certain spec that are not necessary for everybody. So that's actually a common sense thing to do. We can keep doing things the way that we have always done them and wonder why we're not expecting different results. I'm prepared to do something differently to actually meet the challenges that we face.
Okay, before we move on, I would remind members that if they wish to ask a question following a ministerial statement, they need to have been in the chamber to have heard the statement. Apart from that, I can confirm that the goodwill expressed during that question, the set of questions from both the Minister and Mr McNulty comes from the Chair also, and will hopefully prevail in the following debates. That concludes questions on the statements. Thank you, Minister. Members, the next item of business is a motion on institutional reform following the UK COVID-19 inquiry findings. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes with grave concern the findings of Module 2 of the UK COVID-19 inquiry report, including that the current institutional structures weaken the ability of the Executive to respond during a global emergency, and that decision-making was marred by political disputes. Regrets that at certain critical points during the pandemic, ministers from the two largest parties failed to put the common interest of all of the people of Northern Ireland above their party political interests. Condemns the inappropriate use of cross-community votes within the Executive and the breaking of rules by Executive ministers. Resolves that this dysfunction in decision-making must never be repeated. Believes that no single party should ever again have the ability to hold decision-making in the Executive or the Executive itself to ransom, and calls on the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to convene a process of institutional reform in consultation with the Irish Government and local parties without further delay.
I call Paula Bradshaw to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to move this motion on institutional reform following the findings of Module 2 of the UK COVID-19 inquiry. Findings that speak directly to how this Executive functioned during one of the most serious crises in our lifetime. Before I turn to the substance of my remarks, would like to confirm that we will be supporting the SDLP amendment. My party made clear in our response to the draft programme for government that institutional reform ought to be part of the Executive's work, but that work becomes impossible when the two largest parties block progress. That in itself illustrates why reform is needed. What the inquiry has laid out is stark. It describes a system that responded too slowly and which suffered from what Baroness Hallett called a fractured and dysfunctional approach to collective decision-making. In Northern Ireland, that dysfunction was magnified. What emerged here was a disjointed and at times politically motivated approach to a global emergency that touched every household. The uncomfortable truth is that some ministers did not consistently put the people of Northern Ireland first, when what was needed was unity, clarity and discipline. Political point scoring too often filled the space instead. The inquiry has confirmed this. These are not alliances criticism, these are the findings of an independent statutory process whose chair concluded that Northern Ireland's institutions and structures significantly weakened the Executive's ability to respond effectively in the pandemic. The motion notes that these findings with grave concern, and rightly so, and expresses rightly that regret should reflect on the failures of leadership displayed by ministers from the two largest parties at key moments. Those failures are now matters of public record, delayed interventions, public disputes and decisions blocked when time was critical. And sadly, recent behaviour in this chamber suggests the culture has not materially changed. Bickering, point scoring and the pursuit of the soundbite still displace the serious collective work that the public expects from us. After the report was published, members of the public told the media that they have been conditioned not to expect much from political leaders here. This is a devastating indictment and one we should all take seriously. Mr Deputy Speaker, health must never be a partisan battleground. In a public health emergency, the executive table should be a place of unity. Yet the inquiry found cohesion was missing at several key points. And Baroness Harlott stated plainly that the executive was not the central forum for crisis leadership that it needed to be. A major factor in that failing was the misuse of cross-community mechanisms. Alliance has long warned that these safeguards were designed to protect inclusion, not to be used as political weapons. During the pandemic, they were used in ways that eroded public confidence and trust at a time when trust was already fragile. This reflects a deeper structural flaw. The current cross-community voting arrangements create a democratic deficit. Alliance MLAs are elected by voters from all backgrounds, yet our votes do not count in cross-community divisions. During the pandemic, that meant thousands of people who we represent were effectively excluded from some of the most consequential decisions ever taken here. The most striking example I'll just like to make a wee bit of progress, but thank you. The most striking example came in November 2020 when a cross-community mechanism was used to block a proposed circuit breaker despite majority support for stronger restrictions. As Baroness Hallett noted, this left the executive unable to take timely and consistent decisions. The result was weaker, delayed intervention during a major wave of infection. It is difficult to see the fairness or the democracy in that outcome. Dysfunction in a crisis is not just poor governance, it is dangerous governance. This is why the motion states that no single party should ever again be able to hold decision-making or the executive itself to ransom. No mandate gives a party the right to paralyse government when lives are at stake. Let me be clear, this is not an attack on power sharing. Power sharing is essential here in Northern Ireland. What we oppose is power dividing. The institutions must be robust enough to function in a crisis. They must be fair, credible and genuinely collective when tested. We must never forget the human reality behind this. Thousands of people in Northern Ireland died. Families grieved without funerals. Older people endured isolation. Disabled people felt invisible. Workers faced impossible choices. Children lost months of learning, stability and normal lives. These are human stories, not statistics, and many families now ask, with reason, whether clearer, faster and more decisive leadership could have reduced their suffering. We cannot undo what has happened, Mr Deputy Speaker, but we can choose what we learn. One of the most serious findings for Northern Ireland was the fragmentation of decision-making. The Department of Health carried an impossible burden while the Executive failed to operate as a coherent system. Authority was unclear, advice was disputed, responsibility was not shared, and Baroness Hallett described this as a structural weakness that left Northern Ireland exposed. Key sectors, especially care homes, carers and disability organisations, issued repeated warnings about disproportionate impacts. Their voices were not systematically built into decision-making, and that must change. Mr Deputy Speaker, our institutions were designed to end conflict, protect identity and guarantee representation, and those purposes remain vital. But a system built primarily to manage division is not automatically a system capable of managing a fast-moving public health emergency. The inquiry makes that point plainly. Reform does not mean dismantling power sharing, it means strengthening it. It means building resilience into the structures we already have so they hold firm under pressure. We need open, honest communication with the public. Trust takes years to earn and moments to lose. We cannot claim to have learned lessons unless transparency becomes the norm rather than the exception. And we must recognise that future crises will not stop at our borders. Whether the next shock is in public health, the economy or climate, cooperation with the UK Government and the Irish Government must be grounded in stable, agreed structures, not improvised arrangements made in panic. These are the foundations of competent government. They reflect Alliance's values: pluralism over polarisation, service over division, and the belief that good government is not optional, it is our duty. That is why the motion calls on the Secretary of State to convene a process of institutional reform in consultation with the Irish Government and local parties and stakeholders. Some of what is needed requires action beyond this Assembly. I will give way, actually. Go ahead.
For giving way, could the member outline why she believes the Irish Government would be involved in institutional reform in Northern Ireland? And is that not a breach of the current arrangements via the Belfast Agreement?
Well, we know that the Belfast Agreement was an international agreement, and so we think that institutional reform will require all partners stepping forward, and I don't see any reason why we would exclude the partners who were instrumental in bringing about the institutions in the first place. But moving on, Mr Deputy Speaker, there will always be those who say that this is not the right time, but we cannot reform our institutions after a crisis that took so many lives. Then when will be the right time? Another crisis will come. It will not look exactly like COVID, but it will come. The test for us all is whether we acted when we had the chance. We owe it to the families who grieved. We owe it to the health and care workers who carried unbearable burdens. We owe it to the children and young people whose lives were disrupted. And we owe it to future generations who deserve institutions capable of protecting them. I urge members to support our motion and I commend it to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr O'Toole, please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on today's motion. It's one of the final motions before we break up for Christmas, and in many ways it's fitting because when we came back in February last year after our 2-year forced absence, forced by one party, as it had been forced by a different party previously, we as the official opposition, and in one sense, in being an official opposition, we represent one of the bits of institutional reform that has happened. I hope, but perhaps I'm not one to judge, we have been relatively successful. The idea of opposition has been successful. The first thing we put on the agenda in our role, the first thing I did as leader of the opposition was to challenge the newly appointed First and Deputy First Minister not to resign their offices. The only way to directly collapse these institutions is for one of the two major designated parties to resign that office and then refuse to appoint a replacement. Neither of those individuals nor their parties have ever given me that commitment. That speaks to a fundamental problem with the way our system works. It's why today's motion is necessary and it speaks to a dysfunction. But that's not the only thing that's dysfunctional about the way our politics works. Our amendment today is an important one, and it is about accountability. And yes, it's about holding executive parties to account, and we make no apology for that, because one of the most important bits, as I said, of institutional reform, political reform here that has happened, is the creation of an official opposition. We deserve to be held to account, like everybody else, through robust debate in this chamber, and I do think robust debate in this chamber is necessary, so long as it is focused on policy and outcomes for the public, not personalities. I'll come to the executive parties and their failure to make progress in a programme for government, because that is important. All of the executive parties, all of them, Mr Deputy Speaker. But first I want to reflect on what's in the core thrust of the motion, that is the findings of Module 2 of the COVID inquiry. And it is shocking. Let's not just remember the awfulness of those years of COVID-19, the difficult position they put every single individual, family across the world in, but also the immense pressure it put healthcare workers under, educationalists, teachers, families, and indeed policymakers, those of us who had to legislate and make decisions for people. It was extraordinarily difficult. All of those things were made worse by the two major parties in our executive. The inquiry is absolutely scathing about that and about how our system of government let down the public who lost loved ones. The inquiry is clear. The situation here was worse for those families and for the public in Northern Ireland because of decisions made by the two big parties. Sinn Féin facilitated and attended a funeral in the middle of Belfast when restrictions did not, either in clear violation of restrictions or clearly in violation of the spirit of restrictions, undermining people's sense of confidence and leadership at a time when others were having to have their loved ones either die alone or be buried effectively privately. That was immensely hurtful, and it took years to apologise. The DUP used cross-community vetoes to delay to block public health measures, an extraordinarily inappropriate thing to do. I'll give way in a few minutes, not just yet. An extraordinarily inappropriate thing to do, not what those vetoes are for, and we know yesterday they're trying to use those vetoes again. At least in the case of yesterday, their vetoes were totally futile because it was for a non-binding motion, but it comes back to the way, unfortunately, they occasionally see politics. So that COVID-19 inquiry exposed why we need to change the way we do politics here. As a party that was an architect of the Good Friday Agreement, we remain profoundly morally, politically, intellectually committed to the idea of sharing power. But as Paula Bradshaw says, that has to be about sharing. And in order to share power, you have to have a vision of the common good, respecting different identities, respecting different aspirations of the future. What has happened is that our politics has become about negative veto, about stalemate, about divvying up power and sharing it out when it suits one another. We're already seeing that this week in terms of failure to agree a multi-year budget in time for the end of the year and in time for the beginning of the financial year. There are multiple examples of that every day of the week. So the case is proven that we need to reform how this place works. Reform as a word is often bandied about without being precise about what we mean, and it can mean a multiplicity of things. Understood, I think, most definitively in terms of institutional reform, what we have to mean is that we make it harder for these institutions to be collapsed so that they are more sustainable, but not just that they are here and we are showing up and debating motions with no legal effect, but that our government is more effective at dealing with the issues that face people in their lives, recognising that there are different aspirations and different traditions in this society, but being clear about a clear list of priorities that you're delivering on, ideally in a programme for government, matching it to a budget, and then saying to the public, this is what we're delivering for you. That is what reform should be about. That is what we are about, and that's why we have championed reform, and I acknowledge that others in this chamber want to do that too. That brings me on to the thrust of our amendment, which is about accounting for all the parties in this chamber, and literally every party in this chamber has at one point said they want to fundamentally reform how these institutions work. It's much more recent for Sinn Féin, but they now say, at least rhetorically, that they want the Assembly and Executive Review Committee to investigate this. I welcome that, and to be honest, I think it wouldn't have happened were there not political pressure from other quarters, including from us as the official opposition. I don't think that's an unreasonable position for them to take, but I think it's a welcome development, and I hope that they keep it up and they are serious about delivering on it. We know, and I'll come on to the Alliance Party, we know the Ulster Unionist Party have acknowledged that there needs to be reform. And the DUP, however, now are implacably opposed, it seems, and they keep talking about how any change to the way Stormont works would be a profound offence. I'm going to read something very briefly, if I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going to read some words here. It says, we believe that in the long term the best means of governing Northern Ireland would involve a voluntary coalition executive and weighted majority voting of around 65% in the Assembly, resulting in an end to community designation. This would provide for both an executive and an official opposition, flattered that we're included in that, which would be consistent with normal democratic institutions, not from the Alliance Party manifesto or the Ulster Unionist Party manifesto. That was in fact from the DUP manifesto in 2013. Whenever we had a programme for government agreed, we didn't see any of that. And when it comes to accountability, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to give way because I've given way multiple times. I'm happy to go in a second if I have time, but I do need to make some progress. I think I'm one of the most generous allowers of interventions in this chamber. And I do want to say this. Of those parties, we know that all parties in this chamber, including the Alliance Party, have a very long-standing commitment to reform. But it is important to say, and I don't say this to be gratuitous, it's pre-Christmas and in spirit of goodwill, the Alliance Party won an extraordinary mandate in 2022. I mean, it was just extraordinary, I know, because we lost a third of our seats, thanks to the Alliance Party. They are right when they say that that was an historic mandate. But unfortunately, the people who went out to vote for the Alliance Party on that day have not seen a clear, meaningful return on that investment. And it's not just the fault of the DUP and Sinn Féin. They can't simply be blamed for it. And I think this is a really important point. Whenever discussions were had about restoring the executive last year, I think a lot of people would have felt that an entirely reasonable thing would have been for the Alliance Party, with a more than doubled representation in the executive, to say to the other parties, we insist upon, as a condition of our participation in this executive, a commitment to progress in institutional reform. That would not have been, as it is sometimes said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, ransom politics. It couldn't have been ransom politics because the Alliance Party do not designate as First or Deputy First Minister, so they couldn't have blocked Sinn Féin or the DUP forming an executive. It would simply have been keeping true to the mandate that they received in 2022. I'm afraid they didn't do it. I don't have time, but I'm happy to engage. If I have time by the end, I will give way. They did not hold faith to that mandate. Now, I'm not saying it would have been easy, and I'm not saying that would have led to institutional reform, because the two big parties may well have blocked it. But it is true to say that it would have been an entirely reasonable and, in fact, obvious thing to do, because the upshot of some of the Alliance Party's proposals for reform are that they want a more voluntary or a more flexible form of coalition. So saying that your participation is conditional not on getting everything you want, but at least making progress on one thing, even if it involved saying, well, we will enter an executive for a period of time, subject to this being included in a programme for government, those would have been entirely responsible things. That didn't happen. It's hugely regrettable. It's regrettable to me because I want to see reform. It is also true to say that many people who went out and voted for a party which does not traditionally designate as unionist or nationalist and wanted to see reform, frankly, have not seen progress on that. I don't say that to be rude. I don't say that to be unkind. It's pre-Christmas, and I want to work with the Alliance Party on delivering this, but they did not use their mandate that they received in 2022 to deliver on that. Now, where do we go from here? Where we go from here is that we use all the means that are available to us. Let's go back to being honest. All of us in this chamber must acknowledge that trust in politics is at an all-time low. We simply cannot go on like this. The AERC is doing some important work, but it's a relatively obscure Stormont committee. Let's agree today in this chamber, yes, with the Alliance Party motion, that we need to make progress on this. Let's do it. Let's not simply write to Santa Claus Hilary Benn and say, do it for us. Let's start the work here. Let's take responsibility, because people do not trust us. They have contempt for this chamber. Let's reform this place, and let's take responsibility for our actions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Pat Sheehan.
And 27 years on from the Good Friday Agreement, we must acknowledge how far we have come and how much things have changed. And the context we now operate in is fundamentally different from that of 1998. And with that in mind, we must look seriously and maturely at the question of reform. And Sinn Féin is up for that discussion. We are open to exploring how our institutions can be strengthened, how accountability can be improved, but we are equally clear that any reform must defend, not dilute, the principles and protections of the Good Friday Agreement. And the proper forum to examine these issues in detail and to hear the expert evidence and to bring forward meaningful proposals is the Assembly and Executive Review Committee. And this work is ongoing. A process of evidence gathering and consultation is underway. And as part of the committee's current work programme, we are engaging with academics, constitutional experts and others on questions such as the role and election of the Speaker, cross-community voting and designations, and the process for executive formation, and all the other important issues as well. And these are complex issues that require thoughtful consideration. The Assembly and Executive Review Committee is the place to have that conversation, to test ideas, to build consensus, and to ensure that any changes strengthen rather than undermine these institutions. As I said previously in this chamber, I was pleased to support a proposal from my committee colleague, Alliance MLA Michelle Guy, to explore enhanced civic engagement on the issue of institutional reform. Civic participation was key to building the Good Friday Agreement, and it should remain central to how we continue to shape these political institutions. So, if we were to hand responsibility for this process to a Secretary of State who has consistently shown himself to be out of touch with people here, it would be the wrong approach. It would also cut across the constructive work already taking place at committee level. People elected representatives to this Assembly to take forward proposals, debate them, test ideas and to work towards agreement. So our message is clear. Sinn Féin is up for the discussion. We are engaging with the detail, and we will continue to do so through the proper forum, the Assembly and Executive Review Committee. Others, particularly the DUP, need to explain where they stand, because setting your face against reform is not a plan for the future, and it's not good enough for all the people who we come here to represent.
Call Jonathan Buckley.
Deputy Speaker, and in rising today, I suppose I have mixed emotions about this debate. Primarily, my thoughts are with those who lost loved ones during COVID, those who continue to suffer with the aftermath through long-term health effects, those children that missed out schooling, indeed, those who were bereaved. And I think for those of us that were in this chamber at the time, they can recount upon a very difficult time as an elected representative. I remember the elderly constituent who was impaled upon the cemetery fence as he went to lay flowers at his wife's grave. Cemeteries were closed due to COVID restrictions. I remember the constituent that presented late at A&E, and his throat cancer was so developed that it was missed. He died. I remember the businesses destroyed. I remember going to the window of a care home to visit a dear friend and watch him die from the window. I remember those things. I was present as an elected representative. I took views in this assembly that were different from other members, but they were all taken from a position of huge empathy and huge degree of respect for those that had no voice. And that's why I suppose I look at this motion and I look at governments around the world who struggled with COVID. There wasn't one government in the world that didn't struggle with the COVID pandemic. And if we look at even their deaths per million right around the world, the UK doesn't even enter the top 10. That's not to say they got everything right. They got many things wrong, as did the devolved administrations. But it is a fallacy to say that it is because of the institutions and how they operate here that we so far failed the people of Northern Ireland. I mean, I'm actually disappointed, Deputy Speaker, at the Alliance Party today, because I think it's not only low, but I think it's crass to try to insinuate and link your desire for institutional reform, which you know rightly goes to the very heart of safeguards within the agreements, both the Belfast Agreement and St Andrews, which are crucial to this place functioning, which we know is a divided society, which we know needs to have cross-community support on key issues. To link it, I will in a moment, because I know the member did for me. When I look at that, I say that's crass. And I think it's gaslighting victims who actually suffered as a result of some of the decisions taken by members in this House. I mean, I want to say to this point, and then I will give way. It's very obvious to me that it is the Alliance Party that is so keen to talk up collapse. And it's quite obvious. There's a campaign. You're in a political vice. You're being squeezed to the left from the SDLP, who are putting you under pressure. There's a huge chasm between yourselves and unionism because of the positions that you've adopted. You'd fail to mention in your opening speech one of the most brass, outlandish, despicable acts during the COVID pandemic in Northern Ireland, which was the mass attendance at the Bobby Story funeral. To the SDLP's credit, Matthew O'Toole mentioned it. You couldn't even mention it. It shows how far to the left and indeed into Sinn Féin's lap that you have fallen. On that point, I will give way to a member of the Alliance that could suggest an action of reform that would have delivered better results in the COVID pandemic. I'll give way.
Member for giving way. This is about institutional reform. So we think, no, it is. It's about institutional reform that was laid bare the need for it in the report. And my question to you is, have you actually read Baroness Hallett's response? Because these
I only have a moment.
Okay.
Have I read the report? Yes. The member is quite crass talking about reading a report. I sat on the Health Committee with the member during the COVID pandemic. She didn't even realise that the Coronavirus Act 2020 enabled the Minister of Health to have vast, overreaching powers beyond this Assembly. She didn't even realise that at the time. She's trying to rewrite the past.
Take the point of order, Ms. Bradshaw.
I just would like to reflect on the record that I spoke on every single debate in terms of the COVID regulations, and I always stressed that we in the Alliance Party were deeply troubled by the fact that the Health Minister had such far-reaching powers.
But during Mr. Buckley,
what are you talking about? Of course I realised.
Members will resume their seats. Points of order will not be used for points of information during this debate. Mr. Buckley will continue.
It's quite easy to understand why the member's angry. Because the member failed fundamentally to scrutinise. Through the chair. Failed to fundamentally scrutinise legislation which has a huge impact. The Alliance Party were lockdown fanatics. Yes. And what did that cause? That caused huge harm in our schools. There's still record levels of truancy among our schools. It caused record levels of anxiety among our communities who were craving for leadership, and the Alliance showed none. And the Alliance want to come to this House today to try to rewrite their own record during the COVID pandemic. I mean, talk about accountability. It was the Alliance Party's leader, Naomi Long, who wiped her WhatsApps. Where was the accountability there? Perhaps take a mirror and look in their own face before throwing around accusations.
Mr. Buckley, could you resume your seat? I'm going to call order again. I'm going to refer all members to the terms of the motion, but particularly yourself, Mr. Buckley. I think you've strayed some way from that, and you're straying into the business of reviewing the entire COVID process. Return to the motion.
Deputy Speaker, but I think there's a brave degree of rewriting and hypocrisy from some of the parties in this motion. There is aspects of COVID in which parties fundamentally disagreed on. And do you know what? Rightly so, because there were huge decisions. But to understand this, and I want to be clear, you will not use the COVID inquiry or the death of loved ones from all across Northern Ireland to take away safeguards which are crucial to the functioning of this place. And I say this to the Secretary of State, there will be no unionists that will support it.
Time's up. Thank you. I call Robbie Butler.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, a bit of a speech written, but I might digress from that because this debate has now moved into a slightly different sphere. And I want to reference in the first instance that my party, in reading the first part of the motion, would have loved to have been able to support the first part of the motion because it talked about the reform of institutions for common good. But I listened to Mr. Sheehan's speech, and Mr. Sheehan did not reference the first part of the motion at all. Sinn Féin have spotted the two parts of this motion, one to ignore and one to lean into. Now, we have looked at it in a balanced perspective. People in this chamber have different views on what happened during COVID and what has happened since. Sadly, this motion has lost every bit of good that it could have had, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was one of those MLAs who was here during New Decade, New Approach, when we worked for a period of weeks through talks about 200 or 300 yards away from this door to try and restore these institutions. And part of those talks was talking about reform. And reform is hard to deliver. And if you do not deliver reform in this House with the authority of all of the voices in this room, you are dooming yourselves to failure. And I ask the proposers of the motion to just reflect on the fact that this is a missed opportunity. I want to turn, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just to Baroness Hallett's Module 2 findings for a moment or two, because the findings are damning, absolutely damning. Evidence showed the clear failure of leadership in this place. Sinn Féin, evidently, as wasn't mentioned today, failed spectacularly when they didn't obey the laws that we had passed here collectively. However, the ongoing process that we have at the very top between DUP and Sinn Féin and the failure to be able to put people before party became evident when we couldn't make those decisions. I want to turn very quickly to this because I'm sure that someday we'll have a better debate about what happened during COVID. But I genuinely am pleased that we had a Health Minister in Robin Swan who didn't delete his phone, who didn't delete his WhatsApp messages, who has been able to contribute very, very fully to the COVID inquiry. Because what we were faced with, and I don't claim that I got everything right, in the whole COVID debate. What I will say is that I do have a background in dynamic risk assessment. And when you're dynamically risk assessing something like the COVID pandemic, what you do is, because you don't know all the facts, you listen to those who have the facts, and that's the scientists and the medical experts. And you put your faith in the people that are giving you the best advice that has been proven, because we certainly are not experts, and we could have acted in a speedier way. Would we have got everything right? We absolutely wouldn't, because it was an imperfect storm and nothing was going to protect. I will indeed, yes.
Robin Swan, who was the Health Minister and who had all the power, whether he chose to use it or not was up to him, but the CMO in England, has been reported, silenced the ethical and moral group that was there to advise them on ethical standards, and that would have migrated over the sea to the advice that Robin Swan would have received. Does the member agree with me that it was dangerous to have the power in one man and one party throughout all of that emergency?
Thank you. I don't actually see that one man had the power. I know that we passed legislation. However, there was 90 members in this House. There was an executive, and if that executive had been functioning properly and there had been trust within the members, we wouldn't be in the mess that we are in today. So I don't accept what the member has put down. I do agree with Mr Buckley's assertion. The second part of this motion actually asks us to disregard strand 1 of the Good Friday Agreement. This should have been separated out. If that's what the Alliance Party want to do, that's a separate motion of itself. And I genuinely do lament the fact that we couldn't just simply take a motion today to look at how we collectively bring leadership, collaboration and cohesion to this executive, because the people of Northern Ireland darned well deserve it, because it's not just COVID. The first part of this motion actually spoke to the fact that we haven't had government here for 12 years out of 25, which is an indictment of why we can't do government at times. So just finishing this, Mr Deputy Speaker, if and when there is a serious motion to talk about the reform and the betterment of the Good Friday Agreement for the future prosperity and well-being of the people of Northern Ireland, we will not be found wanting, but we will not set aside aspects of the Good Friday Agreement for anybody's political whims.
Karen McKillen.
Concolia, and I want to thank the Alliance and the SDLP for bringing their motion and their amendment. There's obviously parts of it that I don't like the language in, but I completely support the spirit of both. I want to declare an interest. I was a minister in the executive from June 2020 to December 2020 and was responsible for making some of the COVID regulations. And I went in front of the COVID inquiry. I've read each of the module reports. I've read the recent report, and it's not good reading for anyone. I also apologise privately to families and at the COVID inquiry for my attendance at Bobby Story's funeral. I think that is the measure of political leadership. Our party isn't come to the table late, Matthew, in terms of reform. We've underwent a series of citizens' assemblies right across this island, and we've listened to people. We have listened to people who, a lot of which I wouldn't agree with, but certainly we can appreciate what they're saying. So that's why we're serious about reform. And I don't want to do down IRC. IRC is a space that we need to go through the processes of working with academics, listening to consultations, doing the citizens' assemblies, bringing it back to our parties. So for anyone to try and suggest that we're not serious about reform, I just want to put that to bed. If people want to, approach that from a different political perspective, that's up to them. But it's really interesting for me, and a lot of observers who watch this place, okay, Paul Frew, who is very vocal about the impacts of COVID, and that's his prerogative, and then Jonathan Buckley to talk about what Jonathan talks about. But I'd much preferred, and I think people watching and listening would have much preferred to hear what you're doing in terms of reform, rather than attacking parties. because they're different from you. For me, I'll give way in a wee minute, Jonathan. For me, that just is a lack of political confidence, and it's also a lack of political leadership. I'll give way.
For giving way, and I do appreciate that she did apologise for the attendance of Bobby Story's attendance at the funeral. It's just a pity other members of her political party didn't. I am serious about the reform that we all should be serious about, which is reform of public services. It's interesting, and I hope the member can comment on this. Does she not agree that key institutional reforms, which are the removal of cross-community safeguards, will only be achieved whereby there is an agreement across the House, not by one political party?
Members, next minute.
So the Alliance and the SDLP and ourselves are trying to get to that point in IRC, and I know the member, may not appreciate it. We're trying to get to a point where we're all agreeing on what institutional reform needs to be. And with respect, Jonathan, coming from a party who has blocked equality, blocked progress, but you see, that the proof has been in the pudding. So you're looking at the Bill of Rights, we're looking at lots of other issues that would promote rights and equality, inclusion and respect, which would be fundamental cornerstones to the Good Friday Agreement and anything that comes with it. So, for example, I appreciate both governments need to be involved at some stage or other. But see, for the purpose of IRC, when we do get to this stage, and hopefully we do get this stage, if, for example, both yourselves and the Austrianist Party, and Robbie's not here, but I mean, I was also on the executive when Robin Swan voted against his own proposal because he was a fanboy of the DUP at the time. So I'm just putting that in the record. But what I want to say is that at some stage or other, we are going to have to look at reform, because see what's happening here at the minute, it's not working. And we only had, I would surely, very briefly, Owen.
I thank the member for giving way, and I appreciate what she said about the spirit of reform, but I'm still not clear, is it her intention to support the motion?
Begrudgingly, I don't like the language, but yes, I will. And I will support the amendment. And I'm saying begrudgingly because we didn't write it ourselves, but I mean, accepting, the spirit that's in it, we absolutely will be. You can't talk about reform and you can't talk about equality and inclusion and the structure of this, in the very essence, this place, and then block the very motions and indeed the SDLP amendment that's trying to look at difference. So, I mean, we all know what others, it's almost become predictable what other people are going to say. But if people are really serious, genuinely serious about reform, if they're happy to hold on to vetoes and blocking mechanisms, then at least we all know where we stand. The rest of the Progressive Party just need to get on with the business, and hopefully maybe some people will come to their senses along the way. Gormagov.
Thank you. And I call Paul Free.
Deputy Speaker, on a day where so many people were in this building who suffered loss and bereavement, I don't know if members got to see and hear the event in the Long Gallery this morning of people who suffered loss and bereavement due to the pandemic and a lockdown philosophy, which meant they couldn't bury their loved ones, they couldn't attend the funeral, they couldn't attend a wake. An Alliance would dare to exploit that, and indeed Alliance's own failings, at a time to try and further the political goals and objectives. No, I won't give way. Reform won't fix incompetence. Reform won't fix lazy governance. And reform won't fix stupid. Because everything that was constitutional and institutional about this place was put in abeyance at the time of COVID. Reform wouldn't have stopped these parties and this Assembly giving away all its power to one person, no matter who that person is, where they could dream up regulations, restrictions, where they could get them written up over breakfast, could get them implemented at lunchtime and have them enforced by supper time. It shifted the whole dynamic of the executive, changed in one move how they would make decisions that impacted so badly and disastrously on our people. Reform couldn't have stopped the Coronavirus Act 2020, making this assembly a zombie assembly, where it rubber-stamped horrific law weeks after it had been enforced and, of course, superseded and then made redundant numerous times over before the Assembly even voted on it. No, it won't. But whilst regulations were fleeting, the damage stays to this day. People filled with anxiety, not being able to leave their home, people not being able to attend school, people coerced to take vaccines that damaged them. And of course the member wanted to call for house-to-house and door-to-door vaccine teams to coerce people into taking a vaccine that caused them adverse reactions. That's what we're left with, but that's what Alliance won't get to grips with. At a time when I was asking questions and raising objections to these restrictions, 2 SDLP members came to me in the corridor and says, "You know, Paul, we agree with everything you say in there." And I said, "Well, why don't you get up off your hind legs and actually say it?" And they said, "No, our party would go through us." That party, the SDLP, called then to sack nurses who worked for a whole year at the front line, and they called for their sacking. These people, the SDLP, even called for the unvaccinated and those who choose not to have the discriminatory certificate
Mr. Free,
to be banished.
Mr. Free, I asked earlier that people would not reassess the entire COVID period and processes, and certainly would not indulge in party critiques. Could we return to the motion?
Yes, I will, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm relating to the Module 2 of the UK COVID-19, which talked about all these matters. And of course, we have the Alliance member who asked me one day, "Why do you keep asking these questions?" Well, that's our job, and it was their incompetence. And of course, we know that the Alliance Party played a massive role in the coercion around the vaccine certification. And this is something that we need to grapple with. But to couch it as some way of reforming, to use it as an excuse to reform these institutions that were placed in abeyance. The executive didn't function properly. The Assembly couldn't do the scrutiny work. It should take months to pass regulations and legislation in this place.
Would the member give way?
Yes, I will.
I thank the member for giving way. The member makes an interesting point, because would he agree with me that it was not due to the structures of the executive that prevented adequate scrutiny and adequate legislation? It was actually the Corona Act 2020 in which these members supported.
Yeah. I think the member for that vital intervention, because it was that act that still sits in the statute book that has done the damage. We have loved ones now filled with regret, guilt and torment because they couldn't send off their loved ones in a proper fashion due to their religion. They couldn't do it. In Ireland, north and south, a wake is really important, and those people were denied that. In fact, they couldn't even stand in the open air in a field that is a burial ground. That's disastrous, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we still live with those consequences. But yet, the Assembly people in this room were denied that scrutiny, were denied that say, because we passed these laws weeks after they were enforced, when they were duplicated and removed and superseded times over, 3 times over, 4 times over. That is no way to run an executive. That is no way to run an assembly. In a crisis, we need more scrutiny powers. We need more of a say in this assembly, not less. And that's what all of these parties supported at that time. And a shame on you all.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The purpose of this motion is not to relitigate the failures of leadership and decision-making that happened during COVID. That has been expressed vividly by Baroness Hallett in the latest findings of the COVID-19 inquiry. At its heart, the purpose of this motion is to understand how the 2 largest parties in the executive are prepared to react to it. When I heard the findings that decision-making was chaotic, deeply divided, and marred by political disputes, I know how I reacted. I was angry. I listened to the reaction of those who lost loved ones, and my heart broke for them. Brenda Doherty's mother, Ruth Burke, was the first local woman to die of COVID-19 here. Speaking on Good Morning Ulster after the latest inquiry findings, her reaction and her call was clear. I need you to be leaders. I don't care about orange and green. I care about the fact that I want to save lives. No matter what happens in the future, we cannot bring the past in to pollute the present or the future. Wisdom and clarity from a place of grief. Her grief, her story is one of thousands. Families who have empty seats at the table because our politics failed them when they needed leadership most. That is why this report must be a tipping point. It is absolutely intolerable that anyone in this Assembly could look at this evidence, especially the abuse of cross-community voting, and still argue that the current institutional arrangements are fine as they are. If the DUP and Sinn Féin are not willing to accept the need for reform when an independent inquiry has shown that lives may have been lost because decision-making was paralysed by political disputes, then we must ask whether these parties are capable of change at all. Maybe I should stop being surprised by that, because they are the same parties who are willing to collapse the government here for years and watch as our public services deteriorated. But even to me, this report feels different. It cuts through every excuse, every deflection. It shows us in black and white that party politics was prioritised over public safety. I sit on the Assembly and Executive Review Committee. We continue to take evidence on reform of these institutions. Experts and academics come and tell us that the public want to see reform. They tell us what could be done and how it could be done. But it feels like some parties in that committee just simply dance around the issues. The DUP will not engage with the thought of changing anything while they have a veto. Sinn Féin talk about being open to reform, and I welcome this, and I'm keen to understand what kind of reform they will support. Those of us who want to see change know nothing can be done without those parties. No, I won't give way. The motion calls on the Secretary of State to convene a reform process, but we should be doing this ourselves. And if we cannot, then we must take this conversation to the public through a citizens' assembly. And let me be clear, a citizens' assembly is not a new institution. It is not outsourcing our responsibilities. It is a proven model for serious, structured civic engagement. It brings together a representative group of citizens to examine reform proposals in depth and provide evidence-based recommendations. It strengthens political decision-making. It does not replace it. Mr. Speaker, we cannot undo the pain of the pandemic. We cannot give families back the people they lost, but we can learn from what went wrong. We can build institutions that serve the common good, not party interest. We can create an executive that cannot be collapsed at the whim of one single party. It is our responsibility to meet this moment, to show that this Assembly has the will and the maturity to act for all our people. And it is our duty to honour those who were failed by ensuring that these mistakes are never, ever repeated.
Deputy Speaker, when we speak today about the COVID inquiry's findings, we must begin with the most catastrophic failure of leadership. That failure of leadership brought an end to the public paying attention to anything the Executive had to say about the health messaging around COVID restrictions. That breaking point came for many on the day of the Bobby Story funeral. How could any party bring a motion to this House on the failures exposed by the COVID inquiry without making a single direct reference to the shameful spectacle that was put on for all to see? Happy to give way.
Would you agree, which is really telling? Now we've had two Alliance speakers and not one of them has mentioned it.
Bobby Story funeral, and that is telling for all to see. I'll maybe think about it later on. Two speakers have already spoken. You have missed your opportunity. But if there was one moment that crystallises the failures identified in Module 2, it was that day. While the people of Northern Ireland were burying their loved ones alone, while families couldn't come together, while restrictions were still being enforced on ordinary people, senior members of Sinn Féin, including the current First Minister, flouted the law in broad daylight. They did so deliberately, without consequence, and they should never be allowed to forget the hurt and pain they caused to many families right across Northern Ireland. Today, we still have no accountability, no resignations, no genuine remorse, other than one member who travelled to the funeral in their executive limo. Sinn Féin behaved as if the rules didn't apply to them. The evidence suggests they were right, because nothing has happened. That is a consequence of the peace process. The COVID inquiry says plainly that the executive's response was undermined by political dysfunction, rule-breaking, and a failure among ministers to put public interest above party interest. And yet, astonishingly, the motion before the House today, tabled by the Alliance, tries to airbrush that reality by making it sound as though certain parties were uniquely responsible while others were perfect models of moral excellence. This motion rewrites the inquiry for political convenience. It tries to narrow the scope and only blame the two largest parties. That phrase doesn't occur in the report. It was the executive, of which the Alliance was part of, which failed the people of Northern Ireland. It was the Belfast Agreement which produced a system in which all executive parties are trapped in structures that reward vetoes and political theatre. The dysfunction is not selective, it is structural. What the Alliance Party cannot escape is this: the system that failed us during COVID is a system they championed, defended, supported and still cling to, as their two ministerial posts and the trappings that come with it are more important than the accountability and reform that they talk about. We have a system where a single party can collapse the executive at will. Ministers can act without collective responsibility. No sanction is applied when rules are broken. Accountability evaporates the moment party political convenience demands it. And who helped to deliver and sustain that system? The Alliance Party. Happy to give way, but briefly.
Just to say to the member, when he talks about Reform Alliance in the last mandate, alongside actually his predecessor Jim Allister, worked on AERC to have the report on reform brought forward to this House. Have you read that?
And where is it? What have you achieved? What has your mandate produced? Nothing.
Jim?
We're still here where we are today. The Story funeral scandal was not only a disgrace by Sinn Féin, it was a case study in how the Belfast Agreement, their flawed institution, their design makes accountability optional. The rules were broken, the police investigation became political theatre, and the system, this very system, made sure nothing happened. The motion today attempts to rewrite the COVID inquiry, to absolve themselves and direct attention away from their role in propping up this broken system. The people of Northern Ireland deserve better than a system that allows rule breakers to walk away untouched. They deserve better than motions designed to protect political friends and narrow the blame to suit political and party narratives. They must deserve institutions that work, and quite frankly, the people of Northern Ireland simply don't have them. This House must be honest. The Story funeral scandal showed us the system is broken. Sinn Féin's behaviour showed us that they are still unfit for office. The Alliance motion today shows us that political convenience still trumps honesty.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I support the motion and the amendment, and as somebody who sat in this House during COVID and on the Health Committee, I think there's a lot of amnesia and a lot of rewriting history of that period, of a turbulent and difficult period, no doubt, but a lot of rewriting, particularly by the people to my right, the DUP in particular. The COVID-19 inquiry, Deputy Speaker, told us that our local institutions failed and that political disputes trumped the public good and what was good for people's health. But what the inquiry didn't say loudly enough is that this was entirely predictable. If anybody who watches this place, present or past, and while thousands of people died, often alone, denied the comfort of loved ones to comfort them, our political system was paralysed by sectarian vetoes and political point scoring. Working class communities bore the brunt of this failure, and they couldn't access adequate health care then, and many tens, hundreds of thousands still can't today. They faced impossible choices between following restrictions and putting food on the table, and they watched as those who made the rules broke them without consequence. And our institutions are fundamentally built on a foundation that does incentivise division. And when the crisis hit, we saw the consequences. People died alone in hospitals while ministers played political games, and also let the virus flow and grow. Families were denied funerals for their loved ones. My own grandmother died of COVID in 2022 because, in part, she couldn't get a care package and was forced to stay in hospital. We were lucky to have a small funeral for her, but we were denied that wake, which is so important to many families, and many families didn't get a funeral at all. Whilst this executive lurched, Deputy Speaker, from one chaotic meeting to the next like a sieve. This isn't just about COVID, it's about a system that can't deliver on housing, that watches our health service collapse and fiddles whilst Loch Ness and the Belfast Lock turns toxic. A system where transformation means another unfunded strategy document gathering dust and an aspirational non-binding programme for government exists. 58% of people, Deputy Speaker, responding to the Life and Time survey said they want reform. 79% say and think that this Assembly has achieved little or nothing. They're absolutely right, they're not wrong. People see MLAs whose votes don't count equally depend on which box they tick when they take their seat in this place. And they see a political class more interested in looking after wealthy invested interests than building houses or treating the sick. Reform isn't optional, it's absolutely essential. But reform must serve working class communities right across this board and not just tinker with mechanisms that protect elite and well-connected interests. We need institutions that can act decisively in emergencies, and we need accountability mechanisms that can actually work, Deputy Speaker. And citizens' assemblies could, I emphasise could provide a democratic mandate for change, but let's be honest, reforms in this building, and even talking about them, threaten those who benefit from dysfunction, and that's why previous attempts have failed, and that's why I think Mr Buckley and others are totally dead set against it. And here's the reality, the terrifying reality, Deputy Speaker, we're no better prepared for the next pandemic than we were for the last. And it'd be foolish to say when, but no doubt there's one coming sometime around the corner. And the inquiries, the COVID inquiries recommendations haven't been fully implemented, as has been stated, and we still lack robust emergency planning structures. Our healthcare system remains fragile, underfunded, with a gap of thousands of health and social care workers within it. The cross-departmental coordination needed for a pandemic response is totally absent, it's non-existent. And when, and not if, the public health emergency strikes, we risk repeating the same catastrophic failures that cost thousands of lives. And this is totally unconscionable, but preventable. People deserve institutions, Deputy Speaker, that work for them, not against them. They deserve a government that can respond quickly and effectively to emergencies, and not one that is tied to internal dysfunction of Westminster during a public health crisis.
Thank you. And I call on Sinead McLaughlin to wind on the amendment. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I suppose I want to reflect that if ever a debate personified the actual dysfunctionality of these institutions, it has been the last hour. People deserve better than this. As we close the debate, I want to bring the focus back to the people who lived through the worst days of this pandemic. Too often discussions like this become abstract. For many families, the COVID inquiry's findings go right to the heart of their own personal grief. These are people across the north who have lost loved ones without being able to hold their hand or sit beside their bed. Families who said goodbye through windows. People who were denied the chance to give their own relatives a proper funeral, while others in positions of power ignored the rules, and it was disgusting. Those wounds have not healed, and they may never fully heal. The inquiry has now put in writing what so many already knew. The executive did not function as it should have. Divisions, delays, political disputes shaped decisions at a time when leadership should have been steady and united and dignified. That failure had consequences. It caused confusion, it weakened public confidence, and it left people more vulnerable than they ever should have been. We cannot talk about moving forward unless we are honest about what went wrong. And we must also be honest about where things stand today. The dysfunction highlighted in the inquiry did not vanish when the pandemic ended. We continue to see gridlock on issues that should command agreement. The childcare strategy has sat unresolved for almost a month in the executive. Key strategies on investment, climate and public services repeatedly struggle to get through the executive. Even ministers are acknowledging the extent of that backlog. These delays have real effects. Families waiting for childcare support cannot put their lives on pause. Workers need certainty, businesses need decision, communities need a government that sets priorities and follows through. The public can see for themselves that the system is still under strain. Nothing has changed. Negative vetoes was even given an outing this week. Many feel that this place is not delivering what is promised. And when frustration builds, confidence in these institutions weakens further. Our amendment simply recognises the obvious. The reform was not placed at the centre of the programme for government, and that avoiding it has contributed to continued instability. This is not about pointing fingers. It is about accepting that without meaningful structural change, the problems highlighted by the inquiry will not go away. Reform is not an academic exercise. It is about making sure that the decision-making is dependable, that crisis responses do not collapse under political tension, and that the executive can work collectively on challenges that affect every family. To be honest, the public don't trust us. The two main parties, Sinn Féin and DUP, they lost the changing room during COVID.
Member Gavway?
Yes. Okay.
Agree with me, our colleague Mr. Frew across, and we've hold every party here to account, but Mr. Frew talked about a zombie assembly during COVID, and then his party collapsed the assembly for 2 years after that. How more zombie can you get?
There's an extra minute.
If the institutions hadn't been collapsed the 2 years prior to COVID, maybe we would have been more prepared. These institutions need reform. The inquiry and what it outlined in that inquiry said it very, very clear. If it happened tomorrow, does anybody in here believe that we're any more prepared? We are not. We have a duty to every single constituent who we serve. We are their servants. We have a duty to reform these institutions and take this inquiry as serious as possible. The SDLP has put forward proposals equalising the titles of First and Deputy First Minister, improving how the Speaker is selected, and creating stronger requirements for departments to cooperate. These are modest, but they're important changes that will help create more stability and reduce the opportunities for political brinkmanship. At its core, it's about restoring trust. People need to know that their government can act together when it matters most. They need confidence that the lessons have been taken seriously, and they deserve institutions built around the needs of the public, not the internal politics of one party. The inquiry has given us a clear picture of what happens when systems fail and leadership falters. We have responsibilities to learn from that and to act on that. Mr. Buckley, I've heard enough from you today and yesterday. If reform is pushed aside again, We should not be surprised if instability continues and public confidence continues to drift. So I support this motion, and I support to strengthen it through our amendment. But more importantly, I support the people who lived through the consequences of the failures of this report. They deserve a government that has learned from the past and is willing to make the changes that needed to prevent it from happening in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentle reminder to members that they shouldn't persist in asking a member to give way when the member clearly isn't giving way, nor should they speak over the member who has not given way. Mr. Frew. Thank you. I now call Owen Tennyson to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in closing the debate, I want to pay heartfelt tribute, first of all, to those whose lives were irrevocably changed by the pandemic, to the families who lost loved ones, often without a chance to say goodbye. We hold you in our thoughts in this chamber today. To those whose lives and livelihoods were upended, we acknowledge your resilience in the face of hardship. And to those frontline workers, our doctors, nurses, carers and key staff who went above and beyond in a time of crisis, we owe you a debt of gratitude that can never truly be repaid. And Deputy Speaker, given that neither the First nor Deputy First Minister have said it, and at least not jointly, I will. I am sorry and I am embarrassed for the way these institutions operated during that period. All of those people deserved better from this House. And it is the experiences, the sacrifices, the voices of those who bore the greatest cost that must be at the heart of these discussions as we reflect on the pandemic and chart a way forward and prepare for the future. COVID-19 was, in every sense, unprecedented. No event in living memory has reshaped our lives so suddenly, so profoundly and so universally. And Mr Buckley said that every government struggled. I agree with him. No administration emerged from this crisis without mistakes or lessons to learn, and it would be wrong to pretend otherwise. But the findings in relation to the Northern Ireland Executive in particular are stark. I will give way to the member.
No government handled the pandemic brilliantly, but do you also agree with me that other countries handled it much better, including countries like Southeast Asia, who prioritise public health over opening businesses at any cost, thus letting the virus run rampant through communities? Would you agree with that point in a general sense?
There's a balance to be struck in relation to the economy and to health, and there are various models that operated across the world, and I think we're still analysing the impact of those. And so I think it would be wrong for me to prejudge that at this stage whenever the inquiry hasn't entirely concluded. But I can understand why the DUP is so vociferous in their attacks on the Alliance Party today, because they led the executive during the pandemic as the largest party, and some of the most stinging criticism is reserved for the two largest parties in the executive at that time. And don't just take my word for it. The inquiry described decision-making in the executive as chaotic and marred by political disputes, and found that at critical junctures, ministers from the DUP and Sinn Féin, quote, failed to put the common interest of all of the people of Northern Ireland above their party political interest. That is a damning indictment that even in the face of a global pandemic, when our people and public services were on their knees, these institutions descended into more chaos and dysfunction. It is true that the political vacuum created by Sinn Féin's boycott of the Assembly between 2017 and 2020, right before the onset of the pandemic, weakened preparedness, damaged public services and contributed to a chaotic response. It is equally true that as the pandemic progressed, and when the public were asked to make some of the most difficult sacrifices, the actions of some Sinn Féin ministers who broke the rules undermined public confidence, deepened the hurt of families who had been denied the very same opportunity to have a funeral and grieve their own loved ones. We saw ministers seek to sectarianise the virus, with a DUP minister claiming that one section of our community was spreading COVID more than others. That rhetoric was reckless and corrosive at a time when clarity and unity was so desperately needed. But of course, these weren't just failures of leadership, of integrity or of preparedness, but failures of the current power-sharing structures themselves. Baroness Hallett was clear in her report that abuse of cross-community votes resulted in dysfunctional decision-making and undermined the ability of the executive to respond effectively. At the height of the pandemic, sectarian vetoes were being thrown around the executive like confetti, locking one executive meeting in a 4-day gridlock when swift and decisive action was so desperately needed to protect lives. No, I won't. COVID did not discriminate between nationalists and unionists. It struck indiscriminately and demanded a united response. The sheer folly of DUP ministers deploying a cross-community vote against a fellow unionist health minister was not only farcical, but exposes just how warped the so-called cross-community vote mechanisms in this chamber have become. No, I won't. Whether it's those making the rules in the executive breaking them outside of the executive, or those abuses of rules within the executive to block vital public health measures, the people of Northern Ireland do deserve better. And of course, these displays of division and dysfunction are not the preserve of times of global crisis. Since the pandemic, we have experienced yet another walkout of the executive, this time by the DUP. Then, just this week, we've seen the petition of concern deployed on the floor of the Assembly. In previous mandates, we have seen those mechanisms used and abused to prevent accountability, to frustrate the rights of LGBTQ+ people in our society, and to frustrate the democratic will of this Assembly. Those shameful abuses are a perversion of democracy, and the displays of arrogance which often accompany them have contributed directly to the collapse of these institutions in previous mandates. And so I think we all have to learn lessons about where this show inevitably ends. It is long past time we had a system of government that prioritised the interests of the people we represent ahead of the interests of the DUP and Sinn Féin. The current system of up-down, stop-start government and ransom politics needs to end. No single party should have the ability to hold decision-making in the executive or the executive itself to ransom. And I am weary of successive UK governments telling Alliance that we have won the academic argument on reform, because this isn't merely an academic exercise. Failure to act is ruining lives, eroding public confidence and jeopardising the Good Friday Agreement itself. Because if these institutions cannot deliver, or worse, are allowed to collapse once again by those who poke and prod at one another across this chamber in sham fights, I fear it will not return. And by government pandering to those who do upend the institutions or block progress, the Secretary of State is not only rewarding bad behaviour, but condemning devolution itself to death by 1,000 collapses. To argue for reform is not to undermine or reject the Good Friday Agreement. It is simply to acknowledge that with the passage of time and the changes in our society, evidenced not least by the growth of this party, and with the benefit of hindsight, having tested the structures themselves in practice, in some cases almost to the point of destruction, there is room and indeed necessity to change. Our proposals are consistent with the Good Friday Agreement. Those principles of power sharing, inclusion, interdependence and respect, in fact, they are necessary if we are to realise those ambitions and those principles. No, I won't be given away because I don't have time. Our proposals enshrine the right of parties to be in government based on the strength of their mandate, but would remove the right of any single party to exclude everybody else from government, as is currently the case. It also wouldn't remove cross-community votes, cross-community consent, but it would remove parallel consent as a measure of that cross-community support, because ironically, cross-community votes, as they are currently structured in the Assembly, are the least cross-community vote that can happen, because they exclude the voices of genuinely cross-community parties like the Alliance Party. Instead, weighted majority voting would enshrine cross-community protection whilst incentivising cooperation and genuine equality in the way this Assembly operates, rather than the mutually enforced sectarian vetoes which have not and cannot. There can be no more time for prevarication. The Secretary of State has said that this issue is in the hands of the local parties, just as the Good Friday Agreement itself was. That's not true. Without an active and engaged Secretary of State and Irish Government pushing the parties in the right direction, we would have never achieved the Good Friday Agreement. Many of the people out there who were horrified by the COVID inquiry report, and will be equally horrified, I might say, by some of the contributions in this debate, are looking for hope. We have an opportunity to give that to them today. by, for the first time as an Assembly, calling on the Secretary of State to convene a reform process which enables us to move beyond what passes for politics in Stormont at the moment, allows us to move beyond power carve-up to true power sharing, where we finally deliver a form of government that represents everyone and delivers for everyone. And I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Matthew O'Toole and Sinead McLaughlin be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. 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 Think the ayes have it? No. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order. Order, members. Members. Thank you. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Matthew O'Toole and Sinead McLaughlin be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do the ayes have it? No. Do we have tellers? Order. Order. Members, thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Colin McGrath and Patsy McGlone. Tellers for the noes, Jonathan Buckley and Paul Frew. Clear the lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. The doors. Members. Order, members. Order, members. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
73 members voted, 41 members voted aye, 32 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is agreed. Unfasten the doors. The amendment is agreed. The question is, therefore, members, that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. I have been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(b) that there is agreement we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Members, order, members, tellers, members, resume their seats. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Kelly Armstrong and David Honeyford. Tellers for the noes are Paul Frew and Jonathan Buckley. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. members. Members, order. Thank you, members. Clerk, please read the result.
72 members voted, 41 members voted aye, 41 members voted aye, 31 members voted no. The motion as amended is carried.
Members, the motion as amended is carried. Could members just take their ease before we move to the next item on the order paper and unfasten the doors.
Order, members. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Finance that he wishes to make a statement. So before I call the Minister, I would like to remind members that they must be concise in asking their question. And without further ado, I'm going to call the Minister. Minister.
Thank you for the opportunity to update members on the 25-26 December monitoring round, which was agreed by the Executive earlier today. Reaching this decision as soon as possible following the autumn budget was essential to provide departments with the certainty they need to plan and deliver. This was particularly important given the magnitude of the capital funding allocations we are in position to make to allow investment in vital infrastructure. Looking now at the available it's time for the glasses. It's time for the glasses. Looking now at the funding available for allocation. Following the autumn budget, the Executive had the following available for allocation: £111.2 million Resourcedale, £162 million Capitaldale, £16.8 million Financial Transactions Capitaldale, and £0.9 million ring-fenced Resourcedale. Turning first to Resourcedale, I will be beginning by addressing a prior commitment made by the Executive as part of the June monitoring, when the Executive agreed that the Department of Justice would have first call of up to £7 million towards PSNI workforce recovery costs, recognising the importance of investing in our police workforce. This funding is now being allocated in full. The Executive agreed on the 16th of October that the Departments of Health, Education, Justice and Infrastructure would have first call on available funding up to $150.4 million in total for pay awards. No other resource bids were sought from departments. Instead, the focus is on working towards meeting these previous commitments to ensure that public sector workers receive the pay they deserve. The autumn budget delivered just $18.8 million in additional borne consequences this year. Combined with reduced requirements from departments, this meant the Executive had $104.2 million of available funding to allocate. In line with the prior commitments to public sector pay, the Executive has therefore agreed that the funding available will be provided across the 4 departments earmarked for pay. This represents a significant step towards supporting pay award costs for health workers, police, teachers and infrastructure workers. The Department of Health will receive an allocation of $69.3 million for HSC pay award. The Department of Education will receive $25.6 million for teachers' pay. The Department for Justice will receive $4.6 million for the PSNI pay award, and the Department for Infrastructure will receive $4.6 million for pay awards. I understand that additional funding provided in the December monitoring round will allow Minister of Justice to work with the Chief Constable on delivering police pay recommendations. The ministerial direction agreed by the Executive for health worker pay parity will ensure that there is no delay in the implementation of the award to health workers. Today's allocation demonstrates the priority the Executive and I attach to our vital public sector workers and our desire to support public sector pay despite the financial constraints we face. I have asked all ministers to endeavour to find further efficiencies to help fund the pressures facing departments. I have also committed that should any further borne consequentials arise from the Westminster estimates in January, I will move quickly to bring recommendations to the Executive to allocate this funding towards these costs. Moving to Capital Dale, the Executive has agreed allocations of $162 million, targeting key priorities across social and affordable housing, education, health and infrastructure. The Department for Communities will receive $42.4 million. This includes $29.8 million to meet in full DFC's bid for the Social Housing Development Programme. This investment will be a major contribution to the Executive's programme for government target to provide more social, affordable and sustainable housing. This investment and others I am announcing today will be a huge boost to the construction industry and the local economy by sustaining and creating jobs. $8.6 million for the cladding safety scheme, ensuring residents live in buildings that have the necessary building safety standards, and $4 million for priority adaptations to housing executive properties for tenants living with a disability. The Department for the Economy will receive $12.6 million to provide strategic support for higher education research and essential works in further education colleges, investing in skills and innovation for the future. The Department of Education will receive $22 million, which includes $5.2 million for essential school maintenance, $3.2 million for schools' minor works and energy-saving solutions, $6.7 million for business-critical ICT pressures, $1 million for ICT infrastructure contractual commitments, and $6 million for Irish medium accommodation and facilities. The Department of Health will receive $25.2 million, recognising our commitment to investing in our health service and supporting bids to modernise it. Allocations include $19.7 million for IT equipment and $5.5 million to tackle significant backlog maintenance across the health estate. Finally, the Department for Infrastructure will receive $59.8 million. This will fund $34.1 million for wastewater services, public transport, rail and road projects, ensuring the Department for Infrastructure can maximise delivery for capital projects to meet statutory obligations. $13.2 million for roads maintenance and safety improvements, $4.1 million for drinking water infrastructure, which supports housing development as well as improving water quality, $5 million for new trains and track improvements to support the Enterprise Cross-Border Service, which will enhance connectivity on the island of Ireland on the cross-border rail corridor between Belfast and Dublin, $2 million for street lighting, contributing to safer environments and encouraging more active travel, and $1.5 million for the A26 Gloryford Land Tribunal case. The Executive also agreed a central allocation of $0.027 million capital deal to the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs for the City and Growth Deals Complementary Fund. On financial transactions capital deal, the Executive has allocated $2.5 million to the Department for the Economy for investing in IT to support businesses and encourage innovation, as well as $1.5 million to the Executive Office for capitalised loan interest. Following these allocations, there remains $12.8 million of FTC to be allocated. I have encouraged all ministers to explore further opportunities for utilising FTC in the remainder of this financial year. Full detail of all the allocations made are set in the tables accompanying this statement. Ring-fence resource deal can only be used for non-cash costs relating to depreciation and impairments. Given that only $0.9 million was available for allocation, no allocations have been made in this round. Should funding become available at Westminster estimates, it will be allocated in line with the bids set out in the tables accompanying this statement. To increase transparency, this statement is also accompanied by tables outlining the detail of changes to departmental budgets, including under technical adjustments or Treasury earmarked funding for city and growth deals, and budget cover transfers from Whitehall departments. In total, these amount to $11.6 million resource deal and $26 million capital deal. In closing, the allocations made today reflect our determination as an executive to deliver tangible change across a wide range of public services and utilities. Despite the highly constrained financial environment, we continue to invest in our workers and public services. The allocations agreed will make a positive difference to citizens' lives across society. Much needed funding is provided towards public sector pay awards. Reflecting our key priorities within the programme for government, capital allocations have been made to enable the delivery of new social housing. We are also investing in our schools estate, further education colleges and higher education institutions, reflecting our commitment to supporting learning and delivering investment in skills. We have also agreed funding for infrastructure, which is critical to sustainable economic growth, and connectivity, with allocations for key projects in water, roads and rail. Following the conclusion of the December monitoring round, my next steps will be bringing forward the multi-year budget to the Executive. The multi-year budget will give departments the certainty they need to plan on a longer term, more strategic basis, and transform our public services for the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Minister. Many of these allocations will of course be welcome, they always are, but this monitoring round surely you must acknowledge is an example of criminal financial mismanagement. We are 3 months from the end of the financial year, and despite everything you say about not getting enough money from London, and I think you're right in many cases, the Executive is underspending its capital budget by £250 million 3 months from the end of the financial year. Mismanagement means the A5, Casement Park, the maternity and children's hospitals, money, £250 million is going to have to be handed back. That's why we need a multi-year budget to help fix these problems. When will a multi-year budget be delivered to help us move away from this monitoring round chaos?
I think the member referred to criminal negligence, criminal mismanagement. If the member has any evidence of criminal mismanagement, he should bring it forward. It sounds to me like a very, very serious accusation for the Leader of the Opposition to make. So if the Leader of the Opposition has any evidence to back that up, then the Leader of the Opposition should come forward with it. It's now become Matthew's job to be the dark cloud across the Executive. And no matter what you come forward with, Matthew will find fault with it, he will direct a negative agenda towards it, and he will attempt to get a headline that is as dramatic as possible, which runs down the efforts of the Executive, the Assembly and public sector workers to improve the daily lives of the people we all serve. The fact of the matter is, today, despite all your suggestions yesterday in this chamber, the Executive agreed almost £300 million of funding towards frontline public services, which is going to improve the lives of the citizens we all serve. So despite perhaps your best wishes, or wishing overnight, your fingers crossed, the Executive agreed this morning, and we will now move on to the multi-year budget.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Forsyth.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you for this statement today, Minister. Minister, as was outlined, £250 million returned and reallocated in December of this year, including £162 million of capital. It's late in the year, and I very much welcome the allocation to the Department for Communities towards the social housing, which is a key priority in the programme for government. But Minister, if that had have been able to be reallocated earlier, the Communities Minister would have been able to hit the 1950 target of housing, where he is keen, and I'm confident in him will deliver on 1750. But Minister, as we go forward, do you think lessons can be learned as to how we can reallocate funding as soon as it becomes available earlier in order to meet those targets?
Minister.
It's worth remembering that the Chancellor's autumn budget was probably 4 weeks later this year than it usually is, because of their own needs in Westminster and elsewhere. So we were operating on 4 weeks behind the usual term we're in. And while a significant proportion of the funding has been returned from the A5 and other sectors, the A5, I think, is beyond our control at this stage. There's legal challenges on. I think there's legal deliberations taking place on today. The departments do have to improve how they deliver on capital projects. I'm not arguing against that. But we allocated this money as soon as it was practically possible to all departments, and I welcome the fact that we now have increased and will be significantly increasing the delivery of social housing as we move forward. I mentioned in my statement that there will be a further fiscal event in Westminster, the estimates in January. There may be some small amounts of capital come from that, and we will again allocate those to the departments who can spend them in the time frame for which we are able to do that in. The multi-year budget, I think, will allow us to plan much better in terms of delivery of major capital projects and delivery of those, which means that there will be less capital coming to the centre. But at the end of the day, this money today is going to projects that are worthy and needed and wouldn't have been delivered otherwise.
Thank you, Minister. I call Caleb Boylan.
I'd just like to take with a little indulgence, I'd just like to pay a tribute to Willie Irvin, my fellow constituency colleague, recognising his contribution to politics and to the people of Newry Armagh, and wish him well in his retirement. Turning to the Minister's statement, can the Minister provide more detail on the funding for infrastructure?
I too would like to pay tribute to Willie as well. I don't think he's in the chamber, but I understand he is stepping down from this place. The lucky duck. So he's moving on to other things. So in terms of infrastructure, we've made quite a significant investment into the Department of Infrastructure, covering a wide range of areas, both covering in terms of water services, public transport, road, maintenance for roads, drinking water infrastructure, and a number of other areas, including trains and infrastructure in relation to the Belfast-Dublin enterprise service. So again, funding that has become available, being reinvested in frontline public services, that is going to make a real difference to people's lives. And it's part of, and understandably, water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure is often debated in this chamber and elsewhere. But again, we see further investment in that as well, which will allow more businesses and more homes to be connected to water and wastewater services.
Thank you, Minister. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far, and I welcome the funding which has been allocated today. Minister, can I ask, following the leaked exchange of letters between yourself and the Education Minister, how confident you are that the multi-year budget will now proceed at pace, and will those disagreements impede that agreement?
Well, look, I think in most institutions there's going to be tension between ministers and the Finance Minister. And we have been dealing, I think it would be surprising also if myself and ministers weren't in correspondence with each other. I think that would be hugely surprising if we weren't in correspondence with each other, if we weren't engaging with each other. And the letters that have been leaked into the media are an example of that. I'm confident that all ministers around the executive table see the worthiness of a 3-year budget. I have no doubt there will be some bartering and negotiations ahead of us being able to get an agreed draft budget out to consultation, out to public consultation. But I think all ministers see the benefit of a 3-year budget, and when they focus on the benefits of the 3-year budget, then I think that will allow us to deliver a budget for public consultation.
Thank you, Minister. I call Steve Aiken.
The health pay shortfall, just doing my maths, is now about 140 million. This is despite the 109 agreed overspend that you agreed with the Health Minister. The resource allocation in this monitoring round is far short of the 100 million the Health Minister was told was available in October, and that was reiterated very publicly by the First Minister in the media. Is health really the priority of the Northern Ireland Executive?
The Executive has already agreed a ministerial direction which authorises the Health Minister to proceed with the Health Workers Pay Award. And there should be no doubt from this chamber today the health sector's pay award is going ahead.
Thank you. Minister, I call Pat Sheehan.
Can the Minister provide more detail on the Irish medium capital allocation at the whole?
It's a very welcome allocation of £6 million, both to terms of Irish medium education and Intifus na Gael Scoiliachtaí. In terms of facilities they also provide to the Irish medium sector. It's quite a significant investment, but I have no doubt there will be need for continued investment in that sector and other sectors. But again, it shows the value of monitoring rounds where you can allocate funding to areas of need, and those areas of need can absorb that funding very quickly.
Thank you. Minister, I call Pam Cameron.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement to the House today, which is very important. I too, like my colleague, very much welcome that the bid for social homes was met. It's still, however, disappointing that we're unable to meet the target which every Minister signed up to and agreed to in the Housing Supply Strategy and within the programme for government. So will the Finance Minister today show his commitment to social housing and confirm that future budget bids required will be met in full?
Minister.
The final whistle hasn't blown in this financial year. There's still at least one fiscal event taking place in Westminster, which I would hope that the Executive will benefit, not huge amounts, I'm not suggesting in huge amounts. There may also be some reprioritisation of capital within the Executive's budget, and I will commit to working with all Ministers to ensure that that funding is spent where it can be delivered. And if that can be delivered in social housing, then I have no difficulty in directing it towards social housing. In terms of the 3-year budget moving forward, as I said earlier to Mr Tennyson, I have no doubt there will be robust engagement and negotiations around that, and that if Ministers keep themselves focused on the need for a 3-year budget and the benefits that brings to all departments, then we'll get it delivered.
Thank you. Minister, I call Neil McAllister.
Minister for his statement today, and I welcome the prioritisation of staff, and in particular that the PSNI will get their pay rise. It is most definitely welcome. I want to ask whether in the multi-year budget the Executive will still continue to prioritise the police recovery fund so that we can see our officer numbers increase.
I'm on record as saying that one of the recommendations I will be making as part of the multi-year budget is that the police recovery fund is supported and that we do see a recovery in our police numbers. I think that's essential in terms of delivering frontline public services, of which policing is one. I also think it will assist the police in recruiting across our community and ensuring that policing represents the community it serves.
Thank you, Minister. I call Gemma Dolan.
And I want to congratulate the Minister on his work on this. Minister, how will today's allocation support programme for government commitments?
Across a range of areas, and social housing has been mentioned as one. There's quite a significant investment going into to bringing us towards that target in relation to social housing, as has been other investment in terms of, if you look at infrastructure, for instance, that will also allow us to develop more homes and connect more businesses. You look at in terms of the investments for further and higher education in relation to investment in skills, etc. Again, a theme of the programme for government in terms of our economy and ensuring that we have a skilled workforce to further develop and support that economy.
Thank you, Minister. I call Trevor Clark.
Deputy Speaker, and like others, can I welcome the statement, and has already been alluded to in terms of the recovery plan for the PSNI and the pay awards. Can I ask, Minister, there's an opportunity also, which is not in this, was the money for the data breach. Lots of officers obviously concerned about pay rises and data breach money. Do you foresee that before the end of this financial year? And indeed, when I'm on my feet then, do you see that the pay award that's been awarded today will be in their pay packets for December?
Minister.
The delivery of the pay award will be down to the Justice Minister and the Chief Constable, and I've no doubt that the Justice Minister will make further comment on that later on today. In terms of the data breach, my understanding is that the data breach engagement and legal engagement around the data breach will not conclude in this financial year, and therefore that allows us to plan to pay in relation to the data breach in the next financial year, and that's the recommendation I'll be making to my executive colleagues. However, we continue to engage with the Treasury and others to see and urge them to allow the Assembly and the Executive access to the reserve claim, and we will continue, and that's up to the highest levels of government, including the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Minister. I call Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his statement today. Whilst today's £69.3 million for health pay goes some way towards the funding of this year's award, the Minister will be aware, as has been said, based on expectations having been raised previously, that today's allocation will be viewed by many as falling far short of what was previously promised. Does the Minister accept, therefore, that based on the previous promises, that it would be entirely unfair if today's £31 million shortfall in health were also to be taken off next year's opening budget for health?
Well, let's not set out a mixed message from this chamber today. Let's be very, very clear about this. Health and social care workers' pay is going ahead. Their pay award is going to be paid. So that is beyond doubt, and the Executive has already passed a ministerial direction supporting the Health Minister in that regard. So that's going ahead, going to be paid, no doubt, no questions in relation to that. In relation to how the Executive deals with that in its future budget is now entirely a matter for the Executive. I will be making recommendations to the Executive in regards to the 3-year budget, how we deal with the potential overspends of this year, and it will be up to Executive colleagues how they respond to that. But as I said to another member, the final whistle hasn't blown yet in this financial year. The game is still on. There can be changes in circumstances from month to month, both to your advantage and to your disadvantage, but I am continually monitoring the situation and engaging with Executive colleagues to ensure that the overspend is minimised to as little as possible.
Thank you, Minister. I call Linda Dillon.
Privilege can call you and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can I also welcome the pay awards for our healthcare workers and also for PSNI? Minister, can you outline and expand on the capital funding being provided to health, given that some of our health facilities are not fit for purpose and are actually in an unsafe condition?
Thank you. Well, there is, I think, around £5 million has been set aside in terms of urgent repairs to the health estate, and then there's quite a substantial investment in IT equipment for the health sector. It's vitally important that we do have modern, up-to-date IT equipment in all our departments, but particularly in terms of the health sector, to allow them to run as an efficient and effective service as possible.
Thank you, Minister. Next is Gary Middleton. Thank you.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, as other members have stated, the First Minister had spoken publicly about the £150 million secured for pay awards, including £37 million for teachers. Yet in your statement you state that the Education Minister will receive £25.6 million for teachers' pay, which is quite a bit short. Our teachers do deserve a pay award. Minister, if the Education Minister issues a ministerial direction, will you support him in that and provide the necessary finance to get our teachers the pay award they deserve?
The Education Minister, I'm sure, will further outline as to how he intends to deal with the pressures facing his department, and the particular pressure in relation to education workers and teachers' pay. I will support any ministerial direction coming forward if it's in line and in regard to how the Health Minister approached it previously. I think that's the way forward. It's a well-tested route, and it's received collective response from the Executive. So I'm willing to work with the Education Minister on that. I think there is a way through this, but it has to be a managed process.
Thank you. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, can I ask you how much of the remaining £12.8 million of FTC will be able to be allocated, and are you aware of any shovel-ready projects for it?
I'm not aware of any projects other than the ones we've funded at this stage, but again I've encouraged ministers and their senior officials to engage with the various sectors they operate with and see if we can further invest that FTC.
Thank you, members. We're just going to take a raise. Can I just finish first, Matthew, and I'll bring you in? Okay, thank you. So we're going to take a raise before question time, and questions on the statement will resume after question time, and Colin McGrath will be the next person to ask a question. Point of order, Matthew.
That, Madam President, Deputy Speaker, thank you. I'll be brief. Earlier on during the debate, I described the underspend of £250 million as criminal. The Minister implied that I was saying literally a criminal act had taken place. I did not. And just to be clear, the Oxford English Dictionary is clear that in addition to the formal legal meaning, there's also the meaning of something being, people laugh, but this is important, you accuse me of something I did not do, that something can be criminal if it is shocking or deplorable. Underspending capital by £250 million is shocking and deplorable.
Matthew, take your seat. First of all, it's not a point of order, okay? You've kind of clarified what you kind of said, and I think we've all got the gist, so I appreciate that. Members, take their ease, please.
I move to questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, Nicole Connolly.
Question number 1, please.
I'm clear that there needs to be investment into drainage and wastewater treatment around Belfast Lough, and in terms of the necessary funding required for these projects, I want to assure the member that I've been working very hard to deliver the most amount of funding possible within the budget available to my department. This year alone, NI Water has received over £500 million of public money, representing 23% of the opening resource and over 40% of the general capital budget allocated to my department. At opening budget, NI Water is receiving 86% of what it identified it could deliver this year. And when the additional £11 million of capital funding that I was able to secure in June monitoring is taken into consideration, this increases to almost 90% of their ask, which is a significant level of investment in our water and wastewater infrastructure. It's for the Board of NI Water to prioritise the funding that they have been allocated to ensure the delivery of water and wastewater services across the North. Our members will be familiar with my three-pronged approach which I'm progressing and delivering in terms of securing more investment for wastewater infrastructure from executive colleagues, considering the approach to developer contributions and bringing in legislation to provide for sustainable drainage systems. Additionally, my department has secured £15 million in funding from the Transformation Fund, which will implement a pilot project to help transform the way in which rainwater is managed in the Belfast area, and I'm progressing further bids to the Transformation Fund for investment in wastewater treatment. However, as I've said on many occasions, funding is not the only answer, and I have been encouraged by NI Water in terms of their delivery of faster and lower cost solutions to how it manages wastewater. I've advised NI Water to look at more options in this regard and look forward to the company using innovation to unlock wastewater capacity and protect the environment in other areas across the north. And finally, in dealing with the very serious challenges in Belfast Lough, it is vital that we continue to work collaboratively right across government. My department is working closely with the environmental regulator and officials in DERA, DFC and other stakeholders as we seek to deliver solutions, and I remain committed to working together and will continue to make the case for additional funding to expedite delivery for these projects in Belfast.
Ms Egan.
Thank you, Minister. It's very concerning that, as I understand it, NI Water is facing a £2 billion funding gap. Do you think this could realistically be addressed with your three-pronged approach, and can you give us more details on the other options you're exploring?
Sure.
Well, as the member may be aware, that £2 billion shortfall is over a number of years, and I think when you look at the overall executive budget, we would be very unrealistic to say that that could be met in terms of what we're dealing with. However, I am an optimist, and I think that it's important that we look at what is available to us out there and how we can do that. That's why I've talked about, some of the innovation that NI Water have already shown and how we look at it. I mean, the Living with Water programme for Belfast, the reason that we've seen the delays with it is because we saw a 60% increase in the original costs. So we have to manage that and work through that and see how we can continue to move forward to deliver in relation to all of these issues. So, look, I'm under no illusions, and I've said this on many occasions. This is extremely challenging, there is no doubt about that, but that's why I'm looking at all the options available to me, whether it's through securing additional funding, with work through the executive, through the developer contributions options, and also looking at the sustainable options for wastewater treatment and drainage solutions. So I do think that we can make a real difference, and as well as that, working collaboratively with NI Water, I think that there are solutions out there, and I'm working with them to try and achieve that.
Finnegan.
I want to thank the Minister for her answer so far. Will the Minister plan for natural sustainable urban drainage, such as the Urban Drainage Transformation Project, help reduce spills into Belfast Lough, therefore improving water quality?
Yeah, well, as I've alluded to there, the aim of the pilot project is to make a robust case to transform the way in which rainwater is managed in our towns and cities by managing rainwater naturally on the surface and to slow down the flow into our rivers and our pipe drainage systems. Slowing that flow down will help to reduce flood risks and improve water quality by reducing spills from combined sewers. And I recently had the privilege to go out and have a look at how that's working in the Eglinton area in Derry, and there's a pilot project in place there, and we've seen in real life just how that is slowing down that flow, and hopefully we'll see positive impacts coming from that. The initial focus of this pilot is in the Fort William and White House catchments of Belfast, where specific surface water and sewerage issues have been identified, and this pilot project aims to retrofit 10,000 cubic metres of rainwater storage, which will either divert or delay its entry into the combined sewerage network to increase capacity and therefore increase the system's capacity to handle storm conditions. And as I've said before, I think projects like this and looking at other solutions means that we can ensure that water that's coming through the systems to be treated is water that actually needs treated, and it's not rainwater that is actually taking up capacity and using up resource. So we're trying to be sensible about this, use the natural options available that will help to alleviate the pressure on the overall system.
Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, with the clock ticking down on the compliance of the Kinnear treatment plant, where does the unacceptable levels of pollution entering Belfast Lough sit in the priorities of the Minister's department?
Well, I think that this is a major priority, and I have been working with the Minister for Agriculture as well in relation to these very serious issues. And I think I've already outlined some of the steps that I'm taking to try and offset that. You will be aware of the recent investigation by the Office for Environmental Protection, and I welcome that because I think it gives an opportunity to look at how we can do things differently, and my department will fully cooperate with the OEP in relation to that. However, it is the Department for Agriculture's responsibility in terms of compliance, but as I've said, I'm working collaboratively with him and with all stakeholders to see what we can do to address this at the earliest possible stage.
Matthew Till.
Speaker, Minister, I'm slightly at a loss here. Your colleague, the Finance Minister, and yourself were not impressed by me asking about mismanagement of the capital budget. But you've just said NI Water, there isn't enough money there. You have just handed back £140 million in unspent capital to the centre in this monitoring round. I do think that is remarkable mismanagement. So, given that, when will we see a comprehensive multi-year plan for investment in NI Water? You've talked about developer levy, you've talked about seeking more money from your colleagues. When will that actually convert into a plan for us to rescue Belfast Lough and our water system more generally?
So I think the member has chosen his words very carefully there, because he is fully aware of why there's been an underspent capital in my department, something that is completely beyond my control in relation to the F5. I can't spend money that I'm not allowed to spend, and that's the reality of it. However, the member will also be aware that in the Minister's statement he outlined that there's been a further allocation of almost 60 million back into my department to deal with some of the issues that he has outlined. So that money will be put to good use, and let me be very clear that we continue to work extremely hard to deal with the issues that he's outlined. It's very unfortunate and very disappointing that we're in this position. I would love to have had that money spent on the A5 construction well underway. Unfortunately, that was not to be. However, as you know, their legal proceedings have started today in relation to the appeal. So I'll continue to look at what is available to me. I've outlined very clearly what we're doing in terms of the different avenues of work that have been underway to try and tackle these issues. I've outlined exactly how much NI Water have been allocated in this financial year, what we've been able to do with that, and I'll continue to work with everybody to ensure that we can find solutions and that we continue to make good progress on this issue.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the farming community are often used by Northern Ireland Water as convenient scapegoats for the pollution in many of our lochs and waterways. Can the Minister update the House on what immediate steps she has taken to get her own house in order and stop the millions of tonnes of raw sewage being dumped into our lochs and waterways annually by Northern Ireland Water?
Well, the millions of tonnes that the member refers to, I think, might be a wee bit of an exaggeration, and I know I have a breakdown of the actual content of the spills that have gone into some of the waterways. We don't want any to go in, and I just want to make that very, very clear. And I don't want anybody to be scapegoated. I think there's work for all of us to do in how we tackle this issue, and there's responsibility on everybody. And I'll play my part in relation to that, and that has been working collaboratively with NI Water and other executive departments to ensure that we find solutions that are viable, that make sense, but that are also realistic in terms of what we're dealing with. Funding is undoubtedly a huge challenge, but we have to make the best of the funding that we have, and that's what I'm committed to do.
Question number 2, Trevor Clark.
Question 2.
Minister.
As the member will be aware, and as I've mentioned here even today, my department has been operating a very difficult financial environment for many, many years as a result of the underfunding and underinvestment by the British governments for a number of years now, which has created significant challenges in our ability to maintain the road network in a safe condition. As members will be aware, last week on the 2nd of December I was pleased to launch the new road maintenance strategy, which is now open for public consultation. The main objectives of the strategy are to make our roads better by enhancing safety and quality, by delivering a targeted programme of intelligent maintenance investment and a sustainable maintenance regime. And this means, as I've said in this House before, instead of filling 1 or 2 potholes and walking past a number of others, that there be more patch resurfacing, and when this is done, the repairs will last longer because they'll be of a better quality. This means filling more potholes where it's needed most, and ensuring that we're not sending the same resources back to the same spot on a number of occasions. Through this new strategy, my department will ensure that road maintenance function is organised to improve day-to-day effectiveness and enhance our ability to respond to incidents and weather events. Along with this strategy, my department is investing £1.3 million in the provision of a full digital survey of the entire road network in the north, which is almost 27,000 kilometres of road. And this will provide a much greater level of understanding of road condition and allow officials to take a more data-driven approach when they're making decisions and delivering more focused maintenance interventions. The value of deeper, more accurate information to support an intelligent road maintenance strategy is widely recognised, and we are world leading in this approach. It's a landmark initiative, and I think in just 6 months we will get an unprecedented understanding of its road infrastructure to better target maintenance, reduce costs and react quickly to future opportunities and innovations.
Mr. Clark. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say that all sounds very good, Minister, that we're going to have an intelligent system, which is inferring that some of the engineers currently are not intelligent. That said, in my constituency, and I can think of one example, I have asked for a number of times for meetings with officials, and they say they're working on the basis of defects and actionable defects. The actionable defects are so bad in most constituencies that where they go out and mark the defects, by the time they come round, the defect markings are part of the pothole. So the problem here is either management within road service or the management of contractors. When, Minister, is your department going to get a grasp and manage the contracts in an appropriate manner so that the roads don't get into the state that they actually are?
Minister.
Well, I'm not for 1 second questioning the intelligence of any of my staff, and I think that's a very disappointing remark to make. I think what this is doing is ensuring that we're using the digital technology available to us to make smarter decisions so that we can free up our workforce to do the work that needs to be done, so that we're not sending staff out to the same locations time and time again. The member will be fully aware that the issues that we have are as a result of underfunding. There's no denying that, and that's been going on for well over a decade now, so we're constantly playing catch up. But I fully can concur with the issues he's raised. Come to my own constituency and look at some of the roads around Newry and South Armagh, and you'll see that we're having the exact same issues. But what I'm saying is, we're trying to do this differently, to try and make a difference, to try and address all of the issues that you have just outlined. And let's see what happens. Let's see how this beds in. I'm very positive about it. I think it will make a real difference. And I think it will ensure that we're making more efficient, more cost-effective decisions that will build the resilience and the sustainability of our road networks.
Cathal Boyle. I'm just following on from that. Could the Minister outline how she uses technology itself to improve our road maintenance activities?
Minister.
Yeah, so as I have alluded to, this new strategy will focus on delivering higher quality repairs instead of spreading resources too thinly, ensuring more reliable and safer road network and interventions that prove to be more effective, so that we're not having to come back time and time again to the same areas. As part of the strategy, my department's taken forward the development of digitally supported procedures for the inspection and repair of roads to help inform decision making. And the first step in this work is to get that complete understanding of the condition of our entire road network. We're already almost over halfway through that process, so I think this will help to give us a full picture of the level of deterioration in our roads and ensure that we can properly target those areas that are of the greatest need. That will help to continually build resilience. It will use advanced AI, HD imaging and roadscape modelling technology. We capture a digital twin of every road in the north, every single road, to an extraordinary level of detail, and generating billions of data points which we can provide a detailed insight into the conditions of all our carriageways and footways, mapping the extent of every visible defect from minor cracks to large potholes. But it won't only identify and prioritise urgent maintenance, it will also perform life cycle modelling that will provide clear long-term projections of how the road network will perform under different investment scenarios, which will also help my department to plan investments more effectively, reducing our carbon impact from maintenance and optimise the safety and lifespan of its road assets.
Well, John Stewart.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers. Minister, our roads are in a diabolical state, as you know, and we're spending millions of pounds increasingly year on year in compensation. You've highlighted the work that's being done. Can I just ask what engagements you've had with the Mineral Products Association and their contractors about the vital role that they have to play in the resolution of this and about the concerns that they have?
Yeah, I have met with the Mineral Products Association on a number of occasions since coming into post, and you know, really acutely aware of the concerns they have raised and continue to raise. I think that's why I was very focused in relation to this December monitoring round, that I put a specific bid in around structural maintenance. It's something I've said I wanted to do and I would press for, and I was really pleased to have been awarded 13.2 million within today's monitoring round, which I know will go a long way, and I think that's to credit to my officials and to the staff on the ground, through, you know, who are members of the Mineral Products Association and the contractors out there who can turn that money around very, very quickly, that we can see real results. So I look forward to further engagement with them in relation to this recent outcome of the monitoring round. I recognise it still doesn't go far enough, but I hope that we can see a real difference, that the public that we represent will see and feel a real difference in the coming weeks and months.
Minister, the Mineral Products Association has asked for 20 million as a minimum to enable essential maintenance and repairs of our crumbling road network with potholes galore, frankly, without even a winter freeze happening yet. The MPA asked for 20 million, you bid for 19 million and we're allocated 13 million. What does this mean for the safety and state of our roads? And you've talked about your bells and whistle mapping system. How long will it take to map the roads network? And surely the Minister will agree that we need our potholes filled, not pictures of them.
Minister.
Well, for somebody that takes plenty of pictures of potholes, then maybe he should listen to his own advice. But in relation to his question around the mineral products and today's December monitoring outcome, yes, there's 13.2 million. I know there's a 20 million ask. There's also money in relation to overplanning that we've been allocated. So there is room for flexibility within my department, and I will strive to do my best to ensure that we meet as much as possible and get as much delivered in the rest of this financial year.
Brian Kingston.
Question number 3.
From the 1st of June 2025, private cars that were first registered between the 1st of June 2020 and the 31st of May 2021, or between the 1st of June 2018 and the 31st of May 2019 and have a valid MOT certificate will be given a temporary exemption certificate. This means they will not need a vehicle test MOT for 12 months from the date their current certificate expires. If a vehicle meets the eligible date criteria but does not have a valid MOT certificate, an MOT test will need to be conducted and passed. A TEC for 12 months will be automatically applied from the expiry of its latest test certificate.
Mr. Kingston.
And unfortunately, it does speak to a lack of capacity in the MOT testing system that this emergency measures had to be introduced. But I would ask the Minister if she could ask her officials to check that there's a consistent online message on government websites. My own experience when I went to book on gov.uk to check my MOT status of my vehicle when I went in October, it told me that the MOT expired this month, December, as I thought. And then when I went on to NI Direct to book an MOT test, once I went through the process, at the very end it told me, no, you can't book one because it's not due until 2026. So I was getting a different message from NI Direct, and I had to check that that was correct when I looked up the information.
Interesting story, Mr. Kingston, but we need a question.
So it's just if you could ask officials to check that the two websites are giving a consistent message about the temporary exemptions.
No, I appreciate the member raising that, and I'm happy if you want to provide some more detail within in relation to that specific issue to my private office, and we can look into it and try and get that rectified. Because I've outlined just how that works, but keen to see if there are issues with it, we can make sure that that's addressed.
Melissa McHugh.
Concorlan, I say, ignoring just the comment that was made there in relation to how easy it is to get the MOT, but I think that most people have noticed that it's become a lot easier now to get an MOT appointment than it was back in 2024. So did implementing the temporary extension certificates, did that actually impact on waiting times?
Yeah, it absolutely has. In May 2024, the average MOT waiting time was approximately 100 days. And I was pleased that it's now down to 32 days for an MOT, and that has been achieved by increasing the number of tests conducted and also managing demand through the use of TECs. DVA has increased its testing capacity by recruiting additional vehicle examiners. They've also been offering appointments on Sundays and bank holidays when testing has not normally been available, and increasing the number of vehicles tested by each examiner. As I've mentioned, TECs were first introduced in June 2024, and I was able to extend their use for certain 5- and 7-year-old private cars for another year to help manage waiting times further until the new test centres at Highbank and Mollusk open. And once both of those test centres are fully operational, they will provide capacity for over 200,000 additional vehicle tests per year, and both centres are expected to open in 2026. So this will make a marked difference in the experiences that we have seen in recent years. But I just think it's important to also pay tribute to the staff who have worked extremely hard, doing overtime and putting in extra shifts, and we've also been able to recruit new staff, which I think has made a really, really positive difference.
Mark Durgan. Thanks, Speaker. The Minister and members have outlined, I suppose, the benefits that have derived from the introduction of temporary exemption certificates. But what consideration has the Minister given to consultation responses on the move, therefore, to biennial MOT testing? And what other evidence might be considered? Should we have more up-to-date evidence, I suppose, on vehicle condition as a causation factor in collisions?
Minister.
Well, as the member will know, we have done a consultation on biennial testing. The responses are currently with my officials who are finalising a detailed paper that will come to me for consideration on the future of MOT testing here. So, and I will obviously update members in due course in relation to that when that's available. But from a road safety perspective, I think it's also important to remember and to remind people that the condition of your vehicle is your responsibility. So regardless of when your MOT is due, it is your responsibility to ensure that your vehicle is fit for purpose and it's fit for the road. So, you know, we've seen over the last number of years some of the issues we've had with the testing centres. When back in 2020 we had the issues with the lifts, which also had an impact on MOT testing. Then we had COVID, and we are gradually seeing a recovery from both of those really difficult issues. So I think that during that period, the majority of motorists were acutely aware of it's their responsibility to ensure that their vehicle is roadworthy, and that continues regardless if you've just had an MOT or you're 2 weeks out from an MOT. And I think that's a really important point, particularly from a road safety perspective.
Becker.
Question number 5.
The Inclusion Foundation, which is also known as Including People, is about creating an infrastructure system that works for everyone, including older people, those with disabilities and those with sensory impairments. Accessible transport is not just about ramps or designated seating, it's about dignity, equality and enabling people to participate fully in society. By removing barriers, we open opportunities for employment, education and community life. Our initial focus has been on understanding the barriers that people encounter when accessing our services, and this has enabled my department to review existing functions and identify areas where programmes can be strengthened to better reflect individual needs. We're actively working to remove obstacles for older people and those who are deaf or disabled, while also addressing that active travel can feel intimidating for women and girls, and that racial and ethnic minorities face risks when using public transport. We work very closely and collaboratively with IMTAC, the Inclusive Mobility and Transport Advisory Committee. And building on this commitment to accessibility, I recently announced my intention to bring forward legislation to tackle inconsiderate pavement parking across the north. A vehicle parked fully on a pavement creates serious and often dangerous barriers for pedestrians, forcing people to step out onto the road into oncoming traffic. And this poses a safety risk, particularly for people with disabilities, older people, children and people pushing prams. This legislative action complements wider engagement efforts such as our recent Inclusive Transport and Travel Conference, which brought together almost 140 people from various areas of that sector. Key messages including involving users from the outset, future-proofing infrastructure, and improving parking enforcement. And stakeholders also call for better payment systems, real-time information and a more joined-up approach to public and community transport. To ensure that there is a central and continuous focus on the diverse needs of people using our services, all of DFI's senior civil servants, along with other lead policy officials, have completed a disability equality training programme, which is delivered in partnership with Inclusion London and in collaboration with IMTAC.
Thank you. Mr Baker.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. And I thank the Minister for putting inclusion and equality at the heart of what she does. Will the Minister consider extending the half-fare pass for disabled people to full fare?
Yeah, I'm glad the member has raised this question, as it is an issue that I have been quite vocal on for many, many years, and I fully acknowledge the significant societal and economic benefits that free public transport can deliver for people with disabilities. As well as that, increasing the use of public transport is a vital step towards reducing congestion, improving air quality and achieving our climate objectives, which will bring benefits to all of our society. As part of my ongoing review of budget allocations, I'm carefully considering the funding available for the concessionary fare scheme, including the option of extending free travel to disabled people who currently only receive the half-fare discount. In anticipation of when resources permit, my officials have been working closely with TransLink to resolve any operational challenges, particularly those associated with the major upgrade of TransLink's ticketing system. So I'm firmly committed to enhancing social inclusion by improving access to our public transport network through the extension to free public transport for people with disabilities. And I have been meeting with a number of representatives and organisations from across that sector to hear their views and hear just why it is so important, and I really appreciate and I'm grateful for their input to date.
John McCallum. Thank you, Minister. Economic growth and roads transport are part of your 7 foundations for the future, very much needed in West Tyrone. Should there be a negative outcome to the court case ongoing for the A5, what's Plan B?
Well, I'm sure the member will appreciate that at this point in time. I think it would be remiss for me to go into any level of detail, but what I will say is, as this work has been going on in relation to the appeal, my officials have also been looking at a contingency plan as to what other options there are for us to be able to take this forward. So when the time comes and when I'm able to do so, I will continue to keep all members updated.
Pam Cameron.
Number 6.
Road safety remains a major priority for me. Over 50 families this year have already received the devastating news that their loved one has been killed in a road traffic collision, and many more have learned of life-changing serious injuries. My department continues to collaborate with blue light organisations and other departments through the Road Safety Strategic Forum to steer the Road Safety Strategy Action Plan. The plan will address the latest and emerging needs in road safety, with interventions that are based on sound research and success in other jurisdictions. The Forum is currently finalising a new action plan of high-level interventions, and whilst not all of these interventions will specifically target rural or high-risk roads, any intervention to improve road safety has the potential to have a positive impact on any type of road and road safety in general. The interventions will include, amongst others, a consultation on a number of speed-related matters, local transport and safety measures programme, working with TransLink on public transport and school bus safety in rural areas, a new tranche of part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits at schools, continuing work on impaired and distracted driving policy and legislation, and targeted awareness campaigns. It is important to remember that the majority of collisions are caused by human error, so road user behaviour must also be addressed. And this is a specific focus that members will potentially have seen through some of the more recent road safety advertising campaigns and awareness raising work that we have been doing.
Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the Speaker wouldn't mind indulging me for a second just to congratulate my good colleague beside me, Willie Irwin, on reaching his final day of service within this Assembly chamber. I think we all wish him well for the future. I thank the Minister also for the answer to her question, and she will be clearly very aware of very recent and very tragic loss of life on the Lurgan Road in Glenavy, and our hearts go out to those families who have to suffer such terrible loss. But given the long-term ambition of the Northern Ireland Road Safety Strategy to 2030, can the Minister outline how the new technology that she's already spoken about today, maintenance strategy reforms and budget allocations, of which we've heard 13.2 million announced today, but how will that be aligned with the strategy's targets to ensure meaningful reductions in deaths and serious injuries on our roads?
Briefly, Minister, please.
Yeah, and can I also offer my best wishes to my constituency colleague, William Irwin. We've always had a very good relationship, and I really appreciate his work over many years, and wish him all the best in his retirement. Well deserved, I think, at this stage, William, so the best of luck with that. Look, in relation to the member's question, I think there are a number of things that we're doing, and as I've talked about before, I'm continually looking at ways we can narrow those gaps. Road user behaviour, driver behaviour, I think, is one of the key areas, which is why I wanted to increase road safety advertising. This year I was able to approve an allocation of 1.9, almost £2 million to road safety promotion for this financial year, which is an increase of over 1.5 million. In addition to that, the Road Safety Partnership has also allocated £500,000 in sponsorship, which brings that total budget to almost 2.5 million. So I think that in itself shows the commitment and the dedication I have to ensuring that we do more and do as much as we can. And we have announced recently the drug driving campaign, which you may be aware of, as well as a number of other areas. I've been working across departments, including with your own departmental, your own party colleague, the Education Minister, on school bus safety. In relation to the road maintenance aspect of it, I think that anything that will improve our road surface and our road network will improve safety, and that's something that I am very, very conscious of and something I want to achieve. So, I think there's a number of things we can do here, and I'm always looking for more ideas about how we can improve driver behaviour and make our roads safer for everyone.
Moving to topical questions, Justin McNulty.
And can I wish my constituency colleague and her family happy Christmas, and they run into the magical season of festivities. Minister, it's extraordinary that you're crying foul around funding when your executive has handed back £250 million unspent. Can the Minister outline how she plans to overcome the funding challenges being faced by her department in relation to developing water and wastewater infrastructure?
Minister.
Okay, well, thank my colleague for his warm wishes, and likewise I wish him the same, and I hope he gets a good break over Christmas and gets time to enjoy it with his family. I think we're all looking forward to this stage, and hopefully we will get to enjoy it, as with many others. I mean, I think I have probably answered this question in some of the other questions I've had today in relation to wastewater infrastructure. There's no doubt that this is a significant challenge. It's not something that has just arisen since I came into post, or indeed since my predecessor John O'Dowd was in post. It's something that has been characteristic of this department for many, many years. However, I think when we look at what we have been able to achieve, albeit on a constrained budget in the last year, NI Water had indicated that the target would be, I think it's just over 4,000 houses for this PC 21 period. We're now over 5,000 houses that have already been able to be built due to the work that has happened across departments around the executive table with other partners out across the sector, and using innovation to unlock wastewater capacity. So I hope that shows my commitment to finding the solutions. It may not always be funding. Funding is the key issue, but when we look at the British government's budget, or lack of a decent budget that we saw last week, I don't think that money is going to drop out of the sky anytime soon, but that's not going to deter me from doing the work that I need to do to ensure that we keep this place moving forward and that we can deliver for the people that we all represent.
Mr McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Thus far, Minister, the current funding model for NI Water is not fit for purpose. You know this, your department knows this, and industry knows this, and industry has told you this. What is the plan to ensure funding is in place to allow NI Water to connect new houses, schools, hospitals, and commercial and hospitality and retail and industrial developments?
Sure.
So again, I think I have outlined what the plan is many occasions here around the three-pronged approach, and the approaches that we're taking in different areas of work that have and continue to make a difference. However, in terms of the funding model, I am of the view that the funding model does work. It's the right one for NI Water. It's one that ensures that the government still has a level of control in relation to that protects it for the people that we represent. Because I've said very clearly, and I'll say it once again, I am not intending to introduce water charges, because for me that seems to be the only other option that people are bringing forward. The member shaking his head, so if he has another solution to that, then mutualisation is water charges through the back door. So well, the member shaking his head, he clearly needs to do a wee bit of research around that. Mutualisation is water charges through the back door, and that's something that I am not prepared to do. He may be.
William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank, before I ask the question, members, party colleagues and members from right across this House that have wished me well in my retirement. Can I say it's been an absolute privilege for me to represent Uri Nama over from 2007. Especially, I think most people will accept and realise that I represented people irrespective of their class or creed. I represented everyone.
Yeah.
The Minister will be aware in recent weeks the number of accidents on the main Uri to Alma Road in close proximity to Market Hill. There's 5 main junctions on that short stretch of road. And indeed, recently, just last week, one pedestrian lady lost her life. Would the Minister look at the possibility of reducing the speed limit on this section of road to cover the 5 main junctions?
Yeah, and can I just, I suppose, add my condolences to the family of that lady and such a devastating incident, and I can't imagine what they are currently going through. As I've said, many families this year have sadly had a similar experience. But what I will do then, I can ask officials to look at that again. I know we have looked at it in the past, but ask them to review it again, particularly based on this most recent incident. I travel the road myself quite a lot, and I'm very familiar with it, and there's a lot of junctions, as you said. There's Gosford Park is not too far from there, which is a very, very busy junction also. So very conscious of that, and happy to ask officials to look at this again and reassess.
Mr. Chairman, just for call you, can I wish you my best wishes as you retire. I've known you for a very long time, and known you as a very hard constituency worker over those years. And many people benefited from that, and you've always done what you do with honesty and integrity, and that's a great value that people can have. Please ask your supplementary.
Can I thank the Speaker very much. In the past we've worked closely together, and I hold him in high esteem. Can I thank the Minister for the possibility of looking into this? The family, I was at the funeral on Sunday, the family are devastated. The loss, the lady was going to get her hair done and was killed on that main road. The traffic travels quite fast. It's a very, very busy road, and it's important that we all realise the seriousness of this.
Yes, no, absolutely, and I think the seriousness of this incident and just how dangerous that can be can't be understated. So just to reiterate my commitment to ask officials to relook at that, and happy if the member would like me to come back to him personally through the department or to his predecessor, we can arrange for that.
Sir Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, and before I ask for a question, Minister, I would like to pass on the Alliance Party's best wishes to Mr. Irwin on his retirement. He's been in this Assembly longer than I have, and I wish him a long and happy retirement. Minister, you recently published a report with regards to the Department's consultation on developer-led contributions. How do you intend to proceed with regards to this?
Well, as the member will be aware, the consultation was heavily responded to, so we are considering that and looking at what the next steps will be. I think it's important to recognise that this is a good opportunity to look at how we can bolster our wastewater infrastructure funding, but also recognising the need for it to be an equal and fair approach. So I think as I go through that and finalise those plans, I will update the House in relation.
Sir Dixon.
Minister, the consultation showed strong opposition to developer-led contributions. So what measures are you planning to do and take to minimise the potential negative impact of housing affordability?
Well, look, I mean, the opposition wasn't a surprise, and I think the member will understand that anything that is going to cost people is going to be, none of us want any additional costs, but I think it's important to look at what the outcomes will be and what we can actually achieve in relation to that. We're trying to work, finalise what that would look like, but I am very conscious that it's something I don't want to have a further negative impact in other ways, particularly it has been mentioned the possibility of having an impact on house prices. That's obviously something I don't want to see. However, I think it's also important to recognise that at present, for house builders or anyone that's building at the minute who needs a wastewater connection, there is already a cost, and in many cases that's quite significant if they need a new connection. So the idea around the developer contributions approach was to look at how we could do that more equitably, that will actually invest in our system and that people will see less of an impact. So for me, that was the desired outcome in relation to this, and it's something that I'm very conscious of in terms of my final decision in relation to this.
Neil McAllister.
Thank the Minister for her questions. My question is not a surprise. It was my oral question that we didn't get round to. And Minister, it's to ask when the safe pedestrian crossing for school children and other road and active travel users from Ashgrove to Ashgrove Primary School from the Prince Charles Way roundabout will be completed, given that it has been approved and that it is a safety issue for your department and for all of the local community.
No, I am aware of this particular site, and as the member has said, a full site survey and assessment has been completed, and the site has been scored, which has indicated that it is considered to be a high priority within the council area. I mean, as you've mentioned earlier in your member statement as well, this is ultimately down to budget and where that fits in with how we can actually deliver in relation to that. So it is on the department's prioritised list for inclusion in future works programme. I don't have a time frame here in front of me, but happy to come back in writing if there's any idea now. Particularly, we've got additional funding through December Modern, what that may or may not look like. But we're happy to keep you updated, because I do recognise how important it is, and because I don't know what else may be in front of that, and we have to also remember that as well. That I would hate to see it being, if we'd have someone else complaining that maybe their site, which was higher priority, is then overridden. Then I think that's important to remember too. But look, given that it has been identified as a high priority site, and we can get more detail from officials if that would be helpful.
I thank the member for that answer, and yes, more details, if it could be in the next financial budget year, would be helpful. But also I might invite the Minister along with the local school, Ashgrove Primary Schools Council, to the site, and you can see just how busy it is. A 4-lane almost looks like a dual carriageway with speeds at 50 miles per hour, to actually see what it's like for children to cross the area. I understand budgets, but it is a serious safety concern.
Minister.
Yeah, no, happy to accept the invite, because I do recognise, and I mean, as a parent myself, I think road safety is something that I'm so keen to ensure that we do our best to maximise at all costs, and also to ensure that we can encourage our children to walk or cycle or whatever it may be to get places that are close to them, whether it be school or their local youth club or wherever it may be. So these are things that I'm very, very conscious of, and I think that when the department are carrying out these assessments, they're all factored in. So look, yes, if you want to write in just in relation to that, I'm happy to accept that invite.
Anna Egan.
Thank you. Minister, can I ask, have you had any engagement with the Chancellor of the Exchequer in relation to the pay per mile tax on electric vehicles that was recently announced in the budget?
Not at this stage have I had any engagement with the Chancellor of the Exchequer. As I'm sure the member will appreciate, that would largely be the Finance Minister who would be in those direct negotiations. However, as we await further information in relation to this, I would imagine that there will be further engagement with the British Government and the relevant ministers there as to what that will mean for people here and what that will mean in the time ahead.
Regan.
Thank you, Minister. Can I ask if you would have concerns then on how this tax might impact Northern Ireland's ability to reach our climate change targets?
Minister.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And I think at first look at this, I think at a time when we are trying to encourage more people to transition to the use of electric vehicles, I think it would understandably raise concerns, particularly if there's going to be increased costs. So I think at this point in time I'm keen to get more information in terms of what the British Government are actually proposing, what that will look like and what that will mean for people here, and at that point I'll be able to make I suppose a better rationalisation of what we can expect.
Okay, members, that ends questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. Point of order.
I would just like to wish my constituency colleague Willie Irwin well on his last day in this chamber after more than 2 decades of dedicated service to the people of Newry and Armagh. A fearsome advocate for farmers and their families. Willie, you'll be sorely missed. I shook hands with Willie outside the Great Hall in front of the Christmas tree, and you still have that farmer's grip, Willie. Best luck with it for whatever's next. Take care.
Thank you for that, and I too would like to wish William all the very best for the future and to say it has been a pleasure working with you. You're an absolute gentleman. Okay, so that ends questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. We're going to continue with the statement from the Finance Minister. Before we broke off for question time, I indicated that Colin McGrath was the next person to ask a question. Colin.
Well, Deputy Speaker, Minister, last week at the Health Committee we were told that the maintenance bill for our health estate has blown past 1.6 billion, with 251 million judged high risk, 40% of the estate failing to meet statutory standards and nearly 1/5 deemed physically unacceptable. Does the Minister seriously believe that it's acceptable for the Executive to leave patients in these conditions? And can he explain how a criminally low level of 5.5 million has been allocated, amounting to a fraction of the backlog, and will it make any meaningful difference?
So, Minister, there are several questions, sir.
His homework while he's been away reading the dictionary as well. So he has. There's no one I have heard around the executive table, or indeed outside the executive table, who would claim that patients shouldn't be kept in anything other than first-class, first-rate conditions in our health service. And despite the best efforts of our health workers and teams around that, circumstances often do fall below par. But very, very often, they also patients receive world-class care in world-class conditions. Where there is a maintenance backlog, I will work along with the Health Minister and others to try and alleviate that backlog. Nowhere in my statement or nowhere is there any suggestion that the allocation we've made today is going to resolve that problem. We are doing the best we can with the limited resources we have, but we are and will continue to drive for change.
Thank you, Minister. I call Brian Kingston.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and certainly the allocation and reallocation of over £290 million is to be welcomed and will relieve many pressures. However, on the matter of pay award costs, you said earlier, Minister, £104.2 million been allocated to that, and in terms of those workers who are seeking clarity, your statement also highlights across 4 departments up to £150 million needed for pay awards. From what you've said earlier, it seems health and policing pay awards will be met in full. Can you provide more clarity for workers across the 4 departments of what they can expect?
Minister.
Let's be clear. There's been a ministerial direction approved by the Executive in relation to health workers' pay. That has been agreed. Health workers' pay will now proceed. The £7 million for police restructuring and recruitment has been agreed and will proceed. The money allocated to the Justice Minister for pay, I understand that the Justice Minister will set out later in terms of how she will now implement policing pay. And then that leaves teachers and infrastructure workers. And in relation to teachers, I understand that the Education Minister is bringing forward a ministerial direction in relation to teachers' pay. As I've said, if that's laid out in the same circumstances as the Health Minister's ministerial direction, then I think there is grounds there for the Executive to approve that. But a ministerial direction is a document on its own and contains information, etc. But in the principle, I think that's the way to proceed to ensure that all our public sector workers receive their agreed pay awards.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you. And thank you, Minister, for the statement. I think it is an important step forward today. In the statement, you indicate almost 70 million for healthcare workers' pay, and I'm glad that you've confirmed through the ministerial direction process that that will go ahead. But that may involve an overspend into next year or a 3-year budget. What discussions have you had with the Health Minister about how he will manage the pressures on his budget given this very considerable potential overspend and the implications for it?
Minister.
Ongoing discussions with the Health Minister over a protracted period of time in relation to the health pressures or the pressures his budget is under, and there has been a significant decline in terms of the forecasted pressures in health as a result of the work of the Health Minister, his Permanent Secretary and their team around him, and all the staff involved in the health service as well. They're all playing their part within that. As I said to someone earlier on, there's still a number of manoeuvres to be made in relation to this financial year. There's still a fiscal event in Westminster in relation to the estimates where we receive some money. I'm not expecting huge amounts from that. And then that will allow us to further analyse the figures and project better how we're going to overspend. I suspect there will be an overspend by the executive, probably from 1 or 2 departments will give us an overspend. But I'm not in a position to firmly predict what that overspend will be at this stage, because there's still a number of moving elements within this. But I've engaged with the Health Minister at length about this, as have my officials engaged at official level as well.
Thank you, Minister. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your statement. I'm going to take you to Table 3 allocations, which is your capital table, and let you flick towards that while I read out my question. Essentially, on the DFI budget within capital allocations, you have fully funded the Glarryford Land Tribunal, which was an inescapable cost. You fully funded the overplanning at 34 million, which was an inescapable cost. You then part-funded capital structural maintenance and the Northern Ireland drinking water infrastructure. But then you went on and part-funded a high-priority item, £5 million for fleet replacements. Would you say it's usual to not fund inescapables as far as you can within the envelope, but then to also fund a high-priority item ahead of those?
Minister.
For clarification, I haven't funded anything. The executive, this is an executive statement or an executive document, and the executive approved this. The executive can make whatever decisions it wants in terms of monitoring rounds and how they would fund. There was quite a considerable amount of capital brought forward on this occasion. My officials worked with departmental officials across the board in terms of what could be spent in the time frame we have, and hence the presentation you have in front of you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durkin.
Gurmaga frio Yaskion Corlia, August Buhas Lesh, and Ira Fahonia Irachis, August Asa.
I thank the Minister for his answer so far.
Here, but that doesn't mean that it's a good way of doing business, particularly in terms of the allocation of so much capital so late in the financial year. We welcome the meeting of the bid for social housing of almost £30 million. Is the Minister able to clarify, or is that maybe for the Communities Minister, how many new units this will mean and how far short we will fall short of the target?
Minister.
Another way of looking at it is how close will we get to the target, is another way of looking at it. The monitoring rounds are not a new invention. I didn't wake up during the week and say, you know what I'll do, I'll have a monitoring round. Monitoring rounds are part of and a fixture of budgetary processes in this Assembly and elsewhere. So monitoring rounds are a way and a proven way of doing business within institutions and redistributing monies across departments at set periods of time. So I haven't made this process up. It's a fixed, sound process. The reason it's a bit later in the year, as I've said earlier on, is because the Chancellor's autumn budget was approximately 4 weeks later than it usually would be in the Westminster calendar. That prevented me coming forward earlier with the proposals to the Executive and the Executive signing off on them.
Thank you, Minister. I call Tom Buchanan.
And thank you, Minister, for a statement. Minister, I note a return of 4.9 million as a result of unfilled vacancies within DERA. Given the pressures our agriculture sector is currently experiencing and the large number of vacancies within the department, especially also within our veterinary personnel, this is a matter of concern. Have you had any discussions with the DERA Minister with regards to these vacancies and the filling of such?
Thank you, Tom. Minister.
Just in relation to Mr Durkin's question as well, in terms of how close we are getting to the target, it will be for the Communities Minister to make an announcement in that regard. He'll have all the facts and figures in front of him. In relation to Tom's question, I haven't had a discussion specifically with the DERA Minister in this regard, and I don't know specifically what the challenges are in relation to recruitment in DERA, but the public sector faces the challenges that many private sector businesses face in terms of recruitment. It is at times difficult to recruit the staff you need for the jobs you have at that time. But probably best question to the DERA Minister.
Thank you. I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement today. And Minister, this is in relation to DFI roads. Minister, I see a bid in relating to the Ballinhouse bypass, but have not as yet seen it on the list of awards. Could you possibly update the House on this, as it is a priority project, hopefully due to start soon? Thank
Minister.
I I'm familiar with the Ballyhinch bypass given my previous role as DFI Minister. However, at what stage it's exactly at the moment, I'm not sure, Harry. So the DFI Minister would have to profile her budget in a way to respond to how that project is moving forward. And I have no further information for you on that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jerry Carroll.
Minister, revenue raising has obviously been doing the rounds again. Something I raised before, but it is not obviously in the statement, is some form of empty property levy or empty property tax through the rating system. According to your own departmental figures, a £1,000 fine on empty properties could bring in somewhere between 22 million or 50 million per year. Is this something that you're likely to look at and support developing further?
Those deliberations would form part of the ongoing rates review in relation to empty properties. The member will be aware that I am proposing to increase the rates on empty non-domestic properties in that regard. So that consultation has actually went out in this last week or so. But further exploration of the rates reviewing policy is ongoing. If there's an opportune time to further develop that, then it can be something we can consult on.
Thank you. Justin McNulty.
Karen Corley, Casement Park will be built was the rallying call of your executive's First Minister. Casement Park is of course an executive flagship project, but sadly remains derelict. It is astonishing, therefore, to see £27.3 million allocated to the development of Casement Park being handed back unspent. Minister, what's going on?
There's clearly been a slippage for all to see in relation to the delivery of Casement Park. However, I and other ministers are engaging with the Communities Minister to ensure that project is delivered and built and meets the needs of the GAA. It's unfortunate that it hasn't progressed at this stage, but I'm still confident it's going to progress.
That's us. And just for reminding members in the new year, all being well, that if I do wish to ask a question, they need to be in for the statement to the Minister. That concludes questions to the Minister on his statement. If members would just take their ease before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you. Okay, members. Patsy, Amulti Ray, Gormagat, Boyhislat. So the next item of business is a motion on addressing the crisis in neurology services. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That this Assembly expresses grave concern at the crisis facing neurology services in Northern Ireland, believes it is unacceptable that almost 20,000 people are still waiting for a first-time consultant appointment, with a further 11,000 overdue a review appointment, highlights recent statistics indicating that over 3/4 of neurology patients surveyed in Northern Ireland have experienced delays accessing services or reported worsening mental health, and that half felt unsupported after their diagnosis, further believes that systematic delays in diagnosis and care are resulting in poorer outcomes and quality of life for those with neurological conditions, whilst placing unacceptable pressures on the existing health workforce, is alarmed that it is 5 times more common for patients presenting to emergency departments with a neurological condition in Northern Ireland to be admitted to hospital without a dedicated neurology service than in England, calls on the Minister of Health to address underfunding of, fragmentation between and critical workforce shortages within neurology services throughout health and social care trusts, and further calls on the Minister to publish an implementation plan for the recommendations contained in the Regional Review of Neurology Services without further delay.
Thank you. I call on Diane Dodds to move the motion.
Thank you. Moved.
Thank you, Diane. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Diane, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, just in case you're interested about how we think about health issues and those that we should debate in the Chamber, I recently attended an event where we had a lot of neurology patients present at that event. And at that event, I found groups of people who felt abandoned and who had lost hope, and who felt that even though they were able to speak to MLAs, they had no clear answers. So I made up my mind that we would have this debate where perhaps you can give them the answers that they deserve. The review of neurology services launched in 2018 followed the largest patient recall at that time in the entire history of the NHS. Nearly 5,500 people met the criteria for recall and over 4,000 patients were reassessed. Almost 1 in 5 patients were advised their original diagnosis was insecure. This illustrates a system that was not functioning properly or offering a high standard of care. 7 years on from the review, it is time that some action was taken to implement fully the review's recommendations. There are an estimated 40,000 people in Northern Ireland living with a chronic neurological condition who rely on regular access to neurology services. And the review was clear that we need more neurologists, more neurophysiologists, more neurology nurses and advanced nurse practitioners, more allied health professionals, psychologists, pharmacists and neuropsychiatrists. And yet, for those people in that room that day, it seemed as if there was next to no progress. Some could not even get a diagnosis. On-site neurology opinion should be available at every acute hospital receiving unscheduled admissions, with patients being seen by a neurologist within 24 hours in line with recognised standards. We do not have this in Northern Ireland, and in fact one trust does not have a neurology service. In response to Assembly questions on the neurology review, you have stated progress on taking forward agreed priorities set out in the report will be subject to available funding. Another answer was, I will need to secure significant additional funding to take these matters forward. And I am disappointed that it seems to have become the norm for the Department of Health to have a new strategy, a plan, a service development, and even the legislation that we are currently considering in respect of adult protection, but no idea where the funding is to come from to implement them. And I think that we as an Assembly should agree that we should end this approach, because we are taking people and promising them something that is not being delivered by the Department. The responsibility for reviews and reforms the responsibility lies firmly with the Department and the Minister, We can't expect everybody else to fund those initiatives, and that priority must be within the department. At the weekend, the My Waiting Times NI website showed that those referred for a routine neurology outpatient appointment were waiting 192 weeks in Belfast. 192 weeks. It was exactly the same figure in the Southern Trust. In the Western Trust, it was 263 weeks. These are up to date according to your website at the weekend. Just over 5 years for a first-time routine neurology appointment. But I was interested, can I ask you, Minister, to confirm the waiting time for routine appointments in the South Eastern Trust? The My Waiting Times website said 16 weeks at the weekend, and previously it had been 14. And I would like to know if this is accurate, particularly in line with the figures that there are in every other trust, and where actually the referral time for urgent cases is twice as long at 35 weeks. And it seems to me that there's something not quite right with the figures. I would be delighted if they were correct, but I would like you to give some answers around those. Northern Ireland has only 25 whole-time equivalent neurologists with limited 24/7 emergency cover beyond the Royal Victoria Hospital, and only 2 of 138 core medical training places are allocated to neurology. So how are we going to make up the deficit? How are we going to get more people in place to actually tackle the backlog of this very terrible waiting list? The lack of timely access to neurology care causes deterioration in health conditions and a preventable rise in disability across Northern Ireland. Delayed access to neurology treatment can also be life-threatening. As well as the well-being of individual, economic implications are significant. Direct costs include ambulance call-outs, emergency admissions, longer hospital stays, while indirect costs due to lost productivity and the impact on informal carers contribute to that economic burden. A 2024 study by the Economist Intelligence Unit estimated that 14.5 million people in the UK live with neurological conditions. The total direct and indirect burden was calculated as 4.3% of GDP, or 96 billion per year, as far back as 2019, and presumably that's much, much higher now. The same study suggested, and this is the most interesting part for us all, that timely intervention, timely and improved access to care could reduce these costs by a third. The figures are probably an underestimate, not just because they're based on 2019 data, but they only consider 10 common neurological conditions, where in fact there are many neurological conditions. And therefore, the impact of these waiting lists, the impact of not being able to secure either a diagnosis, or even if you've had, as one person at that event explained to me, a diagnosis obtained privately, the inaccessibility of health service work is our health service is almost impossible to access as well. And so I cannot emphasise enough, Minister, how much we need to invest in the neurology workforce and the introduction of minimum standards to ensure that all trusts provide timely access to care. Currently, consultant time isn't used efficiently because the workforce lacks the right mix of skills. A shortage of specialist nurses and allied health professionals mean many patients go directly to consultants when other options could actually be more suitable. And again, I plead with you around GPs, and your instinct around shifting care to the community is the right one. But if GPs do not have the support to manage neurology patients with complex needs, then that is a very, very great difficulty indeed. The Neurology Review recommends the development of a broader skill mix through extended roles such as the Advanced Nurse Practitioners and Advanced Practice AHPs. And this would ensure a more efficient use of resources. And I'm presuming that in your reset, the rollout of the MDTs will actually help with this as well. Minister, those suffering from neurological conditions, Parkinson's, epilepsy, the very wide range of conditions that there are, deserves something better than we are currently providing. And I would really like you to address the issue of the waiting lists and the issues of the workforce, because I think unless we can address those two things in this debate, then we'll not give answers to the many thousands of people who are on a waiting list without hope and in pain. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I call on Danny Donnelly to move the amendment.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Danny, if you just move it.
Moved.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Danny, you'll have 10 minutes to propose your amendment and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. If you'd like to open a debate on the amendment, thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, in proposing our amendment today, I want to endorse the Fight for Neuro campaign that was launched here in Stormont in November this year. This was a testament to the powerful stories of those with lived experience, and it highlighted the urgent need to address the gaps in neurological care following the publication of the Regional Review of Neurology Services final report. Some of the quotes from the campaign are shocking. One patient saying, "It's currently impossible to contact someone for help or advice when needed." Another says, "I feel like my condition has deteriorated, which could have possibly been prevented." As Diane has highlighted, these people feel abandoned. And we have heard the shockingly long waiting lists for routine appointments. Patients are waiting years with their conditions deteriorating. This is impacting on their health, their quality of life, their finances, and results in additional pressures on the health service. Back in August, Alliance responded to the consultation on the Neurology Review, which accurately outlined the serious and systemic challenges within neurological services. Waiting times are unacceptably long. Workforce shortages across consultants, nurses, AHPs and psychology create an unacceptable variation in access and outcomes across trusts. The absence of local neurology teams and condition-specific pathways further undermines service consistency and quality. It sets out 4 main priorities. 1, a person-centred service. 2, developing additional workforce capacity within neurology. 3, addressing gaps in current services. And 4, using current resources more effectively. We strongly supported the vision, but urged that delivery needed to be the focus. Person-centred, evidence-based care cannot be achieved without investment in workforce, infrastructure and support services across all trusts. Services need to be designed with and for people with neurological conditions, particularly through condition-specific pathways that reflect lived experience. So, is this going to happen? Well, the Minister attended the Fight for Neuro campaign launch, and the Northern Ireland Neurological Charities Alliance have stated that he took time to listen to their personal stories from people across the neurology community. He listened carefully as people living with neurological conditions like Parkinson's, epilepsy, FND, migraine and multiple sclerosis shared the reality of what it's really like navigating a broken system and living with a long-term neurological condition. They said that while the Minister couldn't commit to an immediate funding, he assured them that neurology would be a top priority in the upcoming budget discussions. He also expressed his willingness to work with them to deliver real, meaningful change, acknowledging that the neurology community deserves better. I don't doubt that the Minister has genuine empathy for the people facing these circumstances, and I do not doubt that he would like to deliver real and meaningful change in neurology services, but empathy and kind words will not fix the health service. If we consider the Department's approach to some of the priorities set out in the review, then we'll see that last week at Health Committee, when discussing the Department's budget, my colleague Nuala McAllister asked the Departmental Finance Officer about projected savings and if these were simply cost savings or if they were efficiencies. She was informed that it was mostly just savings, which raises serious concerns about a culture of bottom-line budgets on paper as opposed to efficient spending with best outcomes and patient-centred care in mind. How can we ever have a person-centred service out of this approach of the Department? This feeds into the need to use current resources more effectively.
But how can it be a more efficient service when the department themselves have admitted they are more focused on saving money than being efficient? I have spoke previously on the constant recommendations across basically every report in our health service that recognises the need to develop additional workforce capacity. The Minister himself has told me in this Assembly that a delayed winter plan would have no impact on staff morale, yet 2 weeks later it has appeared as a red line concern in the departmental report. And I can say from personal experience and speaking to healthcare staff that it has had a serious impact on morale within the service. It has been consistently reported that mental health is one of the biggest causes of staff sickness in the public sector, including the trusts, and yet we have a mental health strategy that is effectively shelved and completely underfunded. We have pay uplifts that leave out vital parts of the healthcare workforce, and a neurology service that roughly has one consultant for every 1,600 patients and one specialist nurse for every 700 patients. We cannot continue to have recognition of failures addressed with only words and unactioned reviews. A funded delivery plan with clear timelines, accountability structures and patient voice embedded throughout is clearly needed. But how can we call for these things when the embedded culture is clearly set in keeping the system inequitable and reactive? The review will just be another waste of resource if actionable delivery does not follow. But for that need of change in culture and in reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I call Philip McQuiggan.
And I just want to begin just by thanking those who have brought the motion and the amendment, and we will be supporting both. The Regional Review of Neurology Service was first launched in 2018 in response to serious concerns around service pressures, clinical governance and patient safety, following, as has already been pointed out, the largest patient recall in the history of the NHS. Now, in 2025, with the publication of the final report, it is clear that neurology services remain under-resourced, understaffed and under substantial pressure. Waiting lists, both in terms of numbers and the length of wait, have reached unacceptable levels, leading to inevitable delays in diagnosis, treatment and follow-up care, and potentially missed opportunities for early intervention, and in some cases resulting in patients presenting to emergency departments in crisis. People living with neurological conditions and those presenting with symptoms deserve better. They deserve far better. The report identifies significant capacity constraints across the system, compounded by fragmentation between primary, secondary and community care. And this fragmentation is creating gaps in services and inequitable access to timely neurological care across different trust areas. It also highlights acute workforce shortages, including consultant neurologists, specialist nurses, allied health professionals and psychology roles. These findings echo the concerns that have been raised by patients, carers and advocacy groups. In the My Neuro Survey 24-25, it provides stark evidence of this reality. Many people living with neurological conditions and their carers reported feeling unsupported by the healthcare system. Inpatient neurorehabilitation, 80% reporting difficulty accessing neuropsychiatry and 71% reporting difficulty accessing neuropsychology. Respondents also raised concerns about insufficient time during appointments, lack of continuity in the professionals that they see, difficulty accessing follow-up care and the additional financial burden of managing their condition, including transport, therapies, equipment, some cases having to seek private health care. We are all aware that lengthy delays can lead to deterioration of both physical and mental health, placing unnecessary strain on carers and limit the ability of individuals and families to remain in employment or to participate in activities that give their lives meaning. I have heard firsthand how living with a neurological condition can be life-altering, complex and unpredictable. These conditions, which include MS, Parkinson's, epilepsy, migraines, to mention a few, can affect mobility, cognition, communication and emotional well-being, not only for the individual but for their families and for those who care for them. That's why it is vital that patients feel listened to and supported from the moment symptoms first emerge, regardless of which trust area they live in, and it is clear that isn't currently the case. I want to acknowledge the important work of the Neurology Charities Alliance here in the North and to voice my support for their Fight for Neuro campaign. charitable organisations are too often having to currently step in to fill gaps in statutory services, providing a vital lifeline for patients, carers and families. I also want to thank Teresa and Bill, who I met along with the Charities Alliance, the Neurology Charities Alliance, for sharing Teresa and Bill, for sharing their lived experiences with me when we met last week. Their personal accounts were deeply impactful, and I'm grateful for them for sharing, how they first of all were diagnosed, the problems that come with their conditions, and the problems of accessing services within the health services, and the impact that that's having on them, their condition, their physical and mental health, and their families. Finally, while I welcome the priorities outlined in the report, particularly person-centred care, expanding the neurology workforce, addressing gaps in existing services and making better use of current resources, and the associated recommendations, I fully concur with the two previous speakers and the motion and the amendment, and ask without further delay we have implementations contained within the report, as well as any additional actions arising from the consultation process. This action is needed to restore trust and public confidence in our neurology services.
Thank you, Philip. I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome today's motion and the opportunity it gives this House to debate a really important part of our health service. There's no doubt that there are huge challenges in neurology, similar to many specialities, but they are particularly significant in this service. Regrettably, too many people have been waiting too long right across our health system, but the waits are especially poor in neurology services. No one in this House could ever try to suggest otherwise. These waits affect many thousands of people living with a wide spectrum of neurological conditions, from Parkinson's to epilepsy, from multiple sclerosis to motor neuron disease, from functional neurology disorders to rare but devastating conditions such as Huntington's disease. For someone living with emerging symptoms of a condition such as MS, the earlier the intervention, the greater the opportunities that exist. And sadly, for those with Parkinson's or motor neuron disease, time is often not a luxury, and so they really need specialist guidance and support urgently. And the current provision is far from ideal. It was far from ideal 5 years ago, just as it was far from ideal a decade ago. And unfortunately, the neurology-related problems and pressures we're seeing on these shores are also being experienced right across the rest of the UK. But I do think, while big problems persist, there are now positive things happening. The publication of the evidence-based regional review of neurology earlier this year represented the most comprehensive assessment of neurology services that Northern Ireland had ever undertaken. And crucially, it placed the voice of patients and carers at the core of its recommendations. I especially welcome the review's insistence on person-centred care. As MLAs, we are regularly and understandably on the front line of hearing what patients feel does or doesn't work well within our health service, and lived experiences with poor diagnostic and treatment pathways are part and parcel of that. And what is clear to me is that too many people living with neurological conditions feel that they are navigating the system alone, and a bit like many other health-related journeys, that can often be a scary or intimidating experience. So I'd fully support putting patients at the centre, ensuring that they have access to reliable information and providing a designated point of contact. The review also shone a bright light on the workforce crisis that opened up many years earlier. We currently operate with only a fraction of the necessary consultant, nursing and AHP workforce. So I fully support the latest renewed emphasis been placed on having a workforce fit to meet our significant needs. This time, it feels different. Of course, more staff alone won't fix everything, but more staff will allow us to provide the multidisciplinary service that reflects the complexity of neurological care. At last, there is finally the roadmap that reflects the full complexity of neurology, but as I've heard the Minister himself often say, an action plan is more valuable than a lengthy strategic document any day. And so what patients and staff need and deserve now is clarity on how and when the improvements will be implemented. Whilst funding, or lack thereof, may be a big barrier to achieving all that is possible, I'm pleased that there are other measures that don't have a financial price tag, but which will also deliver improved patient care and experiences. I commend the work already undertaken, especially in most recent months, and I urge that we continue this progress at pace with commitment, investment and partnership. We can build neurology services that meets the needs of the people they serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I now call Colin McGrath.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I am pleased to take part in this debate today, not least for the fact that it impacts and reflects the needs of thousands of people across the places that we represent, and includes many more thousands of their families that support them every day. And the crisis that we face is not new, and it's certainly not hidden. It was laid bare in the Regional Review of Neurology Services, which shows that we have a system that is underfunded, it's understaffed, and it's unable sometimes to even meet the basics of need. And with almost 20,000 people waiting for a first neurology appointment and more than 11,000 waiting for a review, waiting times are now stretched in some trusts, as it has been explained, to nearly 5 years, but not in my area for some reason, but I'm sure we'll get that detailed later. Even as we look back the way in recent weeks, I received a very deeply moving message from a family whose loved one was among the deceased patients of Michael Watt. They reminded me that it's now been 7 years and 7 months since the department first announced the review into his deceased patients, and still the families have no clarity, and still they wait. And they've described unprocessed grief, the daily torment, and a profound sense of abandonment. And from people that have already suffered immeasurable loss or left searching for answers they shouldn't have to fight for, it tells us everything that we need to know about the urgency to actually turn this around and change this service. And that urgency is echoed across the broader neurological community. According to Parkinson's UK and the NI Neurological Charities Alliance, 76% of people with neurological conditions have faced delays accessing healthcare. 77 report negative impacts on their mental health. 74% say delays have worsened their physical condition. And families have told us bluntly that without timely care, treatable conditions have become chronic, lives shrink, and as they say, it's hope that diminishes. One patient said, "I haven't had a pain-free day in years." Another, "My reviews used to be every 6 months. I haven't been seen in nearly a year." And in the starkest of terms, we hear of individuals driven to suicide attempts because the system that was meant to support them could not respond. This is a system that is in crisis because we have not resourced or prioritised neurology as a core part of our health service. And nowhere is this clearer than in the case of Produodopa, I hope I've pronounced that right, the first major new treatment for advanced Parkinson in decades. It's approved across the UK, offering transformative stabilising symptom control for those with severe motor fluctuations, yet entirely unavailable here. And not because clinicians doubt it, not because the evidence is lacking, but because Northern Ireland does not have the workforce, the specialist teams, or the infrastructure to deliver it. Patients here watch as others in the UK begin to benefit while they remain stuck with no options left. When the possibility of a better life exists, but it's out of reach simply because the system is not staffed to provide it, that's an absolute moral failure. The regional review showed us the path forward. It says give us a properly staffed workforce, a person-centred model of care, designated points of contact for every patient, community neurology teams in every trust, clear pathways, joined-up care, access to psychology and rehabilitation, and modern treatments delivered safely and consistently. Yet 7 years after that review was commissioned, we're still debating the implementation of it. And this, the last sitting day of 2025, there could be no more important moment for this Assembly to act. As we close the doors on yet another year, thousands of families cannot close the door on their fear, their deterioration and their unanswered questions. They cannot wait for another year for another new plan, for another new promise. They need action now, not in 2026 and not in due course, but today. So solidarity is expressed through decisions that honour the suffering that we have heard about, and that we can build a service that's worthy of the people that exist to serve. And that's the families waiting for answers, the patients waiting for care, and for all those who cannot afford another year of delay. So hopefully we will hear how the Minister and the Executive is going to act, and I support both the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Linda Dillon.
Good Privlash Can Corlia, and I rise in support of this motion and the amendment because the crisis in neurology services in the North is not abstract, it is not distant, and it's not something that can be ignored. This is being lived every day by thousands of people living with Parkinson's, with MS, with epilepsy, stroke, brain injury and many other conditions, who are having to navigate a system that is fragmented, overstretched and incapable of meeting their needs. The Department's own review and the experiences shared through the Fight for Neuro campaign paint a picture of delay, deterioration and distress that no person should ever have to face. And Sinn Féin is clear that the waiting times are unacceptably long, that capacity is far below what is needed, and that the absence of consistent services across trusts is leading to inequity and unnecessary suffering. When a person has to wait 5 years for a first neurology appointment, or cannot access the neuro rehabilitation or psychological support they desperately need, it is not simply a health service issue, it becomes a crisis affecting their family life, their employment, their mental well-being and their very independence. Carers are exhausted and unsupported, clinicians are working in impossible conditions and have outlined that they feel moral injury as a result of not being able to do the best for the people they serve. I have spoken to many in the allied health professions who are clear that if they got the early intervention, or if people got the early intervention and support that is available to them and should be available to them, the impact, those impacted by the neurological disorders would give them a better quality of life, improves their mobility, their independence and in some cases the ability to continue work. And we were given very clear indications of that and stories of people's lived experience of how they were able to return to work whenever they got the interventions that were required. The fact that 3/4 of people surveyed experienced delays that actively worsened their health is not only a cause for shame, it is also a significant cost to our health services and to our economy. The reality is that so many are forced into private care because the system simply cannot meet demand is an absolute disgrace. People are using their benefits, such as PIP, to access private care and treatments, leaving them in financial hardship. And we know that due to their mobility issues that they may well need additional heating, additional support, and they can't afford then to get that because they're using it for private care. I also want to speak directly about the all-island dimension of this crisis because that is a vital part of the solution. The North does not exist in isolation. Neurology is a highly specialised field. The population here is small and the expertise required for many neurological conditions is concentrated in only a handful of centres across the island. Developing all-Ireland pathways is practical, urgent and clinically sensible approach to ensuring people, particularly in rural and border communities, get timely diagnosis and treatment. We have long argued for cross-border collaboration and we welcome the review's recognition that some services will only ever be sustainable in an all-island-wide basis. That is common sense and it is section 5 of the next steps, page 75 of the Regional Review of Neurology. Take deep brain stimulation, the kind of life-changing treatment that can dramatically improve the quality of life for people with Parkinson's. Establishing an all-island DBS service with neurology in the south working closely with neurosurgery in the Royal Victoria Hospital would mean that people from Donegal to Fermanagh, from Tyrone to Monaghan could access specialist care without having to navigate fragmented pathways or wait years for treatment. The same is true for rare neurological conditions where expertise may only exist in Dublin or Belfast. Rural patients in particular stand to benefit. Too many people in the West, in border counties and in rural regions are disadvantaged by geography. An all-island framework allows the closest and most appropriate centre, north or south, to become the default option. It means bringing services closer to people instead of forcing people to travel. At the heart of this speech and this motion is a simple truth. People cannot wait any longer. 7 years after this review began, the Minister must now publish and fund an implementation plan that matches the urgency of the need. The Department estimates that 65 million is required in the first 5 years. That investment is not optional, it is essential if we are to rebuild trust, cut waiting lists and improve outcomes. We also fully endorse the Fight for Neuro campaign because it amplifies the voices of those living with neurological conditions and they can no longer be ignored. On that basis, we support this motion and the amendment.
Thank you, Linda. I call Peter Martin. No?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Health Minister will be aware that I...
Sorry, Peter, there's a bit of a mix-up here. Just
there
for
has.
1 minute. There has. Okay, are you winding?
I'm winding.
Okay.
I can do a range of things,
well,
although my wife
Peter,
says I can't
if you want to
fill a
take your
dishwasher properly. I could sit down again, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you want.
So somebody in the DUP's waiting as well, because they had you down as the next speaker and Alan down as waiting. So, okay. So, Alan, would you... Apologies, Peter? No problem. You're winding and Alan's going to be the next speaker. Thank you. Alan Robinson, thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. We got there. We want to thank the proposers of the amendment. We will certainly be supporting that, and we very much value and welcome its inclusion here today. I think it's important to say again, Principal Deputy Speaker, that we do not bring these motions to poke anyone in the eye or to play one-upmanship. We bring these motions because we have constituents and we have organisations who frequent these buildings, as Diane has referred to, who are asking that we highlight these issues that people are very, very and terribly concerned about, and the appropriate forum to do so is within this chamber. I don't think there should be any apology needed to having a health debate in this chamber, given the importance of these matters on the final plenary day of 2025. And it is important because it is an issue that now affects tens of thousands of people. It is an issue among so many others that people want to see being escalated by the Department of Health. The scale of this, which now affects tens of thousands of local people, is indeed frightening. Like all of us in here, I find myself feeling quite frustrated and indeed down reading and speaking about the stats, especially when it is our ageing population who will see an increase in people presenting with issues such as Parkinson's, MND and epilepsy. Approximately 20,000 people currently on a waiting list to see a neurologist in our health service. 11,000 of those have been waiting for over a year, and over 11,000 people have overdue review appointments. Only 25 full-time equivalent consultants work in this field. Very little 24/7 emergency cover beyond the Royal Victoria Hospital, and only 2 of 138 core medical training places allocated to this field, which certainly restricts the ability to train the next generation, and a need for substantial growth in the allied health and nursing workforce certainly does not make for good reading. Is it any wonder The Economist said in 2024, if you're ever in Northern Ireland, pray that you do not need a neurology appointment. This at a time when there are 40,000 people living with such issues, including 22,000 with epilepsy, 5,400 with MS, 4,000 with Parkinson's, and 140 with that horrible condition, MND. I want to acknowledge the Northern Ireland Neurological Charities Alliance, who have repeatedly warned that delays in these services are adding to the worsening of mental health for patients and feelings of being abandoned after diagnosis, which Diane referred to in her opening remarks. The impact of this is certainly multi-layered: worse patient outcomes, added mental health, worsening strain on emergency services, workforce burnout with staff in this field stretched to breaking point, and geographical inequity, with the concentration of expertise being at the Royal Victoria and no consultants in the Northern Trust. However, it would be wrong of me not to acknowledge that the Department has recognised many of these challenges, and the recent Neurology Review recommendations created a roadmap forward to work our way out of this mess with 4 key areas within the report to drive forward improvements. However, that elephant in the room remains, the one that we hear so often in health debates in this chamber, the lack of available investment, which no doubt will slow down the pace of implementation. Yet despite this roadmap, we await a publicly published plan. The Minister has acknowledged that substantial additional funding will be required, but that in the current constrained budget environment, meeting the full costs will be challenging, and I'm sure we will hear that in his contribution. And that is what is so deeply concerning, in that a once-in-a-generation opportunity could be lost. Therefore, as stated in the motion before us, we urge the Minister to commit to publishing the time-bound implementation plan for the Neurology Review's recommendations, including the costings and hopefully some form of timeline to help at least inch this issue forward. The cost of not doing this will be profound, and whilst the cost to do this may seem steep, but surely it is cheaper in human terms than letting our neurology services collapse on its own weight, which is the fear of where we may just get to. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. Just in case people seen that the clock was on over 5 minutes, it just allowed for that mix-up at the start. Jerry Carroll, you're the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to speak in the main about 2 individuals in this debate. First is a lady called Jeanette. 12 years ago, she was diagnosed with functional neurological disorder, a condition that disrupts the brain and body communication and leading to symptoms such as seizures, tremors, paralysis and chronic pain. Despite its prevalence, FND remains widely misunderstood with minimal awareness, inadequate health services and significant stigma. And at the time of Jeanette's diagnosis, there were no care pathways, specialists or rehabilitation services available. There are misdiagnoses, dismissal, and Jeanette was ridiculed and told her symptoms were imagined or attention-seeking by healthcare professionals. I hope it's not, but I'm sure she's not the only one being told that as well. Also, there's a lack of resources, Deputy Speaker. Patients were left to research the condition themselves with no structured care or support from the healthcare system. There's a stigma. FND patients were often blamed for the condition, exacerbating emotional distress for both patients and their families. And there's also insufficient medical education. Many clinicians lack the knowledge or confidence to manage FND, leading to delays in diagnosis and treatment. Jeanette and her family were determined to take action, and she founded the charity FND Matters NI, which I'm sure people are familiar with. They have acted on counselling services, providing 800 hours of free counselling funded by grants and members' contributions, support networks, establishing drop-in sessions, a befriending service and social media platforms to connect patients and families. Really, really important stuff. And training for healthcare professionals, advocating for better education to improve understanding and care for FND patients. And I thank Jeanette and her group for the work. And despite this effort, the sterling work, systemic issues persist. There's no formal care pathways for people with FND, no rehabilitation programs or specialist healthcare professionals for FND. Patients are still dismissed, stigmatised and left without adequate support. There's delayed diagnosis and a lack of treatment, leading to worsening symptoms for many, placing emotional and financial strain on families in the healthcare system, which is FND is a common but under-recognised condition, and the lack of timely, Deputy Speaker, appropriate care has severe consequences for patients and their families, and patient-led organisations like FND Matters are leading the charge for change, but systemic support is still urgently needed. And as Jeanette states, the quarter, stop being a stumbling block and be their stepping stone, and urge the Minister to pay heed to that, ensure that the FND support is in place. The second person I want to speak about, Deputy Speaker, is a constituent of mine, Miss Catherine Mullen, who I met her and her daughter on Friday. She is one of those tens of thousands of people waiting for treatment, waiting for a consultant, and despite the severity of her seizures and her neurological issues, she's been told that she will have to wait at least 5 years to see a consultant. This is completely unacceptable. Her GP wants to start her on medication. However, Catherine's being told that she has to wait because she is under a consultant, despite never actually seeing a consultant. This is completely unacceptable, and I urge the Minister to act on this. The add insult injury, Deputy Speaker, To add insult to injury, Catherine was recently forced to wait 2 hours for an ambulance to come out after she fell after a seizure, was found to be black and blue and living just a stone's throw away from the Royal Hospital. This is completely unacceptable. I don't blame people working in the Royal or anywhere else for that, but that's a symptom of the failure of the system. Her GP has put in a referral, an urgent referral, but being told that Catherine will have to wait years. This is totally unacceptable, Minister. I know she's not the only person, but it's the person I most recently met, and I would urge you to heed her story and listen to her concerns and make sure she gets the treatment that she deserves. After one seizure recently, Deputy Speaker, the cooker in the house was left on, and it was a miracle. The family told me that nobody was tragically injured or worse. And as her daughter said to me, Catherine's daughter said to me on Friday, does it take her mother, does it take her to smash her head open to get treatment? I urge the Minister to listen to that call, listen to that story, and make sure Catherine gets the treatment she deserves, but also the tens of thousands of people across the north who are waiting for treatment to get the services they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Our next speaker will be the Minister for Health to respond to the debate. A ministry of 15 minutes. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for your indulgence. I just begin by adding to the good wishes to Mr William Irwin as he steps away from this chamber. I think listening to the contributions, there can be no doubt how serious neurology and the issues surrounding it are. So as members are aware, my department published a final report of the regional review on the 7th of May this year. And in the context of ongoing challenges within the service, the review team was tasked with identifying the optimum configuration for neurology for the next 10 to 15 years. The review report sets out an ambition vision for future services, and it's underpinned by priorities for improvement and associated recommendations. So the focus of my comments this afternoon is on how those priorities and recommendations address the issues that have been raised today. The first priority identified in the report is the need to ensure neurology services are person-centred. The voice of people with neurological conditions and their carers has been central to the review, and that's been achieved through working closely with the Northern Ireland Neurological Charities Alliance and through direct engagement with people with neurological conditions. As members note, I recently attended and spoke at an event organised by the Charities Alliance, which focused on the experience of people with neurological conditions. I had the opportunity to hear firsthand the devastating impact on the physical and psychological well-being of people while they're waiting for diagnosis, treatment and support. This has to change. We can and we must do better. The House of Care model set out in the report crucially recognises people with neurological conditions are experts in their own health. By also ensuring that people have access to the right information and have a designated point of contact, we can ensure that the voice of patients is at the centre of neurology going forward. The neurology workforce is the focus of the report's second priority, and there's no doubt our workforce is made up of passionate and dedicated individuals who do their very best each and every day to deliver care and support to everybody with a neurological condition. However, it's clear from the report's comprehensive analysis that there are significant shortfalls in the current workforce. The report identifies we're currently operating with only 60% of the recommended consultant and nursing capacity, 50% of the recommended allied health professions capacity, and only 20% of the recommended psychology capacity. These shortages have a direct impact on the delivery of timely diagnosis, treatment, care and support. So in this context, the report recommends substantial growth and development across the whole spectrum of the neurology workforce. This includes an additional 20 neurology consultants, an additional 41 neurology nurses, including 12 advanced nurse practitioners, an additional 38 allied health professionals, and an additional 22 psychologists. In addition to an increase in numbers, there are also recommendations for the development of a broader skill mix, and this will be achieved through extended roles such as advanced nurse practitioners, advanced practice allied health professions, and GPs with enhanced roles. All this will ensure people are seen by the right person in line with their needs. Growth in the workforce will not only align demand and capacity better, but will also crucially support new ways of working, which will make the system more responsive. It's clear both from the personal accounts that I've listened to and those shared throughout the course of the review that timely access to services for many people is key. And this is the focus of the third priority in the report, addressing gaps in current services. In order to better understand the extent of these challenges, a gaps and constraints assessment of current services was undertaken as part of the review. The assessment, much of which is reflected in today's motion, identified significant variation in access to inpatient neurological care. In addition, a large proportion of patients are admitted to a hospital without a consultant neurologist on site. More widely, access to some supporting services that sit outside neurology, such as mental health services, were also identified as a major gap. So the report makes specific recommendations to address these gaps and to promote equity. These include a recommendation to double the number of inpatient beds at the Neurosciences Centre at the Royal Victoria Hospital. This will ensure all patients have access to inpatient neurological care when they need it, regardless of where they live. The report is also clear that where patients are admitted as a neurological emergency, access to specialist neurological opinion must be available in line with recognised standards of care. It's not acceptable that almost a quarter of neurology patients are admitted to a hospital with no neurologist available on site. So to address this issue, the report recommends trusts must ensure access to specialist neurology opinion at all acute hospitals receiving unscheduled admissions. Where workforce constraints pose a challenge, trusts must consider alternative methods, such as teleneurology, as an interim measure. Regarding access to ongoing care and support, the report notes the benefits of a multidisciplinary approach and care closer to home where that approach is sustainable. And in this context, the report recommends the establishment of local neurology teams in each trust area to support this approach and ensure robust service delivery. The completion of condition-specific pathways is noted as a priority recommendation within the first 2 years of implementation. Pathways will set out the services and care that people should expect and ensure equity of access for all. Progress against this priority will be a key metric during implementation. The fourth priority focuses on opportunities to work more effectively with the resources we already have. Recommendations include the rollout to all trusts of innovative practices such as referral management for outpatient appointments. These are already present in the South Eastern and Southern Trusts and have been shown to be a very effective way of working. In addition, there's also a focus on trialling new ways of working. This includes trialling the use of patient-initiated reviews and providing protected slots in neurology clinics for people experiencing a change in their condition. The drive for efficiency is further supported by recommendations to improve the use of data within neurology and for closer partnership working with our colleagues in the voluntary and the community sector. It's clear the implementation of the report's recommendations would drive improvements right across the service. Workforce development, supplemented by working more effectively, would provide the basis for a more responsive, sustainable service which better aligns capacity with demand. This is critical to ensure we're in a position to sustainably address the unacceptable waiting lists for first appointment and review appointments that members have raised. The report estimates the need for an additional £65 million over the first 5 years of implementation, primarily to support growth in the workforce. And while this will be refined as part of the development of the implementation plan, it's clear the amount of funding needed for reform is significant. Many of you, most of you, should be aware of the current financial challenges my department's facing, starting with a funding gap this year of £600 million. And today we had December monitoring and another pressure in terms of pay, which will materialise in the next financial year. So in this context, while I would like to be in a position to commit the funding required to implement the neurology review recommendations, the current financial position means, unfortunately, I am unable to do so at this stage. Regarding future years, the Finance Minister has indicated he'll bring forward recommendations for a multi-year budget. A multi-year budget will allow my department a better plan for the next 3 years, and that will enable us to prioritise spending and investment. And as part of the budget process, my department has submitted 9 high-priority bids aligned to the Health and Social Care Reset Plan that I published in July of this year. I will give way.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, just so I can understand you clearly, you said that due to financial pressures you were unable to progress any of the recommendations. Is that your current position?
The current position, it is all under review, and until I know what my 3-year budget is, what next year's budget is, I'm not in a position to make definitive concrete commitments at this stage. We now know what the pressures are. We've got a pretty good idea of how we're going to end this financial year, and it will be in deficit, and it will be a significant deficit. And that money will have to come out of next year's budget, but until I know what next year's budget is, I don't know how big that pressure of the deficit this year is going to be. So it's just too early to make definitive commitments. And I made a definitive commitment on the real living wage for social care workers, and I don't want to make that mistake again of having to come and withdraw that promise. As the Neurology Review recommendations are aligned to the neighbourhood focus and a commitment to reform which was set out in the Reset Plan, the funding required is included within these bids. So depending on the outcome, it may be the case the scale and pace of implementation may be adjusted in line with available future funding. So I think that's a more positive and encouraging statement for the member. Now, my department recently concluded a public consultation on the review report. An initial assessment of those responses indicates the report adequately reflects the experience of people with a neurological condition. The impact on people who struggle to access the care and support they need, it came out loud and clear. So I look forward to receiving the consultation analysis report, the final report, in the coming weeks, and that will inform the development of an implementation plan. It's intended a neurology delivery team will be established to oversee delivery of the recommendations of the review. The development of an implementation plan will be an initial priority action for the delivery team. Now, in conclusion, I just want to touch on something Mrs. Dodd said opening the debate. She listed a whole list of specialists which are required to make the neurology service fit for purpose, and indeed I listed a number of them. She explicitly said it needs investment, and the question is, where do we get that investment from? Because I'm often told in this chamber health has over 50% of the executive's budget, and I recognise that that has gone up from 46% in recent years, and it is an unsustainable direction of travel, and that's why we have to reset. That's why we have to go for the neighbourhood model. There was also a specific from Mrs. Dodds, I think, with regard to waiting times in the South Eastern Trust. Now, if it's in terms of neuromuscular first appointment, the waiting time is 19.1 weeks. For other conditions, it is a little longer. In closing, I'm clear the challenges faced by people with a neurological condition and those who care for them are unacceptable and the product of a system under extreme pressure. But I must also take this opportunity to commend the committed and dedicated health and social care workforce who do their best for patients under challenging circumstances. I want to assure you all of my commitment to delivering better neurology services and outcomes for the people of Northern Ireland. The challenges are significant. In some cases, there are no quick fixes. However, I'm confident that the report's recommendations provide an opportunity to build neurology services that are equitable, that are timely, that are suitably resourced, and that are centred on the needs of people with neurological conditions. Principal Deputy Speaker, as it's the last sitting day of the year, may I wish you and fellow members a very Merry Christmas. 2026, I believe, is going to be a highly consequential year for delivery of health and social care in Northern Ireland, and it is my commitment to come back in January and begin with some good news.
Thank you, Minister, and same to yourself. Okay, I now call on Nuala McAllister to wind on the amendment, and Nuala, to advise you of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the proposers for bringing forward this motion and also their acknowledgement of supporting the Alliance amendment, which was not our intention to take away from the overall motion, but to add support to and recognise the work of the sector. Can I first start with highlighting just how complex neurological conditions are, and therefore how complex neurological care is, and also the training and the care that is required by healthcare professionals. There is no doubt that we all agree with that. And I want to put on record as well my thanks to the Northern Ireland Neurological Conditions Alliance for the work they have done as a collective to ensure neurology services remain a key priority for the Department of Health and for us as Health Committee members. Like other MLAs who have referenced in their speeches today, we also received a significant amount of correspondence ahead of the Fight for Neuro launch event, but also since our engagement since we returned to the Assembly after the election, calling for support for neurological conditions, and also specifically for the Fight for Neuro launch, the wide-ranging impact of conditions across our constituencies. I think it's often misunderstood within the public, and also sometimes by MLAs, just how complex and deep we have different neurological conditions here in Northern Ireland. And so it's very important that all within the sector do work together, but that there is also specialist care. We speak in this chamber quite often about unacceptable waiting times in health, and unfortunately, as many people have said today in their speeches, neurology services are another example. I've used the official Department of Health statistics report on the waiting lists and the number of people are waiting. They have stated over 16,500 that are waiting on neurology outpatient appointment as of June 2025, but I know that there's some dispute over the waiting time and the number of patients, so we've just stuck with the official statistics. The median amount of time these patients are waiting was 1 year and 20 weeks, with some of the longest waits, as have been mentioned before, over 6 years and 34 weeks. It's in comparison to a waiting time for an outpatient appointment in 2023, which was 1 year and 26 weeks, and then again the longest wait, 6 years and 32 weeks. There's not much change in there, and that's been 2 years, and post also the review as well. The motion does call on the Minister to publish his plan to implement the services of the Regional Review of Neurology Services. And I'm thankful that the Minister has responded, but responded with what the review actually set out and the recommendations have set out. And as a committee, we have discussed those, and as MLAs, we have already read those, and we are very well aware of what those are. I understand that each department is under budgetary pressure, and every MLA in this chamber has recognised that. But what I would want to highlight again, and I know my colleague raised it in his proposal, was we have had commitment from the Department of Health that moving forward we need to do things differently. But just last week at the Health Committee, we also had recognition that actually there really hasn't been any efficiency within the Department of Health. Asked directly to the finance team within the department, there was a recognition that it's just savings through not what was spent, not by the way in which we do things differently. So I would like to highlight to the Minister that whilst there is some acknowledgement that you cannot implement the recommendations within the review, the department's already spending money on neurology services, but they're not working for everyone. So the money's going to be spent anyway. So how about spending it differently? And that's not just for neurology, that's for loads of services. I also agree with some of the comments that have been made regarding minimum standards. I think the proposer of a motion highlighted that, and every MLA has also highlighted workforce training. I think we need to look at not just workforce training, we need to look at succession planning, we also need to look at training places, and we also need to look at the issues that are associated with retirement of those who are further up the bands, such as specialist nursing, consultants and allied health professionals, because we lose a core value there, and if we don't have the training places and those coming up, we're just kicking the can down the road. Every MLA has highlighted that, and there's many and much of what's been spoken about today that we agree of. But I think first and foremost, we need to see the 3-year budget. But if we don't get that, and even now, we can still implement changes within our health service that will actually do things better. And there needs to be a political assessment and acceptance that means some things will have to change for the better so we can improve patient outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. I now call on Peter Martin to conclude and wind the debate up on the motion and advise your period of 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I've possibly skipped past the first sentence, as some people have heard it already, but I have written to the Minister on a number of occasions. Health is not my area. I previously was in education and now infrastructure. And my writing to the Minister, most of that interest is because constituents have approached me. And I've met a number of them who are suffering with Parkinson's or MS. And I would imagine a number of them are probably watching today. The Minister has written back to me a couple of occasions, and I want to try and be fair to him. And I think probably the best representation is I'd like to do more, but I probably need more money. I hope that's fair in terms of what the Minister has said to me in specifically this area. And has been highlighted in this debate. In England, about half of neurology patients are seen within the 18-week NHS target for treatment. And in Northern Ireland, we have, as has been mentioned, patients waiting more than 5 years. And in fact, when I looked up the NHS statistics, they actually placed it in the negative. They said it's pretty bad that some patients are waiting more than 18 weeks. And I thought, my goodness, you want to see what Northern Ireland is like. And you could make the argument, and it has been made, that funding for health perhaps is the reason for these excessive waits. And I don't think it's fair just to make that case. As has been mentioned in this debate, health receives about 51% of the budget. However, health spending in England, whilst it varies by region and is a complicated mix, health spending per person is about £12,000 to £15,000, and yet in Northern Ireland we spend £16,000 in a comparable per capita figure. I will indeed to Mr. Carroll.
For giving way, but we also concede that that doesn't take into account lower wages, higher levels of deprivation, higher levels of poverty, and more complex health issues, trauma, and also as well that figure doesn't take into account that stuff as well.
I thank the member for his intervention. I'm worried it's a Christmas season. I'm going to agree with him, which was, and we do have more. We don't have the economies of scale as well. I accept that. We have some of the problems that Mr. Carroll has suggested, and just comparatively, the Republic of Ireland spends about a third of what we spend in Northern Ireland on health, and clearly there's a reason for that in terms of their private system, but they spend about £5,000 a year per capita. But you can see where I'm sort of generally going on this, in that in England they spend less per capita, but they do achieve better outcomes. And that leads me to conclude that it's not necessarily all about the money, but it is also about the system. And the Minister is right with his shift left idea. Earlier diagnosis and support will not only achieve better outcomes for patients, they will also be much more cost effective. And those things are absolutely clear and undisputed. And it would be wrong of me not at this point also acknowledge the clinicians in the sector. I've spoken to lots of people who are patients, and without exception, they say that their clinical care, when they receive it, is second to none. So I want to thank clinicians who are doing their best. Recently, I, like others, met with the Neurological Charities Alliance and Trasset and Bill, who Mr McGregor referenced, and the difficulties that the sector faces. And the Minister does need to get to grips with the workforce challenges, particularly within neurology and specialist nursing. And as has been referenced by Ms McAllister just before I spoke, pathways need to be improved, workforce planning and particular training places are key in that. The Minister referenced the regional review of neurology and the need for growth in consultants, in nursing, in allied health professionals as well. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I am so conscious that as MLAs we often stand here, and yes, that is undoubtedly part of our job, and make speeches. But let's be honest with people. Everyone who's spoken in this debate today, we do not walk in the shoes of the people who maybe have Parkinson's or have MS. We probably don't see firsthand or personally experience the debilitating effects of these dreadful diseases, unless we're unfortunate enough to maybe have a parent or a relative who has one. However, according to a Neurological Charities Alliance piece of research recently, only 22% of those people felt supported by the healthcare system in Northern Ireland, and this has to change. I'm so glad that across the board today people are supporting our motion. Just to make clear, we will also support the Alliance amendment. We do need implementation of some of the things that were talked about today. And it's my job as a winder to just summarise a little bit of the debate, so if people will indulge me. I want to thank my colleague Dan for opening up for us. She mentioned the waiting times and the particular problems that patients faced across Northern Ireland. Danny mentioned the Fight for Neuro campaign and also the change of culture that has to take place in Northern Ireland regarding neurology. Philip highlighted the work of the NCA and particularly mentioned Trasa and Bill, who clearly their story had an impact on him. Alan mentioned the evidence-based review, which did and does place patients at the centre of the review. Colin shared a very personal story about a constituent who really felt abandoned in the middle of this dreadful situation that they found themselves in. Linda's not with us anymore, but she did mention early intervention and how that early intervention and support would make a huge difference in patient outcomes. My good colleague Alan Robinson pointed out and made an excellent point that the situation cannot remain the same, and simply for patients who are suffering from these illnesses across Northern Ireland has to improve in some way. Jerry mentioned Jeanette and Catherine, Jeanette in particular with a diagnosis of FND, and mentioned the great support that she had received from FND Northern Ireland. The Minister took us through the review, talked about how we had to optimise the configuration for neurology, said that we can and we must simply do better, and highlighted the fact, and I completely agree with him, it's not acceptable for a quarter of neurology patients to be admitted with no neurologist in place. And in winding on the amendment, Nuala mentioned about training places and workforce planning. A lot of the issues that we have talked about today, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, will not be solved today. They probably won't even be solved if the Minister got more money in the budget next year, but we all know the challenges around that budget. But it's like a lot of problems that this executive and this place face, and it took me to I think an Indian proverb: how do you eat an elephant? You eat an elephant by taking one bite out of it a day. I'm not suggesting anyone goes away from this place and finds an elephant and tries to eat it, but it's simply pointing towards that the big problems we face, I think we have to start somewhere. And as such, I would really encourage the Minister for Health to look at this area, to examine the review and do what he can to find the money to fund it, because it will make a real and present difference to people who are suffering with these incredibly debilitating illnesses across Northern Ireland. Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Peter. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Nuala McAllister and Danny Donnelly be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question now is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion as agreed or as amended passes. Members, take your ease. Thank you.
We're here, the Minister's here and the Mover's here. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on tackling scams and improving public protection. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes with concern the rising number and sophistication of online, telephone, postal and doorstep scams targeting individuals and businesses across Northern Ireland. Further notes the serious financial and emotional harm caused to victims, many of whom are older people or vulnerable. Recognises that scams are increasingly linked to organised and cross-border criminal activity, seeking to exploit gaps between enforcement agencies and jurisdictions. Acknowledges the work of the PSNI, the National Crime Agency, Scamwise NI, consumer protection bodies, financial institutions and community organisations in raising awareness and supporting victims, and calls on the Minister of Justice, working with executive colleagues and in partnership with the National Crime Agency and PSNI, to bring forward a coordinated, cross-departmental strategy to strengthen prevention, improve detection and enforcement, enhance data sharing between agencies and financial institutions, deliver more effective public awareness campaigns, and ensure better support for victims of scams across Northern Ireland.
Okay. Thank you. I call on Diane Armstrong to move the motion.
Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Diana, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The goal of this motion this afternoon is to draw attention to the very real and growing threat the scams and fraud now pose to people across Northern Ireland. From rogue traders preying on our elderly constituents to the most sophisticated cyber-enabled fraud, the challenge is both local and global. The scale and sophistication of fraud and scams has stepped up markedly across Northern Ireland in recent years. In the 12 months to the end of October 2024, over 5,200 fraud reports were made to the PSNI, with close to £19 million in reported losses. These ranged from ticket scams to six-figure impersonation frauds. Fraud is not a victimless crime. It devastates lives not only through financial loss, but by leaving victims feeling invaded, humiliated, and unsafe in their own homes. The elderly are particularly vulnerable, deliberately targeted by fraudsters both online and in person, and it is our collective responsibility across communities and law enforcement to protect the most vulnerable from those who would prey on them. While mobile phones and internets have opened the door to more sophisticated scamming, the perpetrators are still using traditional methods as well. Postal scams are still rampant and appearing through letterboxes. Last summer, Enniskillen residents received convincing lottery letters claiming the recipient had won a fortune. Quite the opposite, in fact, as these letters were designed to pry out bank details and personal information. Let us be clear, scams are not victimless crimes. They are deeply traumatic and cause profound financial and emotional harm. This September, it was reported in my local press that an Enniskillen woman had lost over £40,000 in a romance scam. She was groomed on social media for months and was persuaded to transfer money and gift cards. Of course, the person on the other end of the phone was not who they said they were. These scams are not just, as I said, financially devastating. Many victims never come forward. Some are embarrassed, some blame themselves, others feel reporting will not make a difference. As a result, the true scale of harm is almost certainly greater than official figures suggest. What is particularly worrying about many of these scams is how convincing they are. Scammers seek to present themselves as trusted companies or public bodies using familiar branding and professional language, although that's not always the case. Poor language and grammar are often telling signs of a scam. Many victims genuinely believe they are responding to routine communications from organisations they deal with regularly. That is not carelessness, it's organised, deliberate deception. This is especially common through email and increasingly in social media. We have seen a rise in fake accounts posing as customer service teams for well-known companies. Airlines are a frequent example, particularly on platforms like X, where people often post publicly about cancelled or delayed flights. Scammers actively monitor these posts. when someone is already stressed and looking for help, a fake account moves in quickly, appearing helpful and legitimate. In reality, the aim is to extract personal details or encourage payments under false pretenses. The emotional impact can be severe. Victims speak about anxiety, loss of sleep, and a lasting loss of confidence. Older people in particular can become afraid to answer the phone or use the internet at all. That fear can lead to isolation and wider decline in well-being. Families and carers are often left trying to provide reassurance and support while also dealing with the practical and financial fallout. Let us not forget the grave human cost. Consider the tragic case of Ronan Hughes, a teenager from Coal Island who took his own life after being tricked online and blackmailed, a devastating demonstration that fraud is not just a financial crime. Scammers see any new incentive as a means of exploitation. We see it annually when a new scheme is announced for affordable heating or insulation. A barrage of text messages are sent out to vulnerable people, demanding personal information and sometimes even threatening customers with bills if they don't respond. These types of scams create a huge degree of fear among the most vulnerable in our society. Members will know that border communities are particularly exposed to scams linked to organised and cross-border criminal gangs. This autumn, the PSNI and their counterparts on Garda Síochána highlighted a cross-border criminal gang targeting farmers and agribusinesses on the border. This gang has been using cloned cards, fake bank transfers and redirected deliveries to steal high-value machinery. This is an issue with global ramifications, as it's often said that fraud and scams are borderless crimes. Members may recall a high-profile telemarketing fraud case in the USA this year when Alan Redmond, a Belfast-born businessman, was charged by US federal prosecutors in an alleged multi-million-dollar insurance fraud scheme. And we can also remember in my own constituency the case of Patrick and Matthew McDonough from Irvinstown, who were jailed last year after scamming elderly American homeowners out of hundreds of thousands of dollars in a phony home repair business. This case was described by an FBI agent as a travelling roadshow of fraud. Increasingly, small businesses and sole traders are being targeted. These are people working long hours, often on slim margins, who rely on digital platforms to trade. A clear example is the coordinated scam targeting local takeaway firms through sophisticated phishing attacks. Between December 2022 and 2024, it is estimated that businesses in Northern Ireland have lost over £200,000 through this particular scam, alongside customer-focused phishing scams and fraudulent orders. In those cases, business accounts were compromised, payments redirected, and income disappeared with little warning. For some, that was not a minor disruption. It threatened their ability to pay staff, meet rent, or keep trading at all. These were everyday local businesses doing exactly what they needed to do to operate in a modern economy. We must put on record our thanks to the PSNI, the National Crime Agency, Scamwise NI, and indeed the main banks for their work in preventing scams. Other bodies, such as local councils, have also stepped up, partnering with police, banks and the telecoms industry to amplify awareness and offer practical guidance. This motion calls on the Minister of Justice to bring forward a coordinated cross-departmental strategy to strengthen our opposition to scams and their perpetrators. The strategy should focus on prevention, which is always better than detection, especially with fraud. We need tough penalties for those who commit fraud, with sentencing that reflects both the economic and personal trauma inflicted. Judges must be trained in the impact of fraud, and full victim impact statements should be presented in court. The inclusion of fraud in the DOJ's penalty notice proposals is, frankly, disappointing and sends the wrong message. Fraud is a calculated crime and should never be met with a mere slap on the wrist. That is why this motion is so important. Raising awareness, strengthening support mechanisms and... Yes, certainly.
The member refers to penalty notices being a slap on the wrist. However, they are a criminal conviction and they carry with them all the import of a criminal conviction. And they may, in effect, be a greater sanction than that which will be determined by the courts if it's prosecuted at all. And so would the member agree that it is about giving the PSNI the greatest possible flexibility to pursue crime at an appropriate level and in a way which is most likely to bring offenders to justice that should be the focus in those discussions?
And I thank the Minister for her comments. Yes, I think any actions that are taken to bring the perpetrators forward to court is essential. Thank you. And that is why this motion is so important. Raising awareness, strengthening support mechanisms and sharing best practices are all vital steps. At a community level, rogue traders continue to target vulnerable people, cold calling at homes and pressuring residents into unnecessary and overpriced work. We must support initiatives like no cold calling zones, empower communities to say no and ensure clear advice is available at clinics, faith groups and constituency offices. With police resources stretched, voluntary groups often have a crucial role to play. Cyber-enabled fraud is now a daily threat. Simple steps using strong passwords, enabling two-step verification and staying vigilant can make a real difference. Businesses must invest in prevention, but we also must ensure that both young and old are aware of the dangers. We also need to ensure that victims of these crimes get emotional support. The victim of a romance scam doesn't just need a crime reference number, they need signposting to trauma services and help to secure their digital life against becoming a future target. To conclude, this is a timely and necessary motion. Fraudsters are exploiting technology and our trust. We must have a cross-cutting response that spans across public bodies, banks, businesses and institutions in Northern Ireland. We must send a clear message that the people of Northern Ireland will not be easy prey for fraudsters and scammers. We must strengthen prevention, improve detection and enforcement, enhance data sharing between agencies.
The member draw remarks to a close, please.
And financial institutions. And I commend the motion to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to make the amendment.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment, Emma.
And I welcome this motion before the House today. And we've, I suppose, submitted a very small amendment in line basically of closing the gap and making sure that the fact that the cross-border agencies weren't included in the original motion don't mean that there is scope there for criminals to avail of that gap. And I suppose crime, and oftentimes we say, you know, things don't know any border. We're currently in a storm that doesn't know any border, but whilst crime might not know a border, it definitely exploits the border in this island, and these scams is one example of how that can happen. I suppose a lot of what the proposer of the motion said, I find myself agreeing with. We can see a rise in these scams, and they're becoming more and more sophisticated to the point where even some of us who might consider ourselves fairly tech savvy, and I can assure you the people on the fourth floor of this business would not count me in that number, but when we do, we're familiar with social media and with, you know, how things should be worded. And even for somebody like myself who works online every day, some of these messages and emails that come through, you find yourself stopping in your tracks and almost getting caught out. And I know it's been said before, but these scams particularly target our older and more vulnerable people. And then it's the shame that comes with that. So there's the ramifications in terms of loss of earnings or loss of savings a lot of the time, and the real life implications of that for people. But as well as that, then they're embarrassed to report. They're embarrassed to even tell family and friends. They feel like they've been made a fool of. And it's that real exploitation of people in their most vulnerable of moments that make this particular type of crime so horrible and nasty in its nature. So I think what we want to see is joint working. We want to see the Minister work with the rest of the Executive, with the PSNI, the Gardaí, working with the cross-border joint agency in order to ensure that we clamp down on these scams and on the people who are very manipulative and increasingly more and more sort of criminal gangs and groups who are carrying these scams out and ensuring that more and more of our constituents don't fall prey to them. So I think even whilst, if there are legislative changes that can happen, whilst in the interim, whilst we're waiting on that, if we can be sending out that message that, think twice, check, ask the question. I would have people contact me as an MLA, and I'm sure others do as well. Is this right enough? Checking the veracity of a message or an email that they've received. And I would always say to people, ask the question, because you're better safe than sorry. And I think that needs to be a clear message coming out from this assembly today, and that we're not accepting this, that we will challenge it, and that we want to support people, particularly our vulnerable people who may fall prey to these sorts of crimes.
Thank you, Emma. Colin Cheryl Brown. Cheryl.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you for bringing the motion to the floor today. We should all be horrified when we've read the recent story of 82-year-old Eddie Rush from Lurgan, who was cruelly scammed out of nearly £35,000. Eddie was targeted through sophisticated AI-generated advertisements and bearing the face of well-known public figures. And what began as what he believed was a legitimate and trusted investment opportunity ultimately led to a devastating financial and emotional loss. And his experience is tragically not an isolated incident. And it's shameful that older people are increasingly singled out because of their vulnerability, their trust, and obviously their lower familiarity with technology. And these criminals know exactly what they're doing. They're preying on that loneliness and fear, and the harm they inflict goes far beyond bank statements. Many victims are left deeply shaken, anxious and distraught, particularly at this time of year when isolation can make an emotional impact even heavier. But it should be the scale of the programme that should alarm us all. The PSNI has reported more than 5,200 cases of fraud in the last year alone, with almost £19 million in losses. And every single week in Northern Ireland, around 100 reports of scams are made to action fraud, and I'm sure there is so much more that isn't reported. And these crimes are no longer small. They are growing in sophistication, using phones, text, social media, email to deceive and impersonate and manipulate. And increasingly, scams are becoming enabled by more modern technology, the likes of AI, making them harder to actually identify. Even more concerning is in the emerging rise in cross-border fraud, and we see under the new Joint Agency Task Force, the PSNI and the Gardaí are now investigating dozens of complex scams from targeting individual companies, particularly in the border areas. They're posing as legitimate buyers and have left local businesses at thousands of pounds out of pocket, sometimes stealing valuable machinery by using fake or cancelled payment screenshots. And this is a coordinated criminal threat. It's planned and it requires coordinated policing and a governmental response. But while we absolutely recognise and value the work of our PSNI, Scamwise NI partnerships, and of course our PCSPs and Crime Stoppers, amongst many other important contributions by the voluntary and community sector, the message from the evidence is clear: no more needs to be done. The Department of Justice, of course, has an essential role, not just around awareness raising, but ensuring agencies on the ground have the support and the resources that they need to keep at pace with this evolving nature of fraud. Our older generations deserve to live in safety and free from the threat of crime, abuse and exploitation. And this has been something that we have continually set out in our manifesto, is protecting our older generation from financial abuse, and redoubling our efforts against online fraud are now more important than ever. We also need better data to understand how it's broken down by age and understand the actual true impact of this on our older population. So the motion rightly calls for a coordinated cross-departmental strategy, because joined-up action will protect our elderly, support our victims, bring these criminals to justice. And it is working together across departmental organisations that will actually bring justice here, and we will try and deal with this in a coordinated way, because we all must work together. But what I would say before I end is, there is no shame whatsoever, and I think Emma had raised that. it can be something that you do feel embarrassed about, but I think it's probably happened to every single person in some shape or form in this room. Things are becoming more complex now, and it is harder to distinguish between what is the truth and what is fraud. So never feel shame, never feel embarrassed. Always contact somebody just to clarify, and just be sure before you go any further, because as I say, it's happened to me before, and I thought I was pretty decent with tech, but obviously not. These things are more complex as well. So look, we're very happy to support the motion and the amendment, and I think the more we can do to raise awareness and support for everybody involved in this space, the better to protect our community and society. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I call on Connie Egan. Connie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Alliance Party to support this Ulster Unionist Party motion on tackling scams and improving public protection, as well as the amendment that's been laid. We've all seen the concerning upward trend in scams, often taking advantage of the most vulnerable people across our society, with around 100 reports to action fraud per week and close to £19 million lost in the period of November 23 to October 24 alone. We also know that these losses are underreported and only scratch the surface due to the shame and embarrassment that can be felt for victims of fraudulent crime for not seeing through the scam that they have endured. This isn't good enough, particularly in a world where fraudsters are using increasingly sophisticated technology and scams to commit these crimes. We need to move the dial, both to make people feel comfortable enough to come forward and report the crime that they have been victim to, but perhaps more importantly, work together across all departments and agencies to intervene and protect people from becoming a victim to begin with. That's why we are welcoming this motion today. What makes these scams particularly sickening is that they usually arise from a victim putting trust in a fraudster with genuine intentions of doing what is needed, fostering connection or helping another. This makes the cruel impact of these scams all the more felt. I think particularly of the deception used in romance scams, and I know the proposer mentioned this in her speech as well, and how that affected one of her constituents. It really is despicable, preying on someone who perhaps is just seeking love or maybe feels a bit lonely for their own criminal gain. It really is despicable. There's a common misconception that if you're smart and savvy enough, you won't fall victim to a scam or fraudulent activity. But with modern technology and the weaponisation of digital products like artificial intelligence and spyware, those scams are getting more sophisticated and harder to spot. For example, I think in my own borough of Ards and North Down, during the summer period, a story hit the news of a business owner and bank customer lost thousands of pounds of her hard-earned business because of multiple fraudulent banking messages. This fraud, of course, also extends in our communities to postal and doorstep scams, manipulating and misleading those in our communities, young and old, to give over their money in the promise of receiving goods and services that just never materialise. As the motion states and the amendment reiterates, it's essential that we include as many partners as possible in this work to tackle cybersecurity threats and scamming behaviour, and that extends from the Department of Justice, the PSNI and Scamwise NI, through to the Department for the Economy's Trading Standards Service. These scams can happen from anywhere and at any time, so a joint approach that coordinates with the Joint Agency Task Force and bodies in Westminster just makes sense. You may have seen last year the Nolan Show highlighted a story about the Just Eat platform and scams that came following a cyber security breach. This amounted to losses in the realm of at least £200,000 across Northern Ireland. This breach was felt deeply in my own constituency in North Down, with two local businesses in Bangor losing nearly £30,000 combined. Following this news breaking, I wrote directly to Just Eat as the home platform and engaged with different investigatory bodies, and I'll be honest, I was disappointed with how this was initially handled. I'm not here to rehash that, but instead to highlight the devastating impact that these crimes had, threatening the closure and the livelihoods of local business people already facing many barriers to success, leaving them unsure whether they could pay their staff's wages, and enacting a heavy mental toll and pressure on the victims of this crime. If we are going to stop anything like this happening again, we must have clear accountability for online platforms and those who commit these crimes to begin with.
Scams and fraud devastate people, businesses and communities. We must work together with everyone that we can to deliver better for victims of fraud and to minimise the risks of such distress and the real hurt from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I call on Patsy McClone. Patsy.
I'll ask Concordia. The SDLP welcomes the motion and the opportunity to discuss the growing threat of scams and how the Executive can improve public protection and support for victims right across the North. In 2024, the PSNI received more than 5,200 reports of fraud with a loss of around 19 million. During last year's Christmas period, the UK's National Cyber Security Centre reported that almost £12 million was lost due to online shopping fraud over last year's festive season across the UK. The figures from the PSNI cover a wide range of scams and amounts of money lost, from hundreds of pounds in ticket scams to hundreds of thousands of pounds in impersonation and investment scams. We all know about these. We all know individuals that have sought our advice. In fact, in some instances, we've been surprised by the individuals who have been taken in by these offers. And it is true, if it does look to be too good, it probably is too good to be true. Each fraud leaves behind a victim of financial loss and often with emotional and psychological damage. Those responsible are mostly organised criminal groups operating not just across border, as in across this island, but internationally. And it makes little sense for the motion to talk about cross-border criminal activity and not to call for greater cooperation with An Garda Síochána to address that activity. Indeed, there's a case for improving the already close working relationship between the police service in the north and An Garda Síochána to help tackle the organised criminal groups involved in these scams on this island. There is already a cross-border policing strategy. Its current focus is on tackling crime and preventing harm, roads policing and road safety, community policing and major emergency management. Obviously, that strategy is primarily about the cross-border area, but there is no reason why it should be limited in the geographical sense when the criminal activity is not. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these criminal gangs deliberately target the isolated and the vulnerable in our society, but anyone can fall victim to their scams. They are increasingly sophisticated in their operations. They have the technology and they have the time to create elaborate fictions to ensnare the unwary. And it makes fascinating watching on social media some evenings to see how, I think the gentleman is from here, turns the table on these individuals and hacks into their systems where the unwary previously become very wary in his instance, and those people, when the tables are turned, don't particularly like it. In some countries around the world, there are literally thousands of dedicated scammers and cyber criminals targeting the citizens of other countries with romance, investment, pyramid shopping and identity frauds. There's also evidence that having been scammed once, the details of victims have been sold on to other groups as potential targets for future scams. Given the level of fraud reported here and the financial cost to individuals and business, more could and should be done. The European Union has in fact taken the initiative against some types of cross-border fraud, and there has been some action by Interpol. But there has been limited interest elsewhere in combating truly cross-border fraud on an international scale. So the SDLP supports the call for the Minister of Justice, working with executive colleagues, to bring forward a coordinated cross-departmental strategy to strengthen prevention and to improve detection and enforcement in this area. The public can only benefit from enhanced data sharing between agencies and financial institutions, from the delivery of a more effective public awareness campaign or campaigns, and for better support for those victims of scams. These benefits will be greater still if delivered on an all-island basis across these islands and internationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Patsy. I call on Keith Buchanan. Keith.
Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Unionist Party believes our older generation, and indeed any generation, must live in safety, free from crime, abuse and exploitation. This is not just policy, it is a moral duty. Fraudsters today are organised, sophisticated and global. That is why we will push for fraud and cyber crime statistics to be broken down by age, so the scale of the problem facing older people is clear. Along with others in this chamber, I was horrified to read about Eddie, indeed my colleague referenced him earlier, an 82-year-old man tricked by a fake AI-generated advert. He trusted what looked like a real company only to be defrauded. It is shameful that criminals target older people's vulnerability and exploit their trust. Scams cause more than financial loss. They leave deep emotional scars. Victims often feel betrayed, humiliated and fearful, especially in isolation. It is shameful that older people are targeted because of their increased vulnerability and lack of technology awareness, and indeed younger folks, no doubt, as others have mentioned as well, are maybe not that savvy in that as well, indeed include myself in that. It is shameful that criminals exploit trust and innocence for profit. We must recognise that scams do not only inflict financial trauma. Every week in Northern Ireland, around 100 scams are reported. That's what's reported. That is 100 families disrupted and 100 crimes that must be stopped. Technology like AI and deepfakes has made scams more sophisticated. What began on social media is now used in bold frauds against individuals and companies. This Assembly must send a clear message. We will not allow our older generation or any generation to be preyed upon. We need to strengthen awareness, improve legislation and give law enforcement the tools to fight this threat. Our elderly citizens deserve dignity, safety and peace of mind. Let us decisively act to protect them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Kate Nicholl. Kate.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome this motion and I welcome the opportunity to speak on it. And actually I wanted to talk about a case that came into my own constituency office. An older woman came in very distressed because she had received a message from someone saying that it was her son. Hi mum, it's me, I've changed my number, can you save it? And so she did, she saved the number. And then later on in that afternoon, she got another message saying, hi mum, I need some help paying for a bill, an online bill, and I'll pay you back at the weekend, and here are the account details. And so she transferred, I think it was about £900 to this account. And then an hour later, she got another message saying, hi mum, sorry, the amount is actually an extra £600. And it was at that moment she realised that she'd been scammed. And she called her son, realised that it wasn't her son who had phoned her. She called the bank, she called the PSNI, she called Action Fraud. And what began was this long saga of going backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. And my colleague Curtis in my office is a phenomenal caseworker, among other things, and was so diligent and actually ended up taking it to the Financial Services Ombudsman and managed to get the money back with 8% interest. Now this is an exception, it's not the rule. It took an awful amount of work. And I welcome this motion, I welcome the discussion around it, but actually as is the case with so many of these issues, it's cross-cutting and it touches on so many other departments. And we had been in touch with the Older Persons Commissioner about this as well, and everyone knows I'm very passionate about AI and how we get up to speed with digitization, but people are being left behind, and I don't think we're doing enough to talk about it. And actually I tabled a question to the Department for Communities about the Goods and Services Directorate for older people and the need for that here, because every day we have people who come into the office. We have another constituent who came in and she said, you know, I used to book all my tickets online. I don't have a smartphone. No one belongs to me, like the most heartbreaking phrase you could hear. And these are the people who are falling victim to these scams. These are the people who are being manipulated and who are being tricked. And it's not just that they're then out of pocket. It's so deeply humiliating for them. They feel so humiliated by it. And so I think it's great that we're here, we're talking about it. Thank you so much for bringing this motion and shining a light on it, because we do need to be having these conversations. We do need to be reminding people that there is no shame. Just as Cheryl said, anyone can fall victim to it because they're becoming so much smarter. And with the advance of technology, we do have to be especially mindful of this. So they're very real people who are at the heart of this. And I'm really grateful when they do come forward to their elected representatives to assist them. But I think when we're looking at this issue, it's not just one department, it's so many others, and we all have our role to play in addressing it. So I just wanted to bring forward that one case, because I think about her quite a lot. I think about these people who are being left behind in the age of digitization and how vulnerable they are as a result of that, and how we have a duty to support them as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kate. I call on Peter Martin. Peter.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I certainly wasn't planning to speak on this, but the more I saw the debate upstairs on my monitor, I thought I'd better get down and say something around it. And I want to pay tribute to my colleague in the Ulster Unionists for bringing this forward. I want to focus on one particular issue, and that's picking up on my constituency colleagues, Ms Egan's comments around Just Eat. And as she mentioned, I have a constituent who runs a Bakara Indian restaurant in North Down. They were defrauded out of $17,000 as part of some sort of scam. The Irish News reported this, and it said, Just Eat has stated that the food companies were victims of phishing scams and has been in dispute with the businesses, with many feeling the company has not done enough to help or prevent fraud. And I've been working on this issue for a number of weeks now, and earlier, I think it was yesterday, my office received a statement from Just Eat. And the more I read the statement and the more I looked at press coverage of this incident at the time, I realised that they had simply sent me out a press statement from about a year ago, because all the details and the sentences that are in the statement that I received were part of the press coverage at that time. That is wholly unacceptable. My understanding of this particular phishing scam is that these amounts were taken from not from the restaurant's own bank account, but were actually taken from its partner centre accounts. These are some sort of holding accounts between the restaurant and Just Eat. So I would like to address Just Eat, and my first question to them is, what action have they taken to recover these funds on behalf of my constituent from their actual account? And secondly, how will they actually make this matter right? And the fact of this case is that this is a company not registered in the UK, apparently it's registered in Amsterdam, which are charging our restaurants and takeaways fairly high levies for their business. And yet, this is not money that is staying in our local economy. This is money that is being siphoned off. In this case, I certainly will to Ms Egan, yeah.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member raising this, and I did want to come in again. And do you think that is a disgraceful way to treat our constituents and local business people? Just Eat are a huge company. They have millions of pounds. They can afford to remunerate them, and they have much more resources to address this than the small local business owners in our constituency, and they should do the right thing.
I'm not sure I'll get through that extra minute, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I will do the best I can. I completely agree with my colleague. Just Eat are an enormous company. My understanding is that they have offered some of these businesses small sums. One Belfast business claims it was offered money by Just Eat to keep quiet about their loss of £15,000 after the company described it as a goodwill gesture, and some of us will recall the press coverage at that time. I would make the comment to Just Eat that unless they want me standing up in this assembly and talking about their company and how their company acts, the percentages their company takes off our local businesses, and the fact that I have a constituent here who's £17,000 down through no fault of his own, I suggest they engage with MLAs in this place better than they have done and sort this matter out. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the members of the Ulster Unionist Party who brought this motion before the House, because it is a very important issue, not least at this time of year, as many people will move online in terms of buying goods and services. Within my department, fraud and scams fall under the umbrella of Safer Communities, with members aware that the programme for government, which was published this year, made Safer Communities one of the key strands within it, making the issue of scams and frauds one of utmost importance. The Department is fully committed to working with all of our partners, including the community and voluntary sector, as well as other departments and organisations, to ensure we have a community where we all feel safe to live and work. Tackling fraudsters and the impact of scams is not something that can be addressed by any one individual or organisation. It takes a partnership approach, as rightly recognised in the motion, to tackle crime, including frauds and scams, from the initial process of identifying the fraudsters and, just as importantly, supporting victims to ensure that those participating in such crime are brought swiftly to justice. Prevention through awareness is a vital tool in combating fraudsters and scammers, who unfortunately often target the most vulnerable people in society. Despite report frauds figures for the October 2024 to 2025 period showing that over 5,400 scams and frauds were reported in Northern Ireland, we believe that underreporting remains an issue. People often feel ashamed embarrassed, even humiliated that they have fallen prey to scammers. And so we must be diligent in reporting all incidents of attempted fraud or scamming to ensure that we can raise awareness of new trends and new scams, and as and when we become aware of them, and also that the justice system has hopefully made it easier for those scams to be reported by anyone in a number of ways, including via Report Fraud, the PSNI, or indeed Crime Stoppers. There are elements relating to tackling fraud contained in this motion, however, which are reserved matters and fall outside my area of responsibility as Minister of Justice. These include aspects in particular relating to financial institutions. I would, however, want to take a moment just to reflect and acknowledge the harm and trauma that comes with being a victim of financial fraud. I've heard heartbreaking accounts of the effect of being a victim of fraud has had on individuals' lives and that of their families. Often we hear of people feeling deeply ashamed that they've fallen victim to these manipulators and these very distressing offences, and we know that there continues to be under-reporting. I want to emphasise here today that there is no shame in coming forward to report these crimes, should you find yourself a victim. And I would encourage anyone who finds themselves in that position to come forward. I also want to stress, Mr Deputy Speaker, that anyone, including any of us in this room today, could fall victim to fraud, not least given the increasing sophistication of those engaged in these crimes. Whilst fraud happens at all levels, I acknowledge that some of it has an organised and coordinated element to it. From a justice perspective, the risk of harms caused by organised crime, including fraud, is one of my top priorities. Criminals are interested in only one thing, and that is lining their own pockets. They are motivated purely by profit, and they really don't care who gets hurt in the process. We all recognise that organised criminals are agile and innovative. They find new ways of exploiting people's vulnerabilities for their own gain, and in turn we have to adapt our collective response. It's essential that we send clear and consistent messages that crime does not pay, and that profiting from people's vulnerabilities will not go unchallenged. So I want to acknowledge the outstanding work of the PSNI in this area. They have a comprehensive approach to tackling fraud through Protect, Pursue, Prevent and Prepare. I'm well aware that they work closely with other forces across the UK and feed into national and international investigative arrangements. Only a few months ago, I visited the PSNI Cyber Centre and heard firsthand about the work that they carry out on a daily basis and the difference that they're making. I'm aware PSNI engage with financial institutions and make proactive interventions in order to safeguard the public where it is expected that people are actively being targeted by fraudsters. The National Crime Agency also has a key role to play in tackling fraud. They work closely with their PSNI colleagues, and in recent weeks I met the Director General of the NCA and was briefed on the complexity of the issues which the agency increasingly faces. Members are also aware that there is already an existing exceptionally strong partnership working model which provides a robust response to organised crime across Northern Ireland. My department works closely with a range of partners through the Organised Crime Task Force to reduce the harm caused by organised crime, including frauds and scams. OCTF supports the development of operational partnerships and plays a key role in informing the public about successful operations against criminal groups and how to protect themselves from and report any suspicions of organised crime. The most recently published OCTF annual report and threat assessment provides case studies of how law enforcement partners have worked together to combat the threat posed by fraudsters and scammers, and it is available online if members wish to read more about it. Included in the OCTF report, which my department coordinates and publishes, is work by the Department for the Economy's Trading Standards Service. Trading Standards Service works to tackle mass marketing scams and doorstep crime, as well as working to disrupt the operations of perpetrators behind phone-enabled online and mail scams. Tackling cross-border response to financial crime, including scams and fraud, is of high importance to police forces on both sides of the border. Only last month, senior officials from my department attended the Sir George Quigley Memorial Lecture in Queen's University, hosted by the Centre for Cross-Border Cooperation. The focus of that event was combating economic crime across the whole island of Ireland, with the keynote speakers being the Chief Constable of the PSNI and the Commissioner of An Garda Síochána. This demonstrates the importance which both organisations place on this issue. Both addresses covered the response to tackling fraud and scams and shows the dedication and commitment to ensuring that this is viewed as a priority area of focus. In relation to the point within the motion regarding recognising that scams are increasingly linked to organised and cross-border activity, the PSNI has indicated that it is not aware of any specific data to show that there is a marked increase in cross-border criminality in the context of Northern Ireland and the rest of Ireland, including on the issue of scams. However, members will be aware that all borders, whether in the island of Ireland or internationally, pose no obstacle to organised crime groups who are intent on carrying out fraud or exploitation. Indeed, they may provide them with additional opportunities. I also want to highlight and pay tribute to the excellent working relationships that exist between wider law enforcement agencies. Members will be aware that I regularly make ministerial statements to the Assembly following meetings that I hold with my Irish counterpart under the auspices of the Intergovernmental Agreement arrangements in relation to criminal justice matters. These meetings include updates on the work of the Joint Agency Task Force, and I think it was Mr McGlone who talked about that cross-border working. The Joint Agency Task Force is a powerful example of what can be achieved by collaboration and partnership working. Its meetings are jointly chaired by the PSNI and An Garda Síochána alongside a range of partner organisations. JATF focuses on 6 designated strategic priority areas, one of which is financial crime. The Garda National Economic Crime Bureau works closely with the PSNI and NCA in the prevention and detection of such crime. Department of Justice is not a member of the Joint Agency Task Force because it has an operational focus. However, I'm kept updated about its work, and I see great value in the positive collaborative work between the members of the JATF and its many successful operations. In addition, the joint PSNI and An Garda Síochána cross-border policing strategy of 2025 to 27 aims to build on established collaborative relationships. There are 4 main areas of focus within the strategy, one of which is proactive collaboration in the prevention and detection of crime, including financial and cybercrime. Both of these examples, the JATF and the working group deriving from the strategy, demonstrate the strong partnership and close working relationships which also often go unseen but are vital in keeping people safe. Fraud affects not only individuals but businesses too, and I note both what my colleague Ms Egan and also what Mr Martin have raised with regard to their constituents. And I'm determined to ensure that Northern Ireland does not fall out of step with the rest of the UK and, critically, that of law enforcement agencies here have the full range of powers available elsewhere. As Justice Minister, I work closely with the UK Government Ministers to consider any developments in policy and legislation that would benefit Northern Ireland. That includes UK-wide fraud strategy led by the Home Office. PSNI is also engaged in aspects of the fraud strategy, working with the UK and international law enforcement partners to identify and tackle emerging scams and assist in investigations impacting victims in Northern Ireland. The UK Government will soon be publishing its new fraud strategy, which includes references to Northern Ireland. It acknowledges and provides a response to the ever-increasingly sophisticated and transnational nature of fraud, with advances in technology making online fraud and scams more complex. However, we know that legislative measures alone will not solve the problem and that we all have a role to play. My department also helps to address harm and vulnerability caused by fraud and supports partnership working to tackle the threat of scams through its membership of the Scamwise Northern Ireland Partnership, chaired by the PSNI. The partnership, established in 2016, now has over 45 partners who work collaboratively to provide valuable information and crucial advice to keep the public informed, aware and vigilant. Scamwise Partnership also has effective an online presence, and my department uses its own social media channels, whether Blue Sky, X, YouTube or Instagram, to highlight current scams and the steps that people can take to protect themselves. To give members an example of the work of Scamwise, on 29th of September 2025, the PSNI launched a new romance fraud social media campaign, sharing advice on how to spot and stop these types of scams. A conference led and facilitated by the PSNI was held on the 6th of November 2025, where Dr. Elizabeth Carter, a criminologist and forensic linguist, was the key speaker. She educated partners about how these romance scams work, explained the psychological manipulation involved and provided insight as to why victims stay engaged with the scammer. These are insidious crimes carried out by people who are exploiting those who are lonely, who are vulnerable and who are living in hope of having companionship, and it is horrific that they do so in such a calculated manner. Also at that conference, Ofcom introduced partners to their recently launched Serious Game, an online interactive simulator to help users identify romance scam red flags. In addition to all that, the Department and the Northern Ireland Policing Board fund community safety partnerships across each of the 11 council areas, and they lead on community safety at the local level. Many have a dedicated community safety warden scheme which provides sessions on crime prevention and raise awareness of a range of scams and fraud, including romance scams. As part of the awareness campaign, for example, I was pleased to open Mid and East Antrum's Challenging the Scandemic Scam Awareness Conference earlier this year, a really insightful opportunity for people to share their experiences. My department and PSNI also jointly fund the Crime Stoppers Northern Ireland Regional Manager post, which has a key role in raising awareness and encouraging reporting of intelligence by promoting, developing and maintaining awareness of Crime Stoppers throughout Northern Ireland with all of our partners and with the general public. Crime Stoppers ran a Stop Think Fraud campaign on social media and radio earlier this year. The Department also provides around $2 million in core grant funding to Victim Support NI, and I know that both the proposer and other speakers have indicated the importance of having proper support for people who have been victims of fraud. They can provide a range of services to all victims and witnesses of crime, including scam and fraud. Services include the provision of emotional support, advocacy, information and advice to victims, assistance with claiming criminal injuries compensation, and court support to adult prosecution witnesses called to give evidence in court. Together, those services help those affected by crime to deal with the impact, to claim compensation and to give their best evidence. In summing up, I want to close by reiterating that any of us could be a victim of fraud or scam. I would encourage anyone who has been to come forward and report it. There is no shame in being a victim. By coming forward, you can help protect others and bring the scammers and fraudsters to account. Addressing community safety issues such as this can only be done through partnership working. My department is committed to working with all the relevant stakeholders to support preventative action, to raise awareness and ensure that our communities are a safe place to live, work and visit. And I will continue to do everything that I can in support of that endeavour, and I thank the members for bringing this debate to the House today. As it is the last opportunity I will have, Mr Deputy Speaker, I also wish all of the members of this House a very peaceful Christmas and a very crime-free New Year.
Hear, hear. And to you too, Minister. I call on Ciara Ferguson. Ciara, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too want to thank the proposers for this motion this evening with regards to tackling scams and improving public protection. I want to start by acknowledging the publication last Friday of the Research and Statistical Bulletin on the findings from the 23-24 Safe Community Telephone Survey, including experiences of cybercrime and awareness of online cybercrime-related issues. Whilst welcome news that the proportion of respondents who knew where or how to seek advice about cybersecurity and staying safe online has risen by 3%, concerningly, those confident that the criminal justice system can effectively deal with cybercrime had fallen by 3%. We recognise, as the motion outlines, that we are experiencing both a rising number and increasing sophistication of scams across online, telephone, postal and doorstep methods. We also know, as outlined by Age NI, that sadly only too often older people are specifically targeted. I want to welcome their campaign in collaboration with Power NI to provide practical steps to help people recognise, avoid and report fraudulent activity. I also want to thank the Minister for Economy for her recent publication to warn consumers to be alert to scams by heartless rogue traders during the Christmas period. The Trading Standards Service is highlighting the 12 scams of Christmas to help raise awareness and education of the common festive frauds to look out for during the holidays, including fake shopping sites, delivery texts, phishing for details and other risks, including technology viruses and tech support scams. Some core advice includes never sharing personal or banking details, using strong passwords, avoiding clicking suspicious links, ending incoming calls and returning using numbers from the official website, and importantly, adequately reporting all scam efforts to protect not only yourself but others too. We have a duty to spread awareness and understanding of common scam tactics and to stay vigilant by stopping to think and check when approached. And I also too welcome the work of ScamWise, our community safety initiatives led in the local community with organisations such as Restorative Justice, who have been doing excellent work. We also welcome the reference to stepping up public information campaigns in this respect, but would emphasise that this must be supported by adequate measures to hold large social media platforms accountable for any fraudulent content advertised online on their channels. Reporting can be done to PSNI, Crime Stoppers, Action Fraud, alongside further contact with Consumer Line and potentially involving the Trading Standards Service. You can also forward any suspicious texts by forwarding for free to 7726 and use the report phishing or report spam option for questionable email correspondence. As we all know, scammers cause devastating harm to individuals and communities. Scammers cause severe financial ruin to ordinary people, workers and families. Scammers can cause severe emotional distress and health implications due to the shame and stigma that people feel attached to this. For all these reasons, there exists a much wider challenge in relation to rebuilding trust and self-esteem for the many who have been impacted, and to enabling and restoring their confidence to feel fully safe online again. And we can't thank Victim NI enough for the work that they do to support people during these times. We support the call for a coordinated cross-departmental strategy to strengthen prevention, improve detection and enforcement, and to enhance data sharing between agencies and financial institutions. Sinn Féin has also tabled an amendment to include reference to the cross-border joint agency task force, which we hope will attain cross-party support. We recognise that the existing joint agency task force, which exists between the Gardaí, the PSNI, and bringing together other agencies established under the 2015 Fresh Start Agreement, conduct synchronised operations, the days of action and other coordinated action in this respect that they currently take. Consideration must be given to the expansion and strengthening of this existing All-Ireland collaboration taking place within the Strategic Oversight and Operations Coordination Group, alongside significantly improving data sharing on this issue. We have consistently called for this All-Ireland coordinated response to tackling the rising problems of scams and financial fraud, and the statistics last week are evidence again. There is a clear need for this to be stepped up, including with respect to a shared database to tackle fraud and protect consumers.
Ciara, could you draw your remarks to a close, please?
Just finally, we need a strengthened, coordinated All-Ireland response for the protection of all our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. And I call on Doug Beattie. And Doug, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tackling scams is not just about catching criminals. It's about protecting dignity, safeguarding savings, restoring trust in our digital and financial system. Scams can be tackled effectively when prevention, enforcement and public awareness are treated as a joined-up effort. Stronger real-time cooperation between the PSNI, National Crime Agency, banks and the telecom providers would allow suspicious activity to be identified and stopped more quickly, preventing losses before they occur. Better use of shared data and fast account freezing powers would significantly disrupt organised scam networks. Ultimately, tackling scams successfully depends on making criminals' lives harder while making the public more confident, informed and protected. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to thank the Minister for coming here today and giving us quite a comprehensive feedback on this motion and outlining how this sits with the safer communities. But it is important to say, and it has been said right across the Chamber, that this just doesn't sit with our criminal justice system. There has to be a response from all of the departments. There needs to be a health response in regards to this. There needs to be a community response, infrastructure and finance. Everybody has a part to play in this. My colleague Diana Armstrong highlighted the issue well with her contribution. Scams are an insidious method of theft. It's organised crime and it's the harvesting of information. Even from big corporate organisations, it does create victims. It is certainly not a victimless crime. I'll give an example. A Romanian-based organised crime group involved in a large-scale fishing operation targeting UK government services and individuals. They sent out emails, text, appeared to come from legitimate organisations such as HMRC, to banks and authorities, to trick victims into revealing sensitive information. They then used that sensitive information to go and claim benefits. And that's what they're sucking back of society. In July of this year, 13 individuals were arrested near Bucharest and one in the UK as part of a major international operation targeting a phishing campaign against UK taxpayers to the tune of £47 million. But people do it in other ways. NHS GP impersonations. Scammers contact individuals by phone, text or emails, pretending to be from the NHS, a GB practice or another health service. And they might say, update your records. And if you don't update your records, we're going to take you off our list. So people give them their dates of birth, they give them their NHS numbers, they give them their address. And again, it's the harvesting of this information that is used then to claim benefits. There are multiple types of scams. I didn't realise how many different types of scams there were till I looked at it. Phishing, smishing, vishing, spear phishing, whaling, romance scams, investment and crypto scams, tech support scams, impersonation scams, lotteries, jobs, rental scams, emergency scams. And I think Kate Nicholl mentioned the emergency scam, and that's when somebody says, hi Mum, I've lost my phone, using a friend's, can you send me money? It happens a lot. I've received it myself. And because I have kids and grandkids, I had to stop and think twice. They gain your information if you engage. The motion goes on to further outline the financial and the emotional harm it has on victims, many of whom are older people or the vulnerable. Many older people are far too embarrassed to say they've been scammed, so they don't report it. And I think that's what the Minister was saying about under-reporting, because people are too embarrassed. But they need to be told that they need to come forward to their banks or to financial services. This does need a public awareness campaign. And again, I will say, I think the Minister has outlined that well. But knowledge and awareness and information is key in this digital world. That's the battleground in scams. Knowledge is the battleground in scams. The motion calls on the Justice Minister working with executive colleagues, and that is the important part here. Because although the Justice Minister is sitting here and gave a response, it is for all of the ministers that need to come together. That's the important bit. And it brings forward a cross-departmental strategy to strengthen prevention, improve detection and assist with enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I think it's been a good debate. I'll be honest, I haven't heard any dissenting voices. I have learnt something pretty much from all corners of the Assembly. That's a good thing, I think, because this is important. This is real time that is affecting our people out there. Real time. And we can all have our disagreements and arguments, but this is real. I think Emma Sheeran raised the issue of crime recognises no border. And you're absolutely right, Emma, and your amendment adds value to our motion. Of course, we will be supporting that. And Ciara, in winding on your amendment, talked about the rising number of scams and the sophistication that goes along with it. Cheryl Brownlee outlined the case of Eddie on how older people are being targeted and the use of AI by fraudsters. AI is a great tool, but it's a double-edged sword, and it can be used against us. Connie Egan, scams being underreported due to shame and embarrassment. She's absolutely right. People are ashamed to say they felt that, particularly if it's one of these romance scams where somebody is taking money off you because you think there is. Yes, absolutely.
Many people who face financial difficulties, and I'm sure you'll agree, tune into Martin Lewis' programme, and I think it's a Tuesday night. Many people watch his programme for ideas. They scammed Martin Lewis. So how more authentic can you get whenever they can go to the internet or the media and social media? Would you agree with me that actually the social media platforms are not doing enough to stamp out these as well?
Well, I think you raised 2 points there. I think the first point is this. Every single one of us in here are susceptible to scams. Every single person outside of here is susceptible to scams. And if Martin Lewis can be scammed, then everybody can be scammed. And social media can do more. Of course, can do more. It can always do more. Patsy McGlone outlined the financial cost of scams, and also, like Emma, focused on the cross-border cooperation piece. And Keith Buchanan, the sophisticated global threat and the emotional scars that come from being involved in scams. And that's why I mentioned that international element to all of this, because sometimes we think scams are on our doorsteps, and they're absolutely not. They may feel like they're on our doorstep, but sometimes they're from an awful long way away. So when you're replying to that Nigerian prince who wants to put £2 million into your bank account, that's coming from an awful long way away. It's certainly not coming from somewhere close to home. I already mentioned Kate, who I think raised a very good point with her contribution, and as did Peter in regards to Just Eat. I remember watching this. This slipped my mind until you mentioned it, Peter, to be honest, but I remember watching a programme about that very issue and Just Eat, and it just shows you that some of the larger companies which can afford to take the hit in some of these scams, but it's a smaller people who simply cannot do so. Mr. Speaker, I think that was a good debate, and I'm glad we've had it. It's the last debate of 2025. Maybe things will get hotter when this debate is finished. I don't know, but I think this was a good-natured debate, and I think there was some good information that came across. So as it's the last debate of 2025, on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, I would like to wish everybody in this room, outside of this room, a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. I think we can all echo that. So, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Emma Sherrin, Cara Ferguson, Deirdre Hargey and Jerry Kelly be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, take your ease for a few moments while we change over the top table.
Thank you. Move on to the next item of business. John Buckley has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Justice. I remind members that wish to ask supplementary questions to continually rise in their place. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Justice, in light of allegations made during Assembly proceedings on 8th of December, when she became aware that the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland had tendered her resignation in September 2023.
Minister.
That I did not return to office until February 2024 following the restoration of the Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive. I was therefore not in post in September 2023. I first became aware of the matter upon being briefed by my officials on the 12th of February 2024. For clarity, the Police Ombudsman is independent and appointed as a corporation sole by His Majesty the King on the recommendation of the First Minister and Deputy First Minister acting jointly. For further clarity, the Department of Justice is not afforded any specific powers under the terms of the Police Northern Ireland Act 1998 to act to temporarily suspend or otherwise interfere with the Ombudsman's term of office. The legislation is clear that a person may at any time resign the office of Ombudsman by notice in writing to His Majesty. For the avoidance of doubt, the then Permanent Secretary had no varies to accept a resignation from the Police Ombudsman.
Mr. Buckley.
The Justice Minister knows that the role of the Police Ombudsman
and their conduct whilst in office is of huge public importance. The Minister herself has been asked over a dozen times in this chamber about the position and credibility of the Ombudsman, yet never did she notify us, even when an urgent oral previously identified this matter, did she notify us that the Ombudsman had ever tendered a resignation. Why did she deliberately withhold this information from the Assembly? Was it incompetence or cover-up?
I did not deliberately withhold the information in question from the Assembly. It was neither incompetence nor cover-up.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you were asked about this matter directly on the 17th of June 2024 in this chamber and asked whether the Police Ombudsman should step aside. You did not inform this Assembly then that the Ombudsman had previously tendered a resignation. Why did you withhold that important information?
Because it was not relevant to the question which was asked, which is whether or not the Ombudsman should step aside. By the time I came to this House, it had been made clear to the Ombudsman that the resignation that was tendered prior to me taking up office was not tendered to the appropriate person, and that was then withdrawn. And so the question was whether or not she should step aside, and I made clear then, as I do now, the Department of Justice has no role to ask the Ombudsman to retire early or to step aside. It is for the Executive Office to deal with matters pertaining to the Police Ombudsman and her employment, and I have made that clear on every time I have been brought to this chamber to answer these questions.
Sean Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whenever the resignation was tendered to her department, the response, because I have the response, was not that we have no vires to take it. It was, and I quote, "After a brief chat just now, I've agreed to park this email and no action will be taken." That is a decision. It wasn't a referral elsewhere. This happened in your department. Yes, you weren't there then, but you've been there since. I seem to know what's more about what's going on in the Department of Justice than you do. I called on the police ombudsman to resign. Her confidence in terms of her competence is in tatters. Will you please explain why you did not make it transparent that your department had received a resignation and clearly bungled it?
Sir.
Because they either didn't have the power to answer or they did answer wrongly.
Minister.
The only person who can answer as to the response that was given to Marie Anderson, either in a phone call or a private email, is Richard Bengelli, who was then the Permanent Secretary of my department. I am only aware of that which is on the formal record, and I have come to answer only on that basis in this House. There is no virus for anyone in my department to accept or reject any resignation, because we have no virus to alter the terms on which the Police Ombudsman has been appointed or otherwise. So the issue that the member raises is not one for my department.
In June of this year, the Justice Minister told the Nolan Show, of all people, that she wanted to acknowledge the Police Ombudsman's decision to delegate the powers to the Chief Executive and the senior staff of the Ombudsman's office. That being the case, why did the Justice Minister not choose to acknowledge and to inform this Assembly of the Police Ombudsman's previous offer to resign?
Asked already and answered.
Dan Forsyth.
Speaker, the Minister has been clear in saying that there are very clear rules set down in law about when the Ombudsman should be removed from office. Does she accept that the threshold is somewhat lower if the Ombudsman herself chooses to resign?
The Ombudsman can resign at any time for any reason. She must do so in writing to His Majesty the King, and that is the only basis on which she can do so.
Brian Kingston.
Minister, do you commit to publish
all records held by your department in which the offer of resignation from the Police Ombudsman is mentioned?
As these matters remain sub judice, I will not commit to doing so until I have sought legal advice on those specific issues.
Trevor Clark.
Can I thank the Minister for answers thus far, but I don't want to go as far as that, because actually, Minister, you haven't answered any questions. Can you indicate why you misled this House whenever there was a confidence issue around the conduct of the Ombudsman?
Mr. Speaker, I did not mislead this House at any time, and the suggestion that I did so is a very serious one. When it came to the issue of whether or not this House has confidence or individual members have confidence in the Ombudsman, that is a different matter. I did not mislead the House on those issues.
Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We now know the Ombudsman did indeed tender her resignation to the Justice Minister's department. I know the Justice Minister is a caretaker minister, and indeed her answers here today have proved once again that she only wants to take some responsibility, but not all responsibility. So we now know there was a brief chat that this resignation was parked. Will you commit to releasing all information regarding this issue? This is a matter of huge public confidence in your department, in you as Justice Minister, because essentially that's where this resignation was received. Why wasn't this passed on? If you say it's not your department, why wasn't it passed on through the correct processes so it could have been acted upon and indeed should have been accepted at that time?
Minister.
Let me correct a few things from Mr. Gaston. First of all, I am not a caretaker minister. I was a caretaker minister between collapse of the executive and October 2022, when the executive ministers were then suspended. So to clarify, that is the context in which caretaker minister was used. Neither was I the minister at the point where these discussions and debates took place, nor was I party to them. Am I to have order so I can answer the question? Thank you. With respect to the issue of publication that the member has sought, I have said already, these matters remain sub judice, and therefore I will not commit to this House that I will release all of the correspondence and papers until I have had the opportunity to seek detailed legal advice.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank the Minister for her part answers so far. Minister, by omission, have you misled this House?
Sure.
No.
Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, does the Ombudsman still have full security clearance?
The issue of security clearance and other HR matters pertaining to the Ombudsman is a matter for the Executive Office. Security clearance is not granted by the Department of Justice, it is actually granted by the Home Office.
Tom Cameron.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Justice Minister, if she had been in post in September 2023, would she have accepted the Police Ombudsman's resignation?
Had I been in office in 2023, I would have had no varies to accept the resignation of the Ombudsman. My department, the Minister, the Permanent Secretary have no varies to accept a resignation of the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman must resign directly by notice in writing to His Majesty.
When preparing for this urgent oral in June, did your briefing papers have any details of this resignation?
They were not pertinent to the urgent oral and therefore were not included in the briefing papers that were provided to me in June.
Anna Armstrong.
Speaker, Minister, do you have any concerns about the conduct of the Ombudsman?
I am not, within my department, empowered to make judgments about the Ombudsman's office. The PPS have made a decision not to prosecute the Ombudsman. We must respect that decision. And it is not for me to judge the fitness or otherwise for purpose of the Ombudsman. That is the role of the Executive Office, and I would suggest the member direct her question to them.
That's right. Guy Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, some of us are finding it hard to believe the responses you're given. You're telling us that it wasn't in your briefing pack in June, yet you were informed in February. Is that right?
That's exactly what I said. That is correct. It was not pertinent to the question that was asked of me in June, and therefore was not included in my briefing pack for June, to the best of my recollection. However, I was briefed in an early day briefing at the beginning of February.
Okay, thank you. That concludes questions to the Minister of Justice. Item 5 in the order paper, the adjournment. The question is, the Assembly now adjourn? And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Connie Egan to raise the matter of poverty in North Down. I call Connie Egan. Ms Egan, you will have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've brought this debate today on poverty in North Down for many reasons. But at its core, really, this is on behalf of all those struggling across our constituency to make ends meet and deal with the cost of living, and the organisations fighting for funding to support them. I actually think it's incredibly timely that this being the last item in the Chamber before Christmas, at a time when so many feel pressure financially, whether it be on presents for the kids or increasing use of fuel to keep homes warm and families healthy. To set the tone from the outset, I have not brought this to the House to point fingers and propel blame, but to have a frank and constructive conversation about the vast income inequality and areas of deprivation across the place I represent. I want to thank every member who has made the time to come to the Chamber today and contribute to this debate, including you, Minister. Poverty across our region continues to be an issue of serious concern, and it feels right to begin this debate by putting some numbers to it. While I'm here to raise issues relevant to my own constituency, we all know that this is a problem across Northern Ireland, and this is not about pitting communities or constituencies against each other, but to shine a light on the issue that persists in our area and the grassroots work that is being done on the ground to mitigate it. Approximately 330,000 people, including approximately 24% of all children in Northern Ireland, are in relative poverty after housing costs. That's about 17% of our total population. Up to 40% of our population are thought to have been in fuel poverty at some point over these last years. Almost half of all workers have experienced low pay in one of the last 5 years. And over the last 12 months, it's estimated that 1 in 5 households in Northern Ireland were facing food insecurity. Before bringing this debate, I spoke with many individuals across North Down, but with those struggling and those who provide direct support who need it most. In each of these conversations, I had repeated message that high levels of income and wealth in North Down continue to overshadow the struggle and deprivation of many. In simple terms, and perhaps the Trussell Trust in a briefing sent out to all MLAs in advance of today put it best. Poverty in our borough is hidden, and the stigma of getting help is rising. I do believe the perception, when it's sometimes called the Gold Coast, and of our constituency being a wealthy area, has contributed to the stigma, making those who are struggling across the community feel a lot of shame that their finances or living costs aren't more manageable. I'm here today to make clear that is not the fault of them, but the fault of the system that has let them down. Our local community and voluntary sector organisations are the ones dealing with individuals directly and providing essential support. Whether it's charities like St Vincent de Paul or Christians Against Poverty operating locally, Bangor Food Bank Community Support running a food bank and baby bank, Kilcully Women's Centre running the social supermarket, and the churches and localised community groups, of which there are too many to mention, they see the levels of need firsthand in their local communities and areas. They address this directly and offer support. These are the groups and the people doing the work on the ground. Together, between Council, executive departments, Westminster counterparts and grassroots action, we can deliver better. We can deliver a transformational anti-poverty strategy that acts to the benefit of all across Northern Ireland. And I'd like to see clear, ambitious targets, one that listens to the expertise of those with lived experience and organisations providing practical support in communities. We have really good examples of collaboration and co-design for executive strategies. I hope we can also see this in the finalised anti-poverty strategy. One of the items I would like to raise with the Minister today is the need for updated information on poverty at a small area level. This is vital for unpicking some of the stigma felt so strongly across North Down and to track the tangibility of interventions that are put in place. For example, I can see that in 2017, Bangor Central, the DEA where my office sits, was ranked amongst the worst 100 wards with the most income deprivation in Northern Ireland. The last time this data was disaggregated is so. The same tracks for an area of Conlig and in Lockview and Hollywood. 23.9% of the working population was at a point of employment deprived. But that was 8 years ago. That was pre-pandemic and pre-cost of living crisis. When preparing for this debate, there was actually very little hard, up-to-date data available on the levels of poverty and deprivation in specific areas of constituencies, rather than local government districts as a whole. As I've said already, there is a broad spectrum of wealth in North Down and a number of high earners in the area, but that is simply not the case for everyone. Income inequalities can hide the struggle of those in areas across the constituency. As one community worker put it to me, one of the biggest concerns we see locally is the number of working families who are doing everything right, earning what they can, yet still can't make ends meet, and who don't qualify for the types of support that might keep them afloat. These households are slipping through the gaps, and that reality is too often hidden because our borough is perceived as affluent. They see firsthand how this misconception contributes to a disproportionate lack of investment. I'd like to ask the Minister to address the need for solid data in these areas. What we do have, and I must mention, is a rather helpful collection of data from Bangor's 2022 Neighbourhood Renewal Profile. If anyone listening is not familiar with this project, it was to focus on supporting 10% of the most deprived areas in Northern Ireland, and areas of Clandyboy and Dufferin and North Down fell within this category based on the 2017 baseline data. 44% of children in poverty, 31% of the working age population employment deprived, and 21% of people living in households whose equalised income was below 60% of Northern Ireland's median. I wanted to also call particularly attention to the doubling in drug-related deaths between 2005 to 2009 and 2017 to 2021, and the 37% increase between 2011 to 2015 and 2017 and 21 in deaths from suicide and undetermined intent in the Bangor Neighbourhood Renewal area. Poverty and struggles with cost of living have clear connections with both physical and mental health of people. Poverty doesn't happen in isolation. There are so many factors. The inability to work due to long waiting lists or health inequalities, mental health pressures, housing insecurity and the rising cost of living are all compounding on each other and pushing people to breaking point. This is a direct reminder of the need for cross-departmental working as stated within our programme for government on anti-poverty work. I want to highlight two anonymised real-life stories of my constituents who, plainly put, aren't just struggling with the cost of living, but the cost of surviving. A woman knocked on the door of a local community centre one morning and asked if she could borrow a loaf of bread for the children's breakfast. She then also admitted when she came in for help, the children had missed school as she hadn't enough electric to wash and dry uniforms and was rationing her washing powder. Another parent experienced extreme malnutrition because they chose to put food on the table for their child and heat the home instead of filling their own plate. And I know that these aren't isolated incidents, and there have been many such heartbreaking stories across Northern Ireland. But I did want to highlight that in North Down, it's the local community organisations who always step in and address the level of need, connecting those who need support to food banks or social supermarkets, or provide advice and expertise to recalculate social welfare support. Those same organisations, however, find themselves struggling and competing for impactful funding, in part due to limiting criteria by the Council and Executive Departments. We need to move beyond this and beyond short-term sticking plasters and focus on long-term collaborative solutions. I'd really welcome if the Minister could tell us what he's doing about this in preparation for a multi-year budget. For example, with regard to the Ards and North Down Council Community Development Fund, There is no assessment of reserves, unrestricted income, or financial vulnerability. Instead, allocations are based on a 0 to 5 score for postcode deprivation, at a time when we know that across the board, multiple deprivation statistics are outdated. Our area's needs must be better understood to ensure genuine equity so all communities can thrive equally. Another issue often raised with me is the missed opportunities with regional funding, as North Down is often seen or being counted as the Greater Belfast area, feeding into geographic inequality and a postcode lottery of support. For example, within the BT19 postcode, you have some of the most expensive properties in the constituency, maybe even Northern Ireland, but also one of Northern Ireland's 3 largest housing estates. The visibility of this wealth in close proximity to those who are living in significant poverty hides the deprivation that needs tackled. A practical way to address this that was welcomed by communities was through the hardship fund issued by DFC, distributed through local councils and into the frontline communities who needed it. And Minister, I know I have raised this with you previously, but if there has been any progress on reintroduction or any work your department is doing on similar schemes coming forward, I think we'd all appreciate the update. Ultimately, we need Council and DFC to work with our community and voluntary sector partners to ensure funding is distributed on the basis of need and proportionate to the population of the local area. I think it's really unfortunate that many of the community groups that I speak with cite councils and executive departments as being the most difficult partners to work with. They cite the length of applications for relatively small grants, the amount of paperwork, monitoring and timescales for funding being received as to when it then must be spent by the end of a financial year. I don't think this is a situation that any of us want to see or be in. We need us all to be working collectively together and for councils and our departments to be supportive of our community partners. Speaker, there is no one type of person who experiences poverty, and I really hope to see this reflected in the anti-poverty strategy. There are those who cannot work for a variety of reasons, including caring responsibilities and accessibility needs, and there are those who do. In fact, the significant majority of people in poverty, 60% of adults who are in so, live in households with someone who works. But the work-first approach does not adequately combat poverty when other significant barriers like poor health, unaffordable childcare or housing are not being addressed. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to all who spoke with me in anticipation of today. I hope you felt this is reflective of what you had to say. Thank you for the work that you do and for the work that keeps so many people in our constituency surviving and living. I look forward to hearing all the other contributions today and listen with an eagerness to collaborate and deliver positive change for all our communities together. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Connie. And thank you. All other speakers will now have approximately 5 minutes. And the first person I have to call is Peter Martin. Peter, over to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As Ms Egan had just mentioned, our constituency of North Down is frequently associated with prosperity. We all know and are aware of jokes about living within the Gold Coast. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, the truth is very far from that for a number of my constituents. Behind the averages and headlines, there are households struggling to meet basic needs, families navigating the rising cost of living, and individuals who feel disconnected from opportunity. Poverty in North Down may be less concentrated than in other parts of Northern Ireland, but it is no less real for those who have to experience it. And we also know that there are significant, and has been highlighted, significant income disparities across our constituency. I would like to thank organisations who are already working in North Down and supporting those in need, and there's some excellent charities and third sector organisations, and I want to mention a few that have been mentioned already, including Kilkenny Women's Centre, who run a superb social supermarket which I've visited on numerous occasions, North Down Community Network, who runs a whole range of support programmes, and Bangor Food Bank in partnership with Trussell Trust. Trussell distributed 2,500 parcels during 24-25. As has been mentioned, there are other organisations such as Christians Against Poverty, which our family personally supports, and also a whole range of churches who run a whole range of programmes and deliver support networks such as homework clubs. We need to continue supporting the community organisations who are already making a real measurable difference. As I've mentioned, food banks and advice centres, mental health services, many brilliant youth groups and social enterprises. Their work is really invaluable and must be underpinned by stable funding and strong collaboration. I would like to thank my colleague, the Communities Minister, for all the work and support that he gives, some of it direct, but some of it comes through programmes delivered through Ards and North Down Borough Council. As has been referenced, in North Down we have a neighbourhood renewal area in Kilcooley, which is the third largest estate in Northern Ireland. And I note from some research I did earlier today, about £500,000 has been put through this scheme this year and has supported 13 projects. All of those projects making a real difference to real people in that area. I would also have to note, Mr. Speaker, that it's Christmas time. And for some in this chamber, I'm not a big fan of Christmas, but for some at Christmas time, the income disparity is highlighted most acutely. There's a pressure to buy presents, there's a pressure to feel happy and content, and these are pressures that many folks simply do not need at this time of the year. And there are real challenges as well for working families, and I'm so glad to hear Ms Egan reference this. And this is a really major concern for me. And we have to do all that we can to support people, families who are working hard, who are raising children and are really struggling at the end of the month financially and making decisions that are incredibly tough. And I know that this is in particular a key policy area that the Minister is currently working on. Mr Deputy Speaker, tackling and solving the issue of poverty in Northern Ireland is not something that the Communities Minister will do in a silo. He simply can't do it, and he certainly doesn't have the money allocated within his budget to currently do it. This issue needs not only cross-departmental working, but also cross-departmental and full executive support. But I want to thank my North Down colleague for bringing this to the Assembly, and I very much look forward to hearing what my colleague has to say at the end of the debate. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter. Anna Cullen, Alan Chambers. Alan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, the recent Joseph Rowntree Foundation Poverty in Northern Ireland 2025 report provides important insight into the scale and impact of poverty across Northern Ireland. One of the most striking findings is that the majority of people now living in poverty are actually in working households. 60% of working class adults in poverty live in houses where someone is in work, and that figure rises to 64% for children. Put simply, employment alone is no longer a guarantee of financial security. This reality applies in North Down as it does elsewhere, albeit often in maybe less visible ways. North Down, as others have said, is often referred to as the Gold Coast. There are undoubtedly many very prosperous families who have worked hard to secure financial stability, living in comfort in my constituency. However, there are areas of serious deprivation where the damaging effects of poverty can be seen. Behind the curtains of many what may seem to be prosperous homes, the issue of balancing the family budget is very real. In 2017-18, Bangor Food Hub and Community Support distributed 634 emergency food parcels. In 2024-25, this figure has risen to a staggering 2,569. Something is not working in our society for this to be happening. It's not just food poverty that is an affliction in North Down, but fuel poverty is also providing challenges across all sections of the community, from young families to pensioners who struggle to heat their entire home to recommended and comfortable levels. The cost of energy has risen in rates that do not equate to rises in income. The cost of private rentals and the disgraceful lack of affordable social housing is currently making a huge dent in family incomes. Providing a roof over a family's head means less available income to heat or eat. Another group of people largely forgotten who have a daily struggle to make ends meet are the army of unpaid carers, a group that not only face financial challenges, but with many deprived of any level of social life or respite self-time. All the issues I have spoken of are not purely financial. Cold homes, financial stress and insecurity can harm both physical and mental health and increase social isolation. And even the shame of poverty can seriously lower self-esteem and extinguish hope in people. Addressing poverty, therefore, supports better health outcomes and can reduce pressure on public services. Tackling poverty cannot rest with one department alone. While the Department of Communities has a lead role addressing poverty in all its forms, and the pressure faced by carers requires coordinated action, as others have said, across the executive, including housing, health, energy, employment and infrastructure. And I commend the Minister for Communities for attending tonight to listen to this debate. Finally, like my colleague Andy Allen has done in previous debates, I want to acknowledge the work the Minister has undertaken in progressing the long overdue anti-poverty strategy. However, I also recognise the widespread concern among sector experts about its current strength and delivery, and I look forward to seeing how the feedback from sector experts is factored into the final iteration of the strategy, so it delivers practical and measurable improvements for individuals and families in North Down and across Northern Ireland. And I've joined with others in expressing appreciation and thanks to all the voluntary organisations in North Down that help to deal with poverty. And just one recently that I was unaware of is the Kiltunga Centre, and they operate under the radar. And without those charities, things would be an awful lot better. So we do owe them a huge debt. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Alan. I call on Andrew Muir. Andrew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I speak today as Lions Party MLA for North Down, and I want to thank my constituency colleague Connie Egan, MLA, for securing this timely and important debate in the Assembly. Contrary to the perceptions of some, there is many people in North Down suffering from poverty. They are wondering how they will feed their families and whether they can afford to put the heat on, in the same way as experienced in many other constituencies across Northern Ireland. In North Down, we still have around a fifth of children living in poverty, and within the wider borough, over 3,000 people on the housing waiting list and approximately 20% experiencing fuel poverty. Just last week, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation reported that 330,000 people and 110,000 children are in poverty here, and despite misconceptions, the majority live in working households. That's hundreds of thousands of people who have a lower life expectancies, greater mental health challenges, and those children which will suffer worse educational and wider life outcomes. The failure to meaningfully tackle poverty over the last 20 years and beyond is a dreadful legacy, particularly of the austerity policies of subsequent Conservative Party governments. And I must say that I have been incredibly disappointed that the Labour Party has sought to continue some of that legacy by targeting the most vulnerable to poverty in our society, particularly older people and people with a disability. I commend those MPs who forced concessions from the UK Government on welfare and the winter fuel payment and championed the removal of the two-child limit, including my Alliance Party colleague Saoirse Eastwood MP. We know that families with 3 or more children experience higher rates of poverty, and the removal of this punitive cap will make a huge difference to the 50,000 families who are set to benefit in Northern Ireland, including within every constituency, especially in regards to North Down. Whilst it is important to acknowledge that the wider UK problem, we should not shirk our own responsibilities locally, especially because, if examined before housing costs, our absolute poverty levels in Northern Ireland are similar to the UK as a whole. Given the drastic rise in private renters at a rate at which rent is rising should be a concern to us all, particularly in North Down where rent prices are already much higher. I'm sure we can all see the huge strain the housing crisis places on our constituents, particularly as the cost of living and inflation continues to bite. It is vital we deliver new social homes to address the issues hampering development, not least in relation to our wastewater infrastructure. We must also see an anti-poverty strategy not only in place, but delivering meaningful change in North Down and beyond. I look forward to hearing from the Communities Minister on his departmental efforts to finalise the strategy and how he will be addressing concerns raised by relevant stakeholders in response to the consultation. I also hope he will be able to update us on the anticipated fuel poverty strategy. Because, as the Joseph Rowntree Foundation highlights, the downward trend in poverty here has stalled in recent years and our child poverty rates remain high. Clearly, the lack of an anti-poverty strategy and the collapse of our Assembly has had consequences. Regrettably, our time to discuss such a complicated and layered topic is short, but I'd like to close by again thanking Connie for bringing this debate and all the organisations in North Down for the sterling work that they do. The work that they do is a lifeline for many within this constituency that I am proud to represent, and I'm glad we're able to air this important topic in the Northern Ireland Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And Con Gildney.
Can Corlia, and I want to start off by thanking Connie for bringing this issue to the floor of the Assembly. And although I don't represent North Down constituency, I will say a few words as Sinn Féin's community spokesperson, as poverty is an issue which affects every town, village and area across the north. I think it is important to recognise, as Connie said, that deep poverty can coexist side by side and cheek by jowl with massive wealth, and that's something that's really important to recognise. At a global level, inequality is such a pervasive issue at the present time. The World Bank, a number of years ago, issued a warning to the wealthy to say that the inequality levels are no longer sustainable and have to be addressed. I think that's something that we here locally need to take account of as well. I think it's very important that when we discuss poverty, we remember the very human suffering which that poverty inflicts on people each and every day in all of our constituencies. Right now, as we debate this issue tonight, there are people out there in our communities who do not have enough food to eat, enough fuel to keep themselves warm, or potentially even a roof over their heads. Imagine what it must be like to wake up every morning not knowing how you're going to feed yourself or your children, or if you'll be able to afford to turn the heating on that day. We all have a moral obligation to do everything that we can to end this intolerable situation and to ensure that everyone in our society here has a fair chance in life. Over recent years, there have been a number of economic and political factors which have had a disproportionately negative impact on those with lower incomes, including Brexit, the COVID-19 pandemic, the cost of living crisis, the disastrous Tory mini-budget, and a prolonged period of British government austerity, which there are signs the Labour government have carried on, as has been mentioned by Andrew. This combination of factors has undoubtedly led to an increase in the overall level of poverty in our society, with the most recent poverty and income inequality report showing that roughly 18% of our population are living in relative poverty, while 15% are living in absolute poverty. The figures for children are even more shocking, with roughly 23% of children in relative poverty and 20% of children living in absolute poverty. We know there are certain risk factors which make someone more vulnerable to falling into poverty, such as having a disability, being a carer, as Alan has mentioned, or being in receipt of benefits. Other factors include low wage or precarious employment, being a lone parent, geographical location, and even gender. And in terms of geographical location, the poverty rates are generally even higher west of the ban. Earlier this year, the Minister, and I'm glad to see him here today listening to this debate, the Minister published the long-awaited anti-poverty strategy, which promised to identify and address the root causes of poverty, mitigate the worst impacts of poverty, and support people to exit poverty. And while the publication of that strategy is indeed welcome and was indeed long overdue, the strategy itself does fall short of what I believe is needed, and the result has been criticised by the anti-poverty experts, including some of those who helped to co-design the strategy. Alan Chambers' point in relation to working people I think is a really important one as well. I think we need to really be careful now and understand that there is not a clear or an easy divide between people on benefits and people who are working. Very many of our people who are working poor are dependent on benefits as well. So it's not a question of some people who get up in the morning and who are struggling and other people who aren't. It's much more complicated than that, to be honest. So as we await the final draft of the strategy, I would strongly urge the Minister to take into consideration the very many voices that are calling for a change of approach and for him to come back with a strengthened anti-poverty strategy which will make a real difference in eradicating poverty once and for all, right across the north, wherever it occurs. And as it's the last debate of the session, John Corley, with your indulgence, I'd like to wish all of my colleagues, all of yourselves, a very happy, peaceful and reflective Christmas. Nollaig Hannah.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm giving you a promotion, Deputy Speaker. Obviously, I'm not a member for North Down, but I am a member for the Strangford constituency, which is next door to North Down and shares one of our council areas in Ardson North Down Borough Council. Poverty, as has been talked about by everyone here, is a scourge in our society. There are more and more people who work, who are on universal credit, who need the support of our government in order to get by. We have children living in poverty, we have middle-aged people living in poverty, and we have a growing number of older people living in poverty now. I know that the Minister has the final anti-poverty strategy to come forward. There's other strategies like the fuel poverty strategy due to come forward, but there's much that we need to do, and we cannot keep depending on the community and voluntary sector to pull this assembly out of a hole when it comes to poverty. Very recently, as many of us know through our constituency offices, the Bryson scheme opened, and within a period of a week, the vouchers, it was, in fact, I'll tell a lie, it wasn't a week, it was within 2 days, the vouchers issued to my office for people who live in poverty to give them help with electricity were gone. 50 vouchers snapped up just like that. I could fill another 150 spaces if I had them. We have the food bank, constantly giving out vouchers for food parcels, asking people what it is that they need help with in order to prevent them from having to use a food bank. And to be honest, it all comes back to one thing, that they don't have enough money. And there are many people who try their very best. They pay their rent, they pay their electricity, they pay their gas or oil, and at the end of it they have nothing left. Nothing left. And this is what we've come to in Northern Ireland. I know the Minister is quite determined to look at fraud, but not everyone who's on benefits is a fraudulent person. They simply need help. They need help from us in order to keep going. Costs and the costs of living have continued to rise, but as we've seen, the LHA, the Local Housing Allowance, hasn't kept in line with housing benefit rates or the private rented sector rates. And there are issues, and I know from working next door to North Down, the amount of people who call all of our offices reaching out for help is incredible. Mr Chambers spoke about Kiltonga Centre. I had a Kiltonga Centre with a mum of 6 who very recently was offered support through the Kiltonga Centre, which I was amazed that they were able to deliver. That wasn't available anywhere else. I encouraged the person to go forward for discretionary support, but because she'd had a loan before, she was out of the system. 6 children. The 2-child cap, as we know, thank goodness, is going, and she will see some light at the end of the tunnel, but it will not solve her problems. Thanks very much to all of those community and voluntary sector organisations. They too are living in poverty because many of them are paid minimum wage. Many of them who we depend on as this assembly to see these people who are living in poverty, to see them through winter, to see them through the school period or the school holiday period when there's no help with hunger. I say thanks to all of them, but I am so sorry that they do live on minimum wage. I would love to see that improved because they are as important to me in my work as a constituency MLA as a GP. They are vital to keeping people well within our community. The stress that's placed on the constituents within North Down and elsewhere because of poverty is unimaginable to someone like myself.
The member give way.
I certainly will.
Would the member agree with me that something that we both see in our constituencies, and there's 2 areas that are community and transition areas in North Down, is the presence of paramilitaries and how they exploit poverty, and there's loan sharks who are operating, exploiting those in poverty, and that really shows why we need a cross-departmental approach to this and why we need different agencies to come on board to really tackle the root causes of this too.
For her intervention, I'll just confirm that the food banks that I know who work extraordinarily hard are not required to report paramilitary lending, and this is why maybe someone has been in debt, because they see themselves as the solution, as the helper, as the people who will step in when there's nobody else there to provide that help. We do not lift the data to say how many people are actually borrowing money off paramilitaries. And I know for a fact, outside a North Down and a Strangford constituency food bank and support system, paramilitary lenders were sitting in the car watching to see who was going in and saying to them afterwards, I can lend you 50 quid, or if you put in for discretionary support, we'll help you fill out the form and you give us 50 quid and you'll get the rest. This is non-stop, and the pressure that it puts on some communities is unbearable. And I think this is where we all need to work together. That's a solution for someone living in poverty that shouldn't exist. And we need to make sure that when we are funding and we are supporting those community and voluntary organisations, we support them to stop this activity from happening. It's very important. It's very important. And our local police have a role in that too. But can I say to all of our community and voluntary organisations, I know you're in the front line, I know you find it tough, but we need you. And I only hope that going forward with the anti-poverty strategy and the fuel poverty strategy coming forward, that there will be help for the too many people in Northern Ireland living in poverty. Thank you.
And I call on the Minister, and Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this debate today and indeed congratulate the member for securing it. And I am sure that she and others in the chamber today will have heard the jokes and the guffaws around the building today as people say that we're debating the issue of poverty in North Down, as if that is somewhere where poverty couldn't or shouldn't exist. But we know that poverty does not stop at constituency boundaries. And yes, we can have areas, like in my own constituency, that would be considered to be very affluent, but right next door you can have areas of deep deprivation. And so it is right that we have this debate and that we talk about what it is that we can do to help it. And I will give a very firm commitment today that I am every bit as keen to make sure that we tackle poverty in North Down as we are everywhere else in Northern Ireland. And I do give my commitment that I will do everything that I can to tackle this issue. Now, we have already done and are continuing to do many things within the North Down area to help those who are in need. Let me give you some examples. The Make the Call outreach team have helped over the last year 1,159 people in North Down, and that has secured additional benefits that they were entitled to of £6.57 million. We've secured that winter fuel payment support. We've had almost £7 million of investment by the Northern Ireland Housing Executive in their 660 homes there, £3.25 million of private sector grants and support available, £500,000 for projects in 13 neighbourhood renewal areas, £138,000 for independent advice services, £820,000 for labour market partnerships and £135,000 for social supermarkets. I know there is more to be done, more that we need to do, but it does demonstrate that support is going in to the North Down constituency and will continue to do so. But of course, there is so much more that needs to be done to tackle this issue. And I want to pick up, first of all, on one issue that was raised, I think, by most members who spoke this evening, and that was around working families. And members are absolutely right to highlight the fact that many of those who are experiencing the most acutely the effects of poverty are those who are actually in working households. We see that time and time again. And I want to stand up and speak up for them because they're doing the right thing. They're going to work. They're trying to do their best. They're playing by the rules. And they find that time and time and time again they're missing out on support that is available to others. And they can understandably say to themselves, why am I doing this? Why am I knocking my pan in whenever I'm actually hurting myself by excluding myself from some of the support that is available? That's what we need to change, and that's why I have two areas of particular focus for working families. The first is in terms of housing, because we know the impact that housing can have, the costs of rent the cost of mortgages as well. And so we need to do a better job of building more homes and doing more so that we can address the cost of housing, because we know it's one of the biggest outgoings for any family. And that's why we are taking action. We've got the housing supply strategy in place. We've put in other initiatives using financial transactions capital in a new and innovative way through the intermediate rent scheme, which is going to help people that find themselves stuck, that aren't maybe qualifying for social housing, but can't afford some of the rents that we're seeing in the private rented sector. So that's something that we're doing. FTC, underutilised, we're using it, we're building more homes, and we're using the reduced rent to help people in that way. Also, the social housing development programme, which is so important, and I'm pleased that we are making progress on that. Look back to June time, and with the budget that was available, we were only going to be able to build 1,000 homes across Northern Ireland this year. But working with executive colleagues after today's announcement, we're in the position now we're going to be able to build 1,750 homes, coming really close to our target, and that is something that should be welcomed. I also can think of the loan to acquire. I'll happily give way to the member.
Thank you. Obviously, I think everybody across this chamber wants to see more social homes built. Do you have the figures of how many of those 1,700 are going to be in our constituency?
Well, that's still being finalised. Obviously, we've only got the numbers today of the extra funding that we will have, but I certainly do commit to providing that information to the member when that becomes available. Look, there are many other things that we're trying to do in that area. I think we've seen over the last 20 months many innovative things that have been tried so that we can increase housing supply, and I will be bringing after discussions that I am having with the Finance Minister, a paper to the Executive around what we can do with public sector land as well, so that we can increase house building in Northern Ireland. I also want to touch on fuel poverty. I think it's the second issue that can really help working families. Huge amounts of money go out to pay for rent or mortgages. One of the next biggest outgoings is the cost to heat people's homes, and I'm pleased to say that I will have the fuel poverty strategy with the Executive this month, including Mr Muir, so I look forward to his contribution to that discussion. But I can inform members here that it will be ambitious, and I will be looking for significant capital investment in energy efficiency measures in particular, because those are the things that can make a real difference. We spend lots of money every single year helping people whenever we could help people earlier and help them for longer. And changes to energy efficiency in home can have a recurring benefit every single year, and that's where our focus should be, and that's what you will see in the fuel poverty strategy. Let me just address a couple of the other issues that were raised. The proposer of the debate expressed some concern about the approach that I'm taking in terms of getting people into work. I acknowledge that many people are in work and still find themselves squeezed. That's why I want to help in the ways that I have just outlined. But one of the reasons why I want to make sure that we get more people into work is because it does free up money that we can then use to help people in other ways as well. I've already mentioned the Disability and Work Strategy, getting 50,000 more people into work, bringing the disability employment rate from 40% to 50% where it is in the rest of the UK. That will save £750 million that would otherwise be paid out in benefits or would not come in through national insurance and income tax. £750 million. Now that goes to the Treasury, but think of what that would be able to do to support working households, to give some of that extra support that we want to see. So I'm very keen that we do get people into work and then give additional support with the additional funding that becomes freed up from that. Another issue that was raised by the proposer of the motion was the need to avoid short-term sticking plasters. That's exactly what has driven me in the development of the anti-poverty strategy. It's not going year by year saying what additional mitigations can we put in place, what other help can we give to those who are in need. It's how can we spend that money sooner and better in a way that has a lasting impact. We did this in 2022. We got extra money because of the cost of energy prices, and we gave money directly to people. I want to see money like that spent earlier on energy efficiency measures, on helping people whose homes are facing difficulties every single year rather than just that one-off support. The anti-poverty strategy is entirely about spending that money that we do have earlier and in better ways so that we can have longer lasting benefits that come from that. And the chair of the Communities Committee has said that we need to see a strengthening of that anti-poverty strategy. I'm open to that. I am open to all and any measures that will make a lasting and real difference to people. And yes, we absolutely do need to support people now. We absolutely do need to provide immediate support and relief like we do through discretionary support. But we need to get real, and we need to start doing things that are going to make a long-term difference. We need to invest rather than just handing out money in that way, and that's what I am determined to do, and I'll not be found wanting on that. Another issue that was raised by Ms Armstrong was around fraud, and she's maybe getting sick of me saying that, but let me just say, this is not about those who are in need. This is not about those who have made mistakes. These are about people that are misrepresenting their circumstances in order to get money, and sometimes we're talking 30, 40, in one case £65,000. That's money that they're not entitled to. So I will happily crack down on fraud and on the error that takes place in my own department as well, because I want that money going towards helping people that need it most, and I will continue to do that. Just to address one more issue, it was around the hardship fund. Again, it's another example of sticking plasters, and I want to make sure that we spend that money better as well. One thing that I think was missing from the debate, creating wealth. That's what we need to be in the position of doing. We need to make sure that we are generating more within our economy. We need to make sure we have more productivity in our economy, so that we can then help those who are in need and put that towards those who need it. You've been very generous. I was thinking for a second there. I'm sorry, you gave me so much latitude, I thought I had an extra minute there because I gave an intervention. My time is up. This is the last debate in this place. So thank you, and everyone here at the Assembly, a very Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. And just before I adjourn the debate, I just want to say to everybody, please have a very happy Christmas and a peaceful New Year, and hopefully I'll not see you until the New Year. That's particularly what I would like to do. The Assembly is hereby adjourned. Thank you.